Hey there, story lovers. This is Goofy Harry, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry was raised by Charlie Morningstar inside the Hazbin Hotel? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1. The doorstep between worlds. The blood wards shattered at 11:47 p.m. on November 1st, 1981. Albus Dumbledore had already disappeared with a click of his deluminator. Minerva McGonagall had already cast her last worried glance at the bundle on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive. Hagrid had already rumbled away on Sirius Black's motorcycle, wiping tears from his enormous face. None of them saw what happened next. The magic was supposed to be simple as these things went. Lily Potter's sacrifice, her love, her life given freely, had woven a protection into Harry's very blood. All it needed was a living anchor. A blood relative who would take the child in, whose home would become a fortress of maternal love. Petunia Dursley opened her front door at 6:15 the next morning, saw the baby, read the letter, and felt nothing but revulsion. Not reluctance. Not resentment she might overcome. Not even the complicated, guilty grief of a woman who'd lost a sister she'd spent years pretending to hate. Just cold, clean disgust. She looked at the child of Lily and James Potter, and in her heart there was a wall of stone where love should have been. The wards reached for that love and found nothing to grip. They reached deeper. Surely somewhere, some ember, nothing. Petunia Dursley picked up the basket, walked to the end of the driveway, and set it beside the rubbish bins. Then she went back inside, locked the door, and started the kettle for Vernon's morning tea. The wards, denied their anchor, did what unstable magic always does. They broke. The resulting release of energy was invisible to Muggle eyes, no flash, no sound, no shaking of the earth. But in the magical spectrum, it was a detonation. Lily Potter's love magic, unmoored and desperate, tore at the fabric between worlds looking for anywhere safe, anyone who would love this child. The magic didn't think. It didn't reason. It searched with the blind, furious determination of a mother's dying wish for someone whose heart would open. It searched past the mortal world, past the boundaries that separated the living from the dead, the mundane from the infernal. It ripped through dimensional barriers like wet paper, leaving a ragged, howling wound in reality right there beside the bins on Privet Drive. And baby Harry Potter, 15 months old, wrapped in a blanket with a letter he couldn't read, tumbled through. The rift sealed behind him like a mouth snapping shut. The lobby of the Hazbin Hotel was quiet for once. This was unusual. The hotel, a towering, garish monument to Charlie Morningstar's impossible dream, was rarely quiet. Its residents made sure of that. But it was late, even by hell's standards, and most of the current occupants had retreated to their rooms or their vices or both. Charlie sat at the front desk, chin in her hands, staring at a ledger that contained exactly 0 new guest registrations for the week. The week before that had also been 0. The week before that had technically been -1, because Slick had checked out by getting into a knife fight with a street vendor and being dragged off by the authorities. "You're going to bore a hole through that book," Vaggie said from the couch, where she was cleaning one of her throwing knives with methodical precision. "I'm manifesting," Charlie said without looking up. "You're sulking." Manifesting and sulking are not mutually exclusive. Charlie sat back and blew a strand of blonde hair out of her face. "I just thought, I don't know. I thought by now we'd have more traction." "It's been almost a year since we opened, Vaggie." 1 year. "And we've had, what, 12 guests total?" 14, Vaggie corrected. "If you count the 2 who showed up drunk and thought this was a regular hotel." "I'm counting them. They stayed for breakfast." "That counts." Vaggie set down her knife and looked at Charlie with the expression she reserved for moments when love and exasperation were fighting for control of her face. Love usually won, but it was always close. "Charlie. Babe. We knew this was going to be a long road." "I know. Hell didn't become hell overnight. You can't unhell it overnight either." "I know." Charlie dropped her forehead onto the ledger. "I just wish the universe would give me a sign, you know? Something that says, hey, you're not completely insane. This can actually work. Keep going." The front door exploded inward. Not literally, nothing came off its hinges. But the doors, which were heavy oak and iron and sealed with enough enchantments to keep out most of Pentagram City's more aggressive residents, flew open as if kicked by God himself. A column of white gold light blazed through the entrance, so bright that both Charlie and Vaggie threw their arms up to shield their eyes. The air tasted like ozone and something sweeter, something like flowers, like rain, like a memory of something hell had never known. The light pulsed once, twice, and then collapsed inward on itself with a soft whump, like a candle being snuffed. In the sudden darkness, in the middle of the lobby floor, something was crying. Charlie lowered her arm. Vaggie was already on her feet, knife in hand, body between the door and Charlie. But there was nothing there. No attacker, no overlord making a dramatic entrance, no angelic extermination squad arriving off schedule. Just a bundle of blankets on the checkered floor and the thin, warbling cry of something very small and very unhappy. "What the fuck?" Vaggie said with great feeling. Charlie was already moving, skirting around Vaggie, dropping to her knees beside the bundle. "It's oh my god. Oh my god. Charlie, don't touch it. It's a baby." Vaggie blinked. Recalibrated. "It's a what?" Charlie pulled back the blanket and there he was. Tiny. Red-faced from screaming. A wild shock of black hair that stuck up in every direction. And on his forehead, livid and fresh, a cut in the shape of a lightning bolt, still faintly leaking blood. He was alive. That was the first impossible thing. Not a soul, not a shade, not a damned infant sent to hell for some cosmic crime. Charlie could see his soul clearly, as all beings of her bloodline could, and it blazed like a star. Pure white with threads of gold running through it, untouched by sin, utterly alive. "This is a living baby," Charlie whispered. "A living human baby. In hell." "That's not possible," Vaggie said, but she'd put the knife away and was kneeling beside Charlie, staring. "He's hurt." Charlie touched the cut on his forehead with feather-light fingers, and her hand came away not with blood, but with something darker, something that sizzled against her skin like acid. She hissed and shook it off. "There's somethings in that wound. Something bad." "Bad how?" "Like a piece of something that shouldn't be there. Something dead that's trying to be alive." Charlie shuddered. She'd grown up in hell, surrounded by the damned and the wretched and every flavor of evil the human soul could produce. But this was different. This was a violation. Whatever was lodged in this baby's scar was wrong in a way that made her stomach turn. The baby's crying hitched, hiccuped, and then he opened his eyes. Green. Impossibly, brilliantly green, like light through stained glass. He looked up at Charlie, and something in his expression shifted. The fear and the pain were still there, but underneath it, she saw recognition. Not of her specifically, he was far too young for that. But recognition of warmth. Of safety. Of someone who wouldn't put him next to the bins. He reached up with one tiny hand and grabbed Charlie's finger. And Charlie Morningstar, Princess of Hell, daughter of the Morningstar, felt something in her chest that she'd never felt before, a fierce, absolute, bone-deep certainty that she would destroy anything in any world that ever tried to hurt this child again. "Vaggie," she said, and her voice was steady as bedrock. "Get a bottle of warm milk. Find clean cloths for bandages. And clear out the room next to ours. Charlie, I'm keeping him. You can't just, he's a human baby. He's alive. He doesn't belong in hell. He doesn't belong wherever he came from, either, or he wouldn't be here." Charlie lifted the baby carefully, cradling him against her chest. He'd stopped crying. His tiny fist was still wrapped around her finger, and he was making a soft sound, not quite a coo, that vibrated against her collarbone. "His magic brought him to me, Vaggie. I asked for a sign, and the universe dropped a baby in my lap. I don't think that's how signs work." "It's exactly how signs work." Charlie looked down at the baby, and she was smiling, not her performance smile, not her everything is fine smile, but something raw and real and terrifying in its intensity. "Hi there, little guy. I'm Charlie. I'm going to take care of you. Okay. Everything's going to be okay." The baby blinked at her, yawned enormously, and fell asleep. Vaggie watched all of this with the expression of someone who has just seen the next 10 years of her life rearrange themselves without her consent. She sighed. She ran a hand through her hair. She looked at Charlie cradling the baby with an expression of total devotion. "I'll get the milk," she said. The letter fell out of the blankets when Charlie stood. Vaggie picked it up, scanned it, and her eye went wide. "Charlie, this letter, it's from someone called Dumbledore. He's explaining that this baby's parents were murdered. That the child is famous in something called the Wizarding World. That his name is Harry. Harry Potter." "Harry," Charlie repeated softly, looking at the sleeping boy. "Hi, Harry. It says he needs to be raised by his blood relatives. His aunt and uncle. For some kind of magical protection." "Well," Charlie said, already walking toward the stairs, Harry tucked securely against her. "His blood relatives put him outside with the trash. So I think we can consider that plan officially scrapped." "Charlie, we need to think about this. I have thought about it. It's been 90 seconds. Best 90 seconds of thinking I've ever done." Vaggie opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, and then just followed Charlie up the stairs, because that was what she always did, and because somewhere beneath her very reasonable objections, she'd already looked at those green eyes and that lightning scar and thought, yeah, okay, ours. The commotion woke Angel Dust, because everything woke Angel Dust, who slept like a cat, which is to say, constantly but never deeply. He appeared in the second-floor hallway in a pink silk robe, all forearms crossed, looking like someone had personally insulted him by causing sound to exist. "All right, what's the crisis? Did Nifty find another cockroach civilization? Because I told her, you gotta let them establish their society before you," he stopped. He looked at the baby. "Tell me that's a really ugly puppy," he said. "It's a baby," Charlie said. "His name is Harry. I'm keeping him." Angel looked at Charlie. Looked at Vaggie, who shrugged in a way that communicated "I already tried." Looked back at the baby. "Huh," he said. He leaned closer, and Harry, apparently disturbed by the proximity of a 7-foot spider demon, scrunched his face and sneezed. A burst of golden light erupted from the baby, hit Angel square in the chest, and knocked him back 3 feet into the wall. The hallway went silent. "Did that baby just hit me with magic?" Angel said from the floor. "I think he sneezed on you with magic," Vaggie said, and she was fighting a smile. "I like this kid," Angel decided, picking himself up. "Charlie, you need formula or whatever. I know a guy in the Greed Ring who sells Mortal World stuff." "Don't ask why." Charlie beamed at him. "That would be amazing." "Thank you, Angel." Yeah. Don't get used to it." He was already pulling out his phone as he walked back to his room, muttering about supply chains and diaper logistics. Husk, for his part, didn't emerge from behind the bar until morning. He took one look at Charlie feeding the baby in the lobby, grunted, said, "We're gonna need child-proof locks on everything," and started making a list. It was the most proactive anyone had ever seen him about anything that didn't involve alcohol or gambling. Nifty vibrated with excitement for the entire first week. She cleaned the baby's room 14 times in 2 days, organized his tiny collection of blankets by thread count and color, and attempted to establish a chore schedule for him before Vaggie gently pointed out that he couldn't hold his own head up yet, let alone a mop. Sir Pentious, who had been lurking in the hotel's lower floors in a state of semi-redemption, heard about the baby and immediately began designing an infant defense system that involved spring-loaded nets, proximity alarms, and at least 3 small cannons. Charlie made him dismantle the cannons. He kept the nets. And then, 3 days after Harry's arrival, Alastair appeared. He didn't use the door. He never used the door. One moment the lobby was empty except for Charlie and Harry in the rocking chair Husk had somehow procured. The next, the radio demon was simply there, standing by the fireplace, his shadow stretching long and wrong across the floor. Well, he said, and his voice carried that perpetual radio crackle, that old-timey broadcaster cadence that made everything he said sound like it was being performed for an audience. "I leave for 1 week to attend to business in the cannibal colony, and I come back to discover we've adopted a pet." "He's not a pet," Charlie said, and there was an edge in her voice that surprised even her. "He's my son." Alastair's smile didn't change, it never changed, but something behind his eyes shifted. A flicker of genuine interest, which was far more dangerous than amusement. He crossed the lobby in 3 long strides and loomed over the rocking chair, looking down at Harry with the air of a naturalist examining an unusual specimen. Harry looked back up at him. Most people, most demons, couldn't hold Alastor's gaze for more than a second or two. The radio demon's eyes were wrong in a fundamental way, too bright, too knowing, like staring into a frequency that human minds weren't built to receive. Even powerful sinners flinched. Harry didn't flinch. He stared up at Alastor with wide green eyes and an expression of total, infant fascination. Then he reached up and grabbed one of Alastor's antlers. The lobby held its breath. Vaggie's hand was on her knife. Husk froze mid-pour behind the bar. Alastor blinked. For the first time in the memory of anyone present, the radio demon looked genuinely startled. Then he laughed. Not his performance laugh, not the menacing chuckle he used to unsettle his enemies. A real laugh, short and sharp and surprised out of him, like a noise he'd forgotten he could make. "Oh, marvelous," he said. "Charlie, dear, do you know what this child is? He's a wizard. A human wizard." The letter said a wizard, yes, but that's the least interesting thing about him. Alastor gently disentangled his antler from Harry's grip, and his smile had turned contemplative. "This boy's soul is fascinating. Pure as fresh snow, and I do mean pure. Not a blemish on it, but it's already been touched by something enormous. A sacrifice. Someone died for this child with such force of love that it left a permanent mark." His eyes narrowed. "And there's something else. Something inside the wound on his forehead. A passenger." "I felt it too," Charlie said quietly. "Something dead trying to be alive." "A soul fragment," Alastor said, and now even his perpetual smile had gone thin and hard. Someone tore their own soul apart, and a piece of it lodged in this boy. It's parasitic. Feeding on him. Trying to anchor itself. Charlie's arms tightened around Harry. "Can we get it out?" "Possibly. It would take delicate work. The fragment is entangled with the scar tissue. Yank it out carelessly, and you might damage the boy." Alastor straightened up, adjusting his monocle. "But the fascinating thing is that it's weakening. Being here, in hell, surrounded by ambient infernal energy, the fragment can't sustain itself the way it could in the mortal world. It's like an ice cube in a furnace. Give it a few years, and it may wither to nothing on its own." "A few years. These things take time, dear. But the boy won't suffer from it. If anything, the process of the fragment burning away will make him stronger. His own soul is already adapting, incorporating the infernal energy, weaving it into his natural magic." Alastor's gaze went distant, calculating. "By the time he's grown, he'll be something entirely new. A wizard forged in hellfire. How wonderfully unprecedented." "He's not an experiment, Alastor." "Of course not. He's entertainment." Alastor spread his hands magnanimously. "And I, for one, intend to be here for every act. Consider me an interested investor in our young Harry's future." Charlie didn't trust Alastor. Nobody trusted Alastor. But she understood him well enough to know that genuine interest was, paradoxically, the safest thing he could feel toward Harry. Alastor protected things that entertained him. He cultivated them. And while his motivations were never altruistic, the results were sometimes indistinguishable from care. "You can be his weird uncle," Charlie said. "But if you ever hurt him, my dear Charlie." Alastor placed a hand over his chest in mock offense. "I would never damage something this interesting. You have my word." It wasn't much. But in hell, it was something. The first month was chaos of the best kind. Harry was, by all accounts, an easy baby, which was fortunate because his caretakers had absolutely no idea what they were doing. Charlie read every parenting book she could get smuggled in from the mortal world. Angel's contact in the Greed Ring turned out to be surprisingly well stocked. Vaggie approached childcare with the same tactical precision she applied to everything, creating schedules and contingency plans and a rotating watch system that she enforced with military discipline. The hotel residents fell into their roles organically. Angel handled supply runs and, unexpectedly, turned out to be excellent at getting Harry to sleep, He'd hold the baby in two arms while scrolling his phone with the other two, humming off key. And somehow the combination of warmth and vibration and terrible singing knocked Harry out within minutes. Husk built a crib from bar supplies and scrap wood that was sturdier than anything money could buy. Nifty kept everything sterilized to within an inch of its life. Serpentius constructed an elaborate baby monitor system involving repurposed egg bois and closed-circuit crystal balls. And Harry thrived. He grew the way babies grow, impossibly fast, every day something new. His first smile was directed at Charlie, and she cried for 20 minutes. His first laugh was at Angel pretending to juggle with 4 arms and dropping everything. He said his first word at 9 months, which was Mama, and he said it looking directly at Charlie, and she cried for an hour. His second word was no, directed at Baggy trying to get him to eat mashed peas, and everyone agreed this was perfect. But it was the magic that set him apart. Harry's accidental magic started early and escalated fast. At 6 months, he levitated his bottle from across the room when Charlie was too slow getting it to him. At 8 months, he turned Husk's fur bright pink during a diaper change, and it stayed that way for 3 days. At 10 months, he sneezed during a tantrum and every window in the hotel shattered simultaneously. The thing was, in hell, this wasn't just wizard magic anymore. Harry's natural magical ability was soaking in the ambient infernal energy like a sponge, and what came out was something hybrid, golden wizard light threaded with crimson hellfire. Raw and wild and enormously powerful for someone who still needed help going upstairs. Charlie loved it. Every burst of magic, every shattered window and levitated object and accidentally conjured shower of sparks, she met with delight and encouragement. "Oh, Harry, that was amazing. Can you do it again?" "No, not at Uncle Husk, okay? Let's work on aim." Vaggie took a more practical approach. "We need to teach him control before he brings the building down. He's a baby, Vaggie. He's a baby who just blew a hole in the second-floor bathroom wall." He was excited. He was trying to eat a crayon. They compromised. Charlie provided the encouragement and emotional support. Vaggie channeled the magic training into structured play. By the time Harry was 2, he could summon objects to himself on command, light up a room with a wave of his hand, and, on one memorable occasion, set fire to a couch with a giggle. The hellfire was new. Pure wizard magic shouldn't have been able to produce hellfire. That was a uniquely infernal phenomenon, tied to the essence of hell itself. But Harry's magic didn't care about should and shouldn't. It adapted. It incorporated. The golden light of his wizard heritage and the crimson fire of hell wove together inside him like 2 rivers meeting, and the result was something that even Alastor found worth watching. His magic isn't choosing between worlds, Alastor observed one evening, watching 2-year-old Harry make his toy blocks dance in midair, each one trailing little sparks of red gold flame. It's becoming something else entirely. A new synthesis. Wizard magic provides the structure, the intent, the focus, the shaping. Infernal energy provides the raw power. Together. He trailed off, smile widening. Together, they're going to be spectacular. Harry turned 3, 4, 5. He grew up bilingual in kindness and chaos, which was the native language of the Hazbin Hotel. He learned to say please and thank you from Charlie, who insisted on manners even in hell. He learned to throw a punch from Baggy, who insisted on self-defense especially in hell. He learned to read people from Husk, who taught him poker at age 4 and was genuinely annoyed when Harry started winning by age 5. The kid counts cards, Husk complained to nobody. He's 5. He counts cards, and he does this thing where he just looks at you and you know he knows what you're holding. "That's my nephew," Angel said proudly. "He took $40 off me. That's definitely my nephew." Angel taught Harry the things that Charlie and Vaggie wouldn't. How to talk his way out of a tight spot. How to read a room, not just the cards, but the people, the angles, the exits. How to be funny as a weapon, because nothing disarmed people faster than making them laugh. "Listen, kid," Angel told him one afternoon, lounging on the lobby couch while Harry practiced levitating all the cushions simultaneously. "You're gonna go through life, and people are gonna look at you and make assumptions. About where you're from, what you are, what you can do. And the smart play? Let 'em. Let 'em think whatever they want. And then when they find out they're wrong, make sure they find out in the most entertaining way possible. Like when you pretended to lose that fight with the guy from the lust ring, and then, yeah, exactly like, wait, who told you about that? You're 5. Vaggie is gonna kill me. I was hiding under the bar. Of course you were. Alastor's tutelage was more subtle. He didn't teach Harry in any structured way. That wasn't his style. Instead, he simply included Harry. When he broadcast his radio show from the hotel's top floor, Harry sat in the corner and listened, absorbing the art of performance, of commanding attention, of making every word count. When Alastor dealt with lesser demons who came to the hotel looking for trouble, Harry watched from the stairs and learned what controlled power looked like. "The most important lesson I can teach you, my boy," Alastor said one day, adjusting the dial on his microphone while Harry sat cross-legged on the broadcast desk, "is that power without presentation is just violence. Anyone can be violent. It takes style to be truly powerful. What's the difference? A violent man kicks down a door. A powerful man makes you open it for him and thank him for coming through." Alastor's grin sharpened. "And a truly powerful man makes you realize the door was never locked to begin with." Harry chewed on this for a while. He was 6. "So, it's about making people feel things?" Alastor looked at him with something that might have been pride. "Precisely." The day Lucifer Morningstar first visited the hotel to see his grandson was the day Harry turned 7, and it rearranged the power dynamics of the entire building for the foreseeable future. Charlie had been nervous for weeks. Her relationship with her father was complicated, a word that, when applied to the King of Hell, carried rather more weight than usual. She loved him. He loved her. But there was a distance between them that neither quite knew how to bridge, built from centuries of disappointment and miscommunication, and the unique difficulty of being the only optimist in the ruling family of the damned. She told Lucifer about Harry early on, of course. The word wasn't supportive exactly. He'd been interested, in the same detached, analytical way he was interested in most things. He'd sent gifts, enchanted toys that moved on their own, a music box that played different lullabies depending on the listener's mood, a set of building blocks that were actually small-scale architectural tools capable of constructing miniature fortresses. The gifts were thoughtful, precise, and arrived by courier rather than in person. But Charlie had insisted. "You need to meet him, Dad. He's your grandson. He's a human child you adopted." "That's not exactly he's your grandson." Lucifer came. He arrived through the front door, which was itself a statement. The King of Hell could appear anywhere he wished, but he walked in like a guest, wearing his white suit and top hat, apple-headed cane in hand, looking around the hotel lobby with an expression of barely concealed dismay at the decor. "Charlie, sweetheart, have you considered an interior designer? Someone with actual taste." "Dad, focus." I'm focused on how that wallpaper is committing a crime against visual perception." "Dad." Harry was hiding behind the couch. Not because he was afraid. Harry had never been afraid of anything in the hotel, and the list of things that scared him outside the hotel was extremely short. But he was nervous. Charlie had been talking about Grandpa for weeks with a level of anticipation that made him important, and Harry had learned enough from Husk about reading situations to know that this meeting mattered. He peered over the couch cushions. The man at the door was shorter than Charlie, which was saying something. He had golden hair, pale skin, red cheeks, and eyes that shifted between red and yellow like embers in a fire. He looked, Harry thought, like a toy come to life. Something about him was almost cute. Then Harry looked deeper, the way he'd learned to, using the part of his magic that could see beyond surfaces, and the breath went out of him. The man at the door was wearing a body the way a hurricane wears a shape. Behind the white suit and the apple cane and the slightly nervous smile was something vast and burning, an intelligence and a power so enormous that Harry's magical senses couldn't find the edges of it. It was like trying to see the bottom of the ocean by leaning over the side of a boat. This was the most powerful being Harry had ever been in the same room with, and it wasn't close. Harry stood up from behind the couch. He walked across the lobby. He stopped in front of Lucifer Morningstar, tilted his head back to look up at him, and said, "Hi. I'm Harry. Mom says you're my grandpa." Lucifer looked down at him. And the king of hell, who had stood unmoved before the host of heaven, who had watched civilizations rise and fall with detached amusement, who had not been genuinely surprised in millennia, the king of hell blinked. Because he could see Harry's soul too. He could see the blazing white core of it, shot through with gold, utterly pure. He could see the infernal energy woven through like red thread through white silk, not corrupting, not darkening, but blending, creating something that had never existed before. He could see the scar on the boy's forehead and the dark thing lurking behind it, shriveled and weakened, but still clinging. And he could see the love layers and layers of it, protection magic so deep it had become part of the child's fundamental nature. Lily Potter's sacrifice. Charlie's devotion. The accumulated, unspoken, fiercely denied affection of every misfit in this ridiculous hotel. Lucifer had helped create the universe. He'd watched suns ignite and species evolve and empires crumble. He'd seen everything. He had never seen anything like Harry Potter. "Well," Lucifer said, and his voice was quiet in a way that made Charlie's eyes widen, because her father was never quiet. "You're something special, aren't you?" "Mom says everyone's special," Harry said. "Your mom's an idealist. But in your case, she's right." Lucifer knelt down, bringing himself to Harry's eye level. Up close, his eyes were warm. "You've got a nasty little hitchhiker in that scar. You know that? The soul piece?" "Yeah. Mom and Uncle Alastair told me about it. It's getting weaker, though. I can barely feel it anymore." "Can barely?" Lucifer looked up at Charlie. "He can feel it?" "He started sensing it around age 4, Charlie said. He described it as an itchy shadow. He says it's been getting quieter." Lucifer looked back at Harry with renewed intensity. "Kid. Harry. Can you show me your magic?" Harry grinned. It was Charlie's grin, bright and fearless and just a little bit reckless. He held out his hand, palm up, and called his magic the way he always did, not with words or gestures but with will, with the pure intention that was the foundation of all his power. A sphere of light bloomed above his palm, gold and crimson intertwined, wizard magic and hellfire dancing together in a miniature sun. It lit the lobby with warm, shifting light, cast no heat despite appearing to burn, and hummed with a harmonic frequency that made the air vibrate pleasantly. Lucifer stared at it. "Impossible," he murmured. "That's what Baggy says at least twice a week," Harry offered helpfully. "This shouldn't," Lucifer caught himself. He reached out one finger and touched the sphere. It pulsed and the gold brightened, and for a moment the crimson hellfire and the golden wizard light separated, orbiting each other like binary stars before flowing back together. The two energies aren't fighting. They're fused. At a fundamental level. This isn't a human wizard using hellfire or a demon channeling mortal magic. It's a single system. Unified. He looked at Charlie, and for the first time, she saw something in her father's eyes that she'd wanted to see for centuries: respect. Not for the hotel, not for her idealism, but for what she'd done, what she'd somehow, impossibly accomplished by simply loving this child. "You did this," Lucifer said. "Your love did this. The sacrifice that brought him here set the stage, but your love, raising him with genuine, unconditional love in a place that's supposed to be antithetical to it, that's what fused the energies. You made him possible, Charlie." Charlie burst into tears. Happy tears, but still, Baggy appeared instantly with tissues and a warning look at Lucifer that said, "If you make her cry sad tears next, I will find a way to stab the king of hell." Lucifer ignored her. He was looking at Harry again, and his expression had shifted from analytical to something softer, something almost tender. "Harry, can I see the scar?" Harry pushed his hair back. The lightning bolt was thin and pale now, a faded line rather than the angry wound it had been as an infant. But Lucifer's eyes weren't looking at the surface. "The soul fragment is nearly dead," he said, and there was satisfaction in his voice. "Another 3-4 years and it'll be nothing. The hellfire's been burning it away steadily. Whoever made this thing, whoever tore their soul to create it, they never anticipated anything like this. Their magic is mortal magic, dark mortal magic at that. It's got no defense against infernal fire. He paused. In fact, I could accelerate the process. Carefully. I wouldn't be able to remove it entirely without risk, but I could weaken it further, make sure it can't cause you any problems. Would it hurt? Charlie asked immediately. A slight headache, maybe. Harry shrugged. I've had worse. Nifty accidentally hit me with a broom last week. That was not accidental. Nifty's voice came from somewhere in the ceiling. You tracked mud on my clean floor. Lucifer performed the work that afternoon, in the hotel's parlor, while Charlie held Harry's hand and Baggy stood guard at the door and Alastair watched from the shadows with academic interest. It was delicate, precise work, Lucifer's power, focused to a scalpel's edge, burning away the dark tendrils that the soul fragment had extended into Harry's magical core. Harry winced once, squeezed Charlie's hand, and then it was done. Better? Lucifer asked. Harry blinked. Then he smiled, and it was like watching someone take off a pair of glasses they didn't know they were wearing. The itchy shadow's gone. Well, almost gone. It's really, really small now. It'll keep shrinking. By the time you're 10 or 11, it should be completely inert. Lucifer stood, brushed off his hands, and looked at Charlie. He'll need a wand. A wand. He's a wizard, Charlie. His magic works on instinct now, and that's fine for levitating blocks and setting couches on fire. But as he grows, as his power develops, he'll need a focus. Something to channel the structured, intentional side of his magic. The Hellfire component will always be wild, that's its nature. But the wizard half needs a wand. Can't he just use a regular wand? From wherever wizards buy them. Lucifer's expression suggested she'd just asked if the Mona Lisa could be replaced with a crayon drawing. A regular wand would shatter in his hand. His magic would eat it alive. No, he needs something custom. Something built to channel both energies. He paused, and a slow smile spread across his face. I'll make one. He did. It took him 3 years. Every few months, Lucifer would visit the hotel, and these visits, which had started as obligation, quickly became something else. Something genuine. He brought prototypes, works in progress, each one a masterwork of magical engineering that would have made any wand maker in the mortal world weep with envy, and each one slightly wrong, slightly insufficient. The core keeps rejecting the Hellfire component, he muttered during one visit, surrounded by fragments of his 5th attempt. Harry, now 9, sat across from him at the table, both of them covered in dust and magical residue. Phoenix feather channels wizard magic beautifully, but it can't contain infernal energy. And demon materials channel hellfire, but burn out from the wizard magic within minutes. What about both? Harry asked. Lucifer looked at him. Both? Both at once. Like my magic. It's not one or the other, it's both together. Harry held out his hand and produced his little sun, the gold and crimson sphere. What if the wand has 2 cores? One for each, but they're wrapped around each other? Like a double helix, Lucifer whispered. The final wand was completed on Harry's 10th birthday. It was bone white at the base, darkening to deep crimson at the tip, 12 inches long, with a subtle twist to its shape like a frozen flame. The handle was wrapped in something that Lucifer wouldn't identify except to say it was older than most concepts of age. Inside, a phoenix tail feather and a thread of crystallized hellfire spiraled around each other in an endless double helix, fused at the molecular level. Harry picked it up. The hotel shook. Not from instability, from resonance. Every window vibrated like a struck bell. The lights flared and dimmed in waves. Somewhere, something that sounded like music swelled, a chord sustained by reality itself, acknowledging the union of 2 kinds of magic in a single instrument. Harry waved the wand, and a cascade of red-gold sparks fountained from the tip, painting the lobby in light that was warm and wild and utterly unique. It works, Harry breathed. Of course it works, Lucifer said, but he was grinning like a kid on Christmas, and Charlie was crying again, and Vaggie was pretending she wasn't misty-eyed, and Angel was taking photos with 4 phones simultaneously. Alastair slow-clapped from his corner. Bravissimo. Our boy is armed. I'm not your boy, Harry said. You're everyone's boy, Alastair replied. That's rather the point. Harry was 10, and he was happy. He knew he was different. He knew that a human child raised in hell by the princess of the damned and a found family of sinners and outcasts was not exactly standard issue. He knew that his magic was something new, something that made even Alastair raise an eyebrow, something that made his grandfather, the actual king of hell, sit up and pay attention. But none of that was why he was happy. He was happy because Charlie sang him to sleep every night and had never once, in 10 years, forgotten to say I love you. He was happy because Vaggie taught him to fight and taught him that fighting wasn't the point, protecting was the point. He was happy because Angel made him laugh until his ribs hurt, and Husk taught him that wisdom sometimes looked like cynicism, but felt like caring, and Nifty was absolutely insane, but would do anything for him. And Sir Pentious built him ridiculous contraptions that sometimes exploded, but always came from love, and Alastair was terrifying and fascinating and had never, not once, been boring. He was happy because he had a family that had chosen him, every single one of them, and he had chosen them right back. He was also aware, in the way that children raised among adults are always aware, that there was a wider world out there. Charlie didn't hide things from him. She told him about the mortal world, about wizards, about the letter that had come with him as a baby. She told him about his birth parents, James and Lily Potter, and how they died to protect him. She told him about Voldemort, as much as she knew, and about the wizarding world that apparently considered him famous. They think you're some kind of savior, Charlie explained one evening, sitting on Harry's bed while he practiced making small objects orbit each other with his wand. Because Voldemort tried to kill you and the curse bounced back. They call you the boy who lived. Harry considered this. But it wasn't me. It was Mum. My birth mum. Lily. Her love protected me. Charlie's smile was sad and proud and something else he couldn't name. Yes, it was. And then her magic brought me to you. Yes. So really, I'm the boy who was loved. Harry looked at her. Twice. Charlie hugged him so hard he couldn't breathe, and he hugged her back just as hard, and it was perfect. He was 10, and he was happy, and then the owl arrived. It shouldn't have been possible. The Hazbin Hotel existed in hell, which existed in a dimension that was categorically, fundamentally separated from the mortal world by barriers that had been in place since the fall. Owls, regular, mortal, mail-carrying owls, did not cross dimensional boundaries. Could not. The very concept was absurd. And yet, Harry was eating breakfast in the hotel kitchen, pancakes made by Charlie, who had become an excellent cook over the past decade through sheer determination and a terrifying amount of practice, when something crashed into the window. Not a demon. Not a thrown object. A tawny owl, slightly singed around the edges, looking absolutely furious, with a letter tied to its leg. Harry opened the window. The owl swooped in, dropped the letter on his head, pecked his hand in apparent retribution for the journey it had endured, and then passed out in the fruit bowl. That's a real owl, Angel said from across the table, lowering his coffee cup. That's a real, actual, not a demon owl. It came from the mortal world, Vaggie said, and her hand was already on her knife. How? Harry picked up the letter. Heavy parchment. Green ink. A wax seal bearing a coat of arms, a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle around a large letter H, Mr. H, Potter the Hazbin Hotel Pentagram City. Hell, he turned it over. The seal read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It found me, Harry said, and he was grinning. Mom, it's the letter. The wizard school letter. Charlie came running in from the lobby, took one look at the letter in Harry's hands, and her face did something complicated, joy and terror and pride and heartbreak all at once. Oh, she said softly. It's happening. What's happening? Angel asked. What's Hogwarts? Is that a disease? It's a school, Charlie said. A wizard school. In the mortal world. For young witches and wizards. She sat down heavily. I knew this was coming. I thought I had more time. Vaggie read the letter over Harry's shoulder. Her expression darkened. Acceptance is mandatory for magical children in Britain. Apparently. And they seem to know exactly where he is, which means someone up there has been paying attention. I want to go, Harry said immediately. The table went quiet. Charlie looked at him, and he could see the war happening behind her eyes. The mother who wanted to keep him safe, to keep him here, in their world, where she could protect him. And the woman who believed, had always believed, even when no one else did, that everyone deserved a chance to grow. Harry, Mom. He reached across the table and took her hand. I've got my wand. I've got everything you and Baggy and everyone here taught me. And I want to learn. I want to see where I came from. I want to understand the other half of what I am. He's not wrong, Husk said from the doorway, and everyone turned to look at him because Husk voluntarily offering an opinion was rare enough to be notable. Kid's got wizard magic. He should learn to use it properly. What we've taught him is good, hell, it's great, but there's stuff he needs that we can't give him. Plus, Angel added, the kid's gotta meet some people his own age eventually. No offense, but his social circle is literally us and we are not normal. We're great, Nifty corrected from somewhere under the table. Charlie looked at Harry. He looked back at her with those green eyes, Lily Potter's eyes, though Charlie had never known Lily, and the expression on his face was so full of hope and excitement and certainty that she felt her resistance crumble. You come home for every holiday, she said. Obviously. You write to me every week. Every day. And if anyone tries to hurt you, then I'll handle it, Harry said. Because you raised me to handle it. Charlie pulled him into a hug. Over his shoulder, she met Baggy's eye, and they shared a look that communicated volumes. We'll protect him. Even from a dimension away. Whatever it takes. Well then, Charlie said, pulling back and wiping her eyes. I guess we're going shopping for school supplies. In the mortal world? Angel perked up. I'm coming. You are absolutely not coming, Baggy said. I'm a little bit coming. You are a 7-foot-tall spider demon. I'll wear a hat. Harry laughed, and the sound filled the kitchen, and the owl woke up in the fruit bowl and looked around with the deep, existential resignation of a creature that has been to hell and back from mail delivery. Harry held the letter in one hand and his wand in the other, and he could feel both worlds pulling at him, the world of crimson skies and neon signs, of demons and sinners and impossible redemption, and the world of green hills and ancient castles, of wizards and prophecies and the parents he'd never known. He was ready for both. He was Harry Potter, son of Lily and James, son of Charlie Morningstar, raised in hell, forged in hellfire, loved beyond measure. And he was going to Hogwarts. Chapter 2, Diagon Alley and the Devil's Son. The argument about who would accompany Harry to the mortal world lasted 3 days. It started civilly enough, Charlie, Baggy, and Harry at the kitchen table with a notepad, making a practical list of who could pass as human and who absolutely could not. It devolved almost immediately. I'm going, Charlie said. This was non-negotiable and everyone knew it. I'm going, Baggy said. Also non-negotiable. I should come as well, Alastair said from the doorway, where he had materialized without warning, as was his custom. The mortal world has changed considerably since my time there, and I'm fascinated to see what they've done with the place. You were a serial killer when you were in the mortal world, Baggy pointed out. Nobody's perfect, dear. No, Charlie and Baggy said simultaneously. Angel Dust leaned through the kitchen window from the outside, despite the kitchen being on the 3rd floor, a feat he accomplished by standing on a stack of egg bois. What about me? I clean up good. I got a whole human disguise figured out. 2 arms, regular skin, the works. You're a 7-foot-tall spider demon, Baggy said for the 4th time that week. I'll slouch. No. You let the kid go to wizard school in England, but I can't go to a mall? It's not a mall. It's a magical shopping district. And no. Husk wandered past the kitchen, paused, and said, Don't look at me. I'm not going anywhere, and kept walking. This was the most helpful contribution anyone made to the discussion. In the end, it was Charlie, Baggy, and Lucifer. My granddaughter is taking my grandson to buy school supplies in the mortal world, Lucifer said when Charlie called him. Of course I'm coming. Someone needs to make sure you don't get swindled. Dad, I'm not going to get swindled. Charlie, darling, you once paid 30,000 souls for a decorative vase because the salesman said it was vintage. It was vintage. It was from last Tuesday. Charlie didn't argue further. The truth was, she wanted her father there. The mortal world was foreign territory, the wizarding world doubly so, and while Charlie Morningstar was afraid of very little, the thought of walking into a place that might try to take her son away from her made her chest tight in a way she didn't like. They left on a Tuesday morning, Hell's time, which bore only a passing and somewhat hostile relationship to mortal world time. Lucifer opened the portal himself, a clean tear in reality that shimmered like heat haze, anchored to a specific location in London that he selected with the precision of someone who had been traveling between dimensions since dimensions were invented. Glamour's first, Baggy said, and they'd practice this. Charlie's demon form folded away like origami in reverse. Her horns retracted, her red cheeks softened to a normal flush, and her eyes shifted from their usual vibrant red and gold to a warm brown. She kept her blonde hair, her height, her face. She looked like herself, just human. A tall, pretty, enthusiastic woman in a red sundress who could have been any young mother taking her kid shopping. Baggy's transformation was subtler. Her gray skin warmed to brown, her single eye became two, and her hair lost its ethereal quality, settling into a normal silver white that she could pass off as a dye job. She wore jeans, boots, and a leather jacket and looked exactly like what she was, someone you did not want to start trouble with. Lucifer barely changed at all. He shortened his horns until they vanished, dulled his eyes to a regular blue, and adjusted his outfit from King of Hell formal to eccentric British gentleman, which, in practice, meant he kept the white suit and simply removed the top hat. "You look like a Victorian ghost," Baggy told him. "Thank you." Harry didn't need a glamour. He was human. He just put on jeans and a t-shirt and his favorite red jacket, a gift from Charlie that she'd enchanted to be mildly fireproof after the third time his magic had singed his clothes, and ran his fingers through his perpetually messy black hair and declared himself ready. "Wand?" Baggy asked. Harry patted his jacket pocket, where the bone-white to crimson wand sat in a holster that Lucifer had crafted. "Got it. Emergency portkey?" Harry held up his wrist, where a simple black bracelet contained enough stored energy to punch a hole between dimensions and yank him back to the hotel in approximately half a second. "Also Lucifer's work." "Got it." "Knife?" Baggy. "What?" "It's a backup. I don't need a knife. I can literally conjure hellfire. Hellfire doesn't pick locks. I can also pick locks. Uncle Angel taught me." Baggy sighed the sigh of someone whose carefully constructed parenting philosophy kept running headlong into the reality of raising a child in a building full of charismatic criminals. "Fine. Let's go." They stepped through the portal and into London. Harry's first impression of the mortal world was that it was loud. Not loud the way hell was loud with intent, with the chaos of millions of damned souls and the ambient thrum of infernal energy. London was loud with mundanity. Cars, buses, construction, footsteps, conversations, a busker playing guitar badly on a street corner, pigeons, the distant wail of a siren. It was the sound of millions of people living ordinary lives, and it hit Harry like a wall. His second impression was that it was cold. Not temperature cold, it was July, and London was doing its yearly impression of a place that might occasionally experience summer, but energy cold. The ambient magical field was thin, diffuse. After 11 years saturated in hell's dense infernal energy, the mortal world felt like stepping out of a warm bath into an empty room. His magic recoiled for a moment, then adjusted, reaching deeper into his own reserves rather than drawing from the environment. Harry felt the shift, acknowledged it, and filed it away. He'd need to rely more on his internal power here. That was fine. He had plenty. "You all right?" Charlie asked, watching him with the attentive concern of a mother who was resisting the urge to wrap her child in metaphorical, and possibly literal, bubble wrap. "I'm good. It's just different." Harry looked around. They were standing in a small alley behind what appeared to be a pub, and the portal had already closed behind them. "Where are we?" "The Leaky Cauldron," Lucifer said, nodding toward the back door of the pub. "Gateway to Diagon Alley. I did my research." He pulled a folded piece of parchment from his breast pocket, Harry's Hogwarts supply list, which had arrived with a follow-up owl 2 days after the acceptance letter. Books, cauldron, robes, potion ingredients, and a wand, though that last one's already handled. "Should he still get a regular wand?" Charlie asked. "To fit in. We'll see what the wand maker says. But I doubt any standard wand will work for him." Lucifer's tone suggested that this was a point of personal pride. They entered the Leaky Cauldron through the back, and Harry's first encounter with the wizarding world was a dim, shabby pub that smelled like pipe smoke and butterbeer, populated by people in robes and pointed hats who were drinking at 11 in the morning. Nobody looked up when they walked in. Nobody noticed the Princess of Hell, her partner, or the King of all evil strolling past the bar in their glamours. Tom, the barman, gave them a nod and went back to wiping glasses. Then someone glanced at Harry. It was a witch in a purple cloak, nursing a drink in the corner booth. Her eyes swept over him, snagged on the scar that peeked through his fringe and went wide. "Bless my soul," she breathed. "It's Harry Potter." The pub went silent in a way that Harry recognized from long experience, the sudden, electric silence that fell over a room when something important happened. He'd felt it 100 times at the hotel, usually right before Alastor did something dramatic or Angel said something that made Vaggie reach for a weapon. Every eye in the Leaky Cauldron was on him. It is Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Where has he been all these years? Chairs scraped. People stood. A wave of humanity in robes and hats surged toward him, hands outstretched, voices babbling, and Harry saw his mother's glamored eyes go wide with alarm and Vaggie's hand move toward where her knife was hidden and Lucifer's expression shift to something cold and dangerous. Harry stepped forward, put on his best smile, the one he'd learned from Charlie, bright and warm and disarming, and said, clearly enough to carry, "Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you. But we're actually in a bit of a rush school shopping, you know how it is, so if you'll excuse us." The crowd hesitated. Harry kept smiling. He didn't flinch, didn't step back, didn't show a flicker of discomfort. Alastor had taught him that confidence was a force field, and he wielded it now with casual expertise. "Could I shake your hand?" an old wizard asked tremulously. "Of course." Harry shook his hand, and the old man looked like he might cry. Harry shook 3 more hands, nodded to several more people, and then gently but firmly steered his family toward the back exit while the crowd was still processing the encounter. "That was well handled," Lucifer murmured as they reached the brick wall that led to Diagon Alley. "Uncle Alastor says you should always leave a crowd wanting more," Harry said. Vaggie tapped the bricks in the sequence Lucifer indicated, 3 up, 2 across, and the wall opened. Diagon Alley spilled out before them like a storybook illustration given weight and color and sound. The cobblestone street twisted and turned between buildings that leaned at angles that defied architectural logic, their facades painted in every color, their windows stuffed with moving displays. Cauldrons stacked in gleaming towers. Owls hooting from a shopfront. Brooms arranged in a window with a sign that read Nimbus 2000, the fastest yet. A shop selling nothing but telescopes. Another selling nothing but quills. A joke shop with something in the window that was actively exploding in slow motion, resetting and exploding again. Harry took it all in with wide eyes and a grin he couldn't suppress. Charlie was practically bouncing. "Oh my God, Harry, look at this place. It's like a theme park. A magic theme park." "Vaggie, are you seeing this?" "I'm seeing it," Vaggie said, one hand still near her concealed knife, scanning the rooftops out of habit. "That shop is selling dragon liver." "Dragon liver, Vaggie. I see it. I want to go in every single store." "We have a list, Charlie. Lists are guidelines." Harry laughed. "Mom, we can explore after we get the supplies. Promise." Charlie deflated slightly, then brightened. "You're right. Okay. List first, fun second. Where do we start?" "Gringotts," Lucifer said. "The bank." The letter mentioned a vault in Harry's name. "We should see what his birth parents left him." Gringotts' Wizarding Bank sat at the end of the alley, a towering white marble building that radiated authority and permanence. The bronze doors bore an engraved warning about the consequences of theft that Harry read with mild amusement. He'd grown up hearing far more creative threats from the residents of Pentagram City. They walked in, and the goblins noticed them immediately. Not Harry. Not the boy who lived. The goblins, small, sharp-featured creatures with shrewd eyes and long fingers, looked up from their ledgers and their scales and their piles of gold, and they looked at Lucifer and knew. Harry felt it, a ripple of awareness passing through the bank, desk by desk, goblin by goblin. None of them reacted visibly. They were bankers, composure was their currency. But the quality of attention in the room shifted, became sharper, more focused. The goblin at the main desk peered down at them. "Can I help you?" "Harry Potter," Harry said. "I'd like to access my vault, please." The goblin's eyes darted to Scar, then to Lucifer, then back to Harry. "Do you have your key, Mr. Potter?" Harry looked at Charlie, who looked at Baggy, who looked at Lucifer. None of them had a key. "The key was never delivered to us," Charlie said. "We didn't receive one with the letter. Is there an alternative?" The goblin's expression suggested that losing one's key was a personal failing of the highest order. "The key to the Potter Vault is held in trust by," one moment. He consulted a ledger. "By Albus Dumbledore, as magical guardian of Mr. Potter." The temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. This was not a metaphor. Lucifer's glamour flickered for the briefest instant, a flash of red in his eyes, a suggestion of something vast and terrible behind the mild expression, and the goblin nearest to him knocked over an inkwell. "Magical guardian," Lucifer repeated softly. "And who, exactly, appointed this Dumbledore as magical guardian of my grandson?" The goblin blinked. Then blinked again. Then, with the careful deliberation of a very intelligent creature realizing it was in the presence of a very dangerous one, set down his quill and straightened his spectacles. "The appointment was made by the Wizengamot, the Wizarding Court, in absentia, following the disappearance of Mr. Potter in 1981, the goblin said. As no legal guardian came forward, the court assigned guardianship to Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock. In absentia, Baggy said, and her voice had the flat quality it got when she was calculating how many people she needed to be angry at. They assigned guardianship of a missing child to someone who lost the child? I don't make the laws, madam. I merely enforce the financial ones. Charlie put a hand on Lucifer's arm. His glamour stabilized. Can we contest the guardianship? She asked. That would be a matter for the Wizengamot, not for Gringotts. However, the goblin's eyes glittered with something that might have been professional interest or might have been amusement. Gringotts recognizes the authority of parents and legal guardians as determined by magical law, not merely wizarding law. If Mr. Potter's actual guardian can demonstrate a legitimate claim, I'm his mother, Charlie said. I've raised him since he was 15 months old. And you are? Charlotte Morningstar. The name landed like a stone in still water. Every goblin within earshot went very, very still. The desk goblin looked at Charlie for a long moment. Then he looked at Lucifer. Then he pressed a small bronze button on his desk and said, in gobbledygook, something that Harry's magic automatically translated as, "Get the director. Now." Priority 1. They were escorted, not to a vault, not yet, but to a private office deep in the bank's interior. The office belonged to Ragnarok, director of Gringotts, a goblin who was older than most of the furniture and twice as hard. He sat behind a desk made of something that wasn't quite wood and wasn't quite stone, and he looked at the four of them with eyes that had seen centuries of human and non-human folly. The Morningstar family, Ragnarok said. Not a question. You know who we are, Lucifer said. Goblins have long memories, Your Majesty. And we have always maintained open channels with all realms of existence. Commerce does not recognize dimensional boundaries. Ragnarok steepled his fingers. You've come about the Potter Vaults. Vaults? Harry caught the plural. More than one. The Potter family is ancient, Mr. Potter. You have a trust vault, established by your parents for your education, and the main family vault, which you will gain full access to upon your majority. The trust vault contains approximately 32,000 galleons. The family vault contains. Ragnar consulted a ledger that appeared to be written in liquid gold. Considerably more. Along with properties, heirlooms, and documents. Harry looked at Charlie. Charlie looked slightly overwhelmed. Growing up in hell, where the economy ran on souls and favors and raw power, had not prepared her for the concept of a trust fund. "We'd like to access the trust vault," Harry said. "For school supplies. And I'd like the guardianship issue resolved." Ragnar nodded slowly. The guardianship can be addressed through a blood and magic verification ritual. If Ms. Morningstar's claim is magically legitimate, if the bond between you is recognized by magic itself, then Gringotts will update its records accordingly. Wizarding courts may contest this, but within these walls, our authority is absolute. The ritual was simple. Charlie and Harry each placed a hand on a crystal orb that sat on Ragnar's desk, and Harry felt the magic pulse, not his magic, not Charlie's pseudo-divine energy, but something older, something built into the foundations of Gringotts itself. It examined the bond between them, tested it, weighed it. The orb blazed gold. "The bond is genuine," Ragnar said, and there was a note of surprise in his voice that he didn't bother to hide. "Parent-child. Not blood, but magical. And strong, extraordinarily strong. Stronger than most blood bonds I've seen." He looked at Charlie with what might have been respect. "Ms. Morningstar, you are recognized by Gringotts as Harry Potter's legal guardian. The appointment of Albus Dumbledore is hereby revoked within our jurisdiction. You will have full access to the trust vault and custodial access to the family vault until Mr. Potter reaches his majority." "Thank you," Charlie said, and she was glowing, not literally, though her glamour flickered slightly. "I'd also recommend," Ragnar added, his tone becoming carefully neutral, "that you visit the Ministry of Magic at some point to formalize this in wizarding law. Dumbledore will not relinquish his claim quietly." "Let him try," Lucifer said pleasantly, and his smile was the most terrifying thing in the room. The cart ride down to the vaults was the best thing Harry had ever experienced. The cart hurtled through the underground tunnels at speeds that would have killed an ordinary human, banking around corners at impossible angles, plunging through waterfalls and past caverns where Harry caught glimpses of things, dragons, maybe, and something that looked like an underground lake filled with phosphorescent fish, and Harry whooped with pure joy, arms in the air, while Charlie screamed with delight beside him and Vaggie gripped the sides of the cart with white-knuckled hands. And Lucifer looked mildly bored. "This is amazing!" Harry yelled over the wind. "This is a safety hazard." Vaggie yelled back. "Same thing." The Potter Trust Vault was a modest chamber filled with neat stacks of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Harry filled a bag, a bottomless one that the goblin provided, with enough galleons for the school list, and then some, and they rocketed back to the surface. Shopping began in earnest. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was first, because Vaggie believed in efficiency and robes required a fitting that would take time. The shop was warm and bright, with bolts of fabric stacked to the ceiling and enchanted tape measures that flew around on their own, taking measurements with aggressive precision. Harry stood on a fitting stool while a tape measure attacked him from multiple angles, and it was there that he met Draco Malfoy for the first time. The boy was already on the next stool, being fitted for his own Hogwarts robes. He was pale, pointed, and carried himself with the practiced arrogance of someone who'd been told he was important since birth. His hair was so blonde it was almost white, slicked back from a face that would have been handsome if it hadn't been arranged in a permanent expression of mild contempt. "Hogwarts too," the boy said, looking Harry up and down with open assessment. "Yeah. First year." "Yeah. Know what house you'll be in?" "I'm going to be in Slytherin, obviously. My whole family's been in Slytherin. Father says it's the only house worth being in." He said father the way other people said God, with total, unquestioning reverence. "I haven't really thought about it," Harry said honestly. "What about your parents? Where did they go?" "My birth parents were in Gryffindor, I think. My mom didn't go to Hogwarts." "Didn't go? Was she foreign?" Or, the boy's expression shifted, calculating. "She's not Muggle-born, is she?" Harry considered how to answer this. Charlie Morningstar was not Muggle-born. She was not, technically, born at all in the human sense. She was the daughter of Lucifer, created rather than conceived, a being of celestial origin who had existed since before the concept of mortality. No, Harry said. She's not Muggleborn. Good. Father says they shouldn't even let Muggleborns into Hogwarts. Says it's diluting the magical bloodlines. The boy extended a hand. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Harry took the hand and shook it. Harry Potter. Draco's composure shattered like glass. His eyes went wide, his mouth dropped open, and he actually stepped back on his fitting stool, nearly falling off. You're Harry Potter? The Harry Potter. I've been told there's only one. But you, where have you been? Everyone says you disappeared. Dumbledore's been looking for you for years. Father says he caught himself, visibly regrouping, trying to reassemble his aristocratic mask. It didn't quite fit anymore. Father would very much like to know where you've been. Around, Harry said and smiled. Charlie appeared from the front of the shop with an armful of fabric samples. Harry, what do you think about the silk-lined option? It's more expensive, but it breathes better and oh, hello. She beamed at Draco. Are you starting Hogwarts too? That's wonderful. I'm Harry's mum. Draco stared at her with the expression of someone whose worldview was being gently but firmly rearranged. Harry Potter, the Harry Potter, was alive, well, and being fussed over by a pretty blonde woman who radiated warmth like a space heater. This did not compute with any of the narratives he'd been raised on. Pleasure, Draco managed. We should do the silk lining, Harry told Charlie. And can I get the self-adjusting hem? I don't want to trip. Of course, sweetheart. Charlie ruffled his hair and went back to the counter. Draco watched her go. She seems nice. She is. Father says the Potters were an old pureblood family. Very respected. My birth parents were. My mom, the one you just met, she's something else entirely. Harry hopped down from his stool as the fitting completed. See you at school, Draco. He left the boy standing there with an expression that hadn't quite decided what it wanted to be. They bought books at Flourish and Blots, where Harry spent an extra 30 minutes browsing shelves that seemed to go on forever, pulling out titles at random. Charlie found a section on magical theory and bought everything in it. Vaggie found a book on defensive magic and another on magical law. Lucifer found a first edition of something in a language that predated English by several thousand years and bought it without comment. Harry's book list for first year was standard, The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, and so on, but he added a few extras. An advanced transfiguration text, a book on magical theory that was technically aimed at NEWD students, and something called The Nature of Magic, an inquiry into will and power that he found wedged between two shelves and covered in dust. Light reading? Vaggie asked, eyebrow raised. I want to understand how their magic works compared to mine, Harry said. The theory's different. Wizards channel through wands and incantations. It's structured, formalized. My magic is more instinctive. I want to know why. Smart kid, Lucifer said, and bought him 3 more books. The apothecary was next, a dim, fascinating shop that smelled like 100 different things, none of them pleasant. Harry picked out his standard potion ingredients, while Charlie held her nose and Vaggie looked mildly nauseous, and Lucifer identified 17 ingredients that were incorrectly labeled, earning the shopkeeper's undying enmity and grudging respect. They bought a cauldron, pewter, standard size, a telescope, brass, self-focusing, scales, crystal, more accurate than the required brass ones, but Harry liked them, and an assortment of phials and containers for potions. One more stop, Vaggie said, consulting the list. Wand. He has a wand, Lucifer said. He has your wand. He needs a wand that the wizarding world recognizes. Something that won't raise questions. My wand is a masterwork of, Dad, Charlie said gently. She's right. He needs to fit in. At least a little. Lucifer's expression suggested that fitting in was a concept he found personally offensive, but he relented. Fine. We'll visit the wandmaker. But if they try to give him some substandard stick of wood and unicorn hair, I'm going to have words. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and packed floor to ceiling with long, thin boxes. The shop felt old in a way that Harry's magical senses registered as a deep, slow hum, accumulated magic layered over decades, maybe centuries. The air was thick with it. A man emerged from between the shelves like a ghost materializing. He was old, silver-eyed, with wild white hair and an expression of permanent, unsettling interest. His gaze swept over Charlie, lingered on Lucifer, a slight widening of the eyes, quickly suppressed, and settled on Harry. Ollivander said. I've been wondering when I'd see you, Mr. Potter. You know who I am? Every wizard and witch in Britain knows who you are, dear boy. But that's not why I've been wondering. Ollivander leaned forward, those silver eyes bright with intellectual hunger. I've been wondering because of what I can feel. You're carrying a wand already. Something extraordinary. Something that isn't from this world. Harry's hand went instinctively to his jacket pocket. You can sense it? I am a wand maker, Mr. Potter. I have spent my life in communion with magical focuses. I can feel a wand the way a sommelier can smell a vintage from across the room. Ollivander's gaze was fixed on Harry's pocket. May I? Harry looked at Lucifer, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. He drew the wand, bone-white shading to crimson, that elegant twisted shape, and held it out. Ollivander didn't take it. He held his hand an inch away from the surface and closed his eyes, and his expression went through a journey: curiosity, astonishment, reverence, and something close to fear. 2 cores, he whispered. Spiraling. One is phoenix feather, not from any phoenix I know, something older, more primal, and the other is. He opened his eyes. They were very wide. Hellfire. Crystallized hellfire. That shouldn't be possible. The two materials should annihilate each other. They don't, Harry said. No. They're fused. At a level I've never. Who made this? I did, Lucifer said, and let just a sliver of his glamour slip, just for a moment, just enough for Ollivander to see the truth behind the mild-mannered facade. Ollivander went very pale. Then, to his credit, he straightened his spine, adjusted his cuffs, and nodded. It is, he said slowly, the finest wand I have ever encountered. And I have encountered every one sold in Britain for the last several hundred years. He looked at Harry. You won't find a better match in my shop, Mr. Potter. Or anywhere else. We know, Lucifer said. However, Ollivander retreated into his shelves and returned with a single box, which he set on the counter with the care of someone handling a live explosive. I'd like you to try this one. He opened the box. Inside was a wand 11 inches, holly, with a warm reddish tint to the wood. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in this wand gave another feather, just one other. The brother of this feather is in the wand that gave you that scar. The room went very still. Voldemort's wand, Harry said. Ollivander flinched at the name. Charlie's hand settled on Harry's shoulder. Vaggie shifted her weight, coiled and ready for something she couldn't quite identify. The one that gave you that scar, Ollivander repeated carefully. I had always believed this wand was destined for you. I believe it still is, even though you already carry something far more powerful. Will you try it? Harry looked at the holly wand. He could feel it, a resonance, a pull, like a tuning fork vibrating at a frequency that matched something inside him. Not the hellfire. Not the fused magic that his grandfather's wand channeled. Something older, quieter. The wizard magic that was his birthright, the magic that Lily and James Potter had passed down to him through blood. He picked it up. Warmth flooded through his fingers. Golden sparks, pure gold, no crimson, fountained from the tip, and for a moment Harry felt something he hadn't expected, a connection. Not just to the wand, but to the people who'd come before him. To the world he'd been born into, the world his birth parents had lived and died in. It was a thread stretching back through generations, and it thrummed with quiet, steady power. The holly wand wasn't stronger than Lucifer's creation. It wasn't as versatile, as powerful, or as unique. But it was his in a way that was different, ancestral, inherited, earned through blood rather than forged through fire. I'll take it, Harry said. You'll carry both? Ollivander asked, surprised. I'll carry both. Harry slid the holly wand into his left pocket, opposite the hellfire wand in his right. He could feel them both, balanced, complementary, one for each half of what he was. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." The wand maker watched them leave with an expression of profound thought. He'd been making wands for more years than most people lived. He'd felt many extraordinary things. But the boy who'd just walked out of his shop was something new under the sun. Or, more accurately, something new under any sky. They stopped for ice cream at Fortescue's because Charlie insisted and because even dimensional travelers needed a break. Harry got chocolate, Charlie got strawberry, Vaggie got nothing because she was busy watching the crowd, and Lucifer got a single scoop of vanilla and pronounced it adequate, which from the King of Hell was practically a Michelin star. So Charlie said, leaning back in her chair and watching Harry eat his ice cream, "What do you think of all this?" Harry considered. He'd spent the day immersed in a world that was supposedly his own, the world he'd been born into, the world that celebrated his name and mourned his parents and had been waiting for him for 11 years. It was fascinating, magical, full of wonders he hadn't imagined. And it was small, he said. Charlie blinked. Small? Not bad small. Just contained. Everything here is about rules and traditions and blood purity and who went to what house. It's like they built this amazing world and then spent all their time putting walls around it. He licked his ice cream. In hell, everybody's a sinner, so nobody gets to pretend they're better than anyone else. Here, they've got this whole system of who's above who. Purebloods, half-bloods, muggle-borns. That kid in the robe shop, Draco, he was already sorting me into categories before he even knew my name. Vaggie made a quiet sound of approval. Smart observation. I'm not saying it's bad, Harry added quickly. It's just different. And I want to understand it. Because you can't change something you don't understand. Charlie reached across the table and squeezed his hand. That's my boy. Lucifer said nothing, but he was looking at Harry with the same expression he'd worn the first time he saw Harry's fused magic, the expression of someone seeing something unprecedented and trying to calculate its trajectory. They finished their ice cream and walked the length of Diagon Alley once more, and it was during this walk that Harry noticed something that nagged at him. A shop, shuttered and dark, wedged between a bookstore and a quill shop. No sign. No indication of what it sold. But Harry's magical senses picked up something from inside, a pressure, a darkness, a whisper of something old and hungry. He stopped walking. Harry. Charlie paused. There's something in there. He nodded toward the shuttered shop. Something dark. Lucifer's eyes narrowed. He looked at the shop, and Harry saw his grandfather's perception shift, the glamored blue eyes flickering red for an instant as he looked through the physical into the magical. Cursed objects, Lucifer said quietly. A lot of them. Someone's running a black market operation behind that storefront. Nasty stuff, soul-binding artifacts, compulsion charms, the sort of thing that leaves stains. He looked at Harry. You could feel that? It's like an itch. A wrongness. Your sensitivity to dark magic is remarkable. Probably a side effect of the soul fragment you carried. Your magic learned to identify and reject that type of energy. Lucifer looked back at the shop. We'll leave this for now. But remember it. Harry nodded. He filed the location away, along with the feeling of that dark pressure, and moved on. They returned to the leaky cauldron to use the portal back to hell, and it was in the pub's back room that they ran into the first real complication of the day. A man was waiting for them. He was enormous, not tall enormous like angel dust, but broad enormous, built like a small mountain range with a wild black beard and kind eyes that peered out from beneath a massive forehead. He was wearing a moleskin overcoat the size of a tent and wringing his hands, and when he saw Harry, his face crumpled into an expression of such overwhelming emotion that it was almost painful to witness. Harry, he said. Harry Potter. I've been looking for ya. Vaggie's hand moved. Charlie stepped slightly in front of Harry. Lucifer's smile became fixed. Harry looked at the enormous man and felt nothing threatening. No dark magic, no hostile intent. Just a massive wave of genuine, uncomplicated emotion. Do I know you? Harry asked. Yeah, wouldn't remember me. I'm Hagrid. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. His voice cracked. I'm the one who brought ya to, I carried ya, the night your parents, I brought ya from the house after. After Voldemort killed my parents, Harry said gently. You carried me to safety. Hagrid flinched at the name but nodded, tears streaming into his beard. I did. And then Dumbledore, he left ya with your aunt and uncle, and ya were supposed to be safe, but then ya vanished, and nobody could find ya, and I been worried sick fair 10 years. I'm okay, Harry said, and stepped forward past his family's protective barrier. He looked up at Hagrid with those green eyes that were so much like Lily's, and he smiled. I'm really okay. I was safe. I was loved. Hagrid sobbed. Full body, shoulder shaking, would have been embarrassing if it weren't so sincere sobbing. Harry, guided by instinct, reached up and patted the enormous man's arm, and Hagrid made a sound like a punctured balloon and pulled a tablecloth-sized handkerchief from his coat. I'm sorry, Hagrid blubbered. I promised myself I wouldn't, look so much like you, Dad, you know that? But you've got your mum's eyes, I know. Harry's smile was warm and real. Hagrid, how did you find me here? Hagrid blew his nose, a sound like a foghorn. Dumbledore. He knew you'd come for your school things. Had me watching Diagon Alley all summer, just in case. He wants to see ya, Harry. He's been looking for ya since the night ya disappeared. Charlie's expression hardened. We're aware that Dumbledore has been involved in decisions regarding Harry's welfare. Hagrid blinked at her, noticing her for the first time. And ya are. His mother, Charlie said, and there was a thread of something ancient and royal beneath the warmth of her voice. But Lily Potter was my birth mother, Harry said. She died protecting me, and her magic sent me somewhere safe. Charlie raised me. She's my mom. Hagrid looked between them, processing this. To his credit, the processing was fast. Whatever Hagrid might lack in sophistication, he did not lack in emotional intelligence. He could see the bond between Harry and Charlie the same way he could see the bonds between any creatures who loved each other. It was plain as daylight, strong as steel. Right, Hagrid said slowly. Right. Okay. Dumbledore's still going ter want ter see ya, Harry. He's the headmaster, and he cared about your parents. They were in his order during the war. I'll meet Dumbledore at school, Harry said. On September 1st, like everyone else. He might try to come sooner. He can try, Lucifer said pleasantly, and Hagrid looked at him for the first time and went absolutely still. Hagrid might not have been the most book-smart person in any given room, but he had spent his life around magical creatures, ancient, powerful, dangerous beings, and he had developed an instinct for recognizing something that was higher on the food chain than he was. That instinct was now screaming. This, Harry said, is my grandfather. Your grandfather. Hagrid's voice had gone very small. Right. And he'd be a concerned family member, Lucifer said smoothly. Who would very much appreciate it if Dumbledore respected Harry's boundaries regarding unsolicited contact before the school term begins. I'll pass that along. Hagrid was sweating. Then he shook himself, visibly mastering his nerves, and looked at Harry with an expression of stubborn warmth that overpowered his fear. Listen, Harry. Whatever else happens, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad someone took care of ya. Your parents were the best people I ever knew, and they'd be happy knowing you were loved. Harry felt a lump in his throat. Thank you, Hagrid. And if ya ever need anything at Hogwarts, anything at all, come find me. My door's always open. I will. Hagrid nodded, wiped his eyes one more time, and lumbered out of the pub. The floor shook slightly with each step. I like him, Harry said. He works for Dumbledore, Vaggie pointed out. He works for Dumbledore, but he cares about me as a person. Those aren't the same thing. Harry looked at the door Hagrid had left through. Husk says you can tell a lot about someone by what makes them cry. Hagrid cried because he was relieved I was safe. That means something. Vaggie opened her mouth, closed it, and shook her head with something close to a smile. You're too sharp for 11. I was raised by a hotel full of reformed sinners. Sharp was survival. Lucifer opened the portal, and they stepped back through to hell, and the familiar rush of infernal energy wrapped around Harry like a warm blanket. The hotel materialized around them, garish wallpaper, checkered floors, the faint sounds of Angel arguing with Husk about something and Nifty singing while she cleaned. Home. So, Angel appeared at the top of the stairs, for arms crossed, radiating impatience. How was it? What's the wizard world like? Did you buy cool stuff? Did anyone try to fight you? It was amazing, Harry said, holding up his shopping bags. The wizard world is weird and wonderful and kind of backwards. I bought tons of cool stuff. And no one tried to fight me, but give it time. That's my nephew. Angel draped 2 arms over Harry's shoulders. Tell me everything. I want details. Especially about the ice cream. Harry talked. He talked through dinner, which was a chaotic affair involving the entire hotel's population gathered around a table that had been enchanted to extend as many times as necessary. He told them about Gringotts and the goblins who recognized Lucifer. He told them about Madame Malkins and the boy named Draco who sorted everyone into categories. He told them about Ollivander and the Holly Wand and the connection to Voldemort. He told them about Hagrid, who had carried him as a baby and cried to see him safe. He told them about Dumbledore, the man who had left him on a doorstep, who had appointed himself guardian of a child he'd lost, who was now waiting at Hogwarts with expectations that Harry had no intention of fulfilling. He sounds like the type who thinks he's the hero of everyone's story, Angel said, twirling a fork. Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards in the mortal world, Alastor said from his end of the table, where he was eating something that nobody wanted to look at too closely. Leader of the Light, as they call him. Defeater of dark wizards. Headmaster of their premier school. His smile sharpened. The problem with men who spend decades being the smartest person in every room is that they forget what it feels like to be wrong. And they don't handle it well when they're reminded. He's not evil, Harry said. I don't think he's evil. Hagrid loves him, and Hagrid's got good instincts. But he's used to being in charge. Used to people following his plan. And his plan for me was very specific. Blood wards, Baggy said. She'd read the letter 3 times and had done her own research. He wanted you raised by your aunt because of the blood connection. The love of a blood relative would power protective wards. Except your aunt didn't love you. She didn't even bring you inside. So his whole plan was built on an assumption about love, Charlie said quietly. And the assumption was wrong. That, Alastor said, is a very dangerous kind of mistake for a very powerful man to make. The table was quiet for a moment. I can handle Dumbledore, Harry said. We know, Charlie said. But you don't have to handle him alone. I know that too. Harry smiled at her, at all of them, this ridiculous, impossible family. That's why I'm not worried. The remaining weeks of summer were spent in preparation. Harry read his textbooks cover to cover, and then read them again. Not because he needed to memorize them, his memory was excellent, another gift of his hybridized magic, but because he wanted to understand the underlying theory. Wizard magic was fascinating in its structure. Incantations provided linguistic framework, wand movements provided geometric focus, and the caster's intent provided the driving force. It was elegant, precise, and, Harry realized, somewhat limited. Wizard magic assumed a standard magical core, a reservoir of power that was roughly similar from wizard to wizard, varying in size but not in kind. Every spell was calibrated for this standard. Every textbook, every curriculum, every exam assumed that the student's magic operated on the same fundamental frequency. Harry's magic did not. His magic was a fusion, wizard power providing structure, hellfire providing fuel, the two intertwined at a level that couldn't be separated. When he cast a standard spell, he got the spell plus something extra, more power, more flexibility, and a hellfire resonance that turned even simple charms into something visually spectacular. You're going to have to hold back, Vaggie told him one evening, watching him practice Lumos, the simple light charm, and produce a beam of red-gold radiance that lit up the entire hotel roof. Why? Vaggie gave him a flat look. Because your Lumos just set off every light sensor in a 3-block radius. If you do that at school, you'll have every professor and government official in the country asking questions we don't want to answer. Vaggie's right, Charlie said, though she looked conflicted. She never liked the idea of Harry dimming himself. Not about hiding, never about hiding, but about calibration. You don't need to show everything you can do on the first day. Save the fireworks for when they matter. Harry thought about this. He thought about Alastair's lessons on power and presentation. He thought about Husk's poker training, never show your whole hand. I won't hide what I am, Harry said. But I'll choose when to show it. That's called strategy, Vaggie said approvingly. Uncle Alastair calls it showmanship. Same thing, different hat. The night before September 1st, the hotel threw a going-away party. It wasn't planned. It emerged organically, the way all the best hotel events did. Angel produced music from somewhere. Husk broke out the good booze and the good juice for Harry. Nifty decorated everything in sight with streamers and glitter. And Serpentius launched a fireworks display from the roof that was visible across half of Pentagram City. Harry danced with Charlie to a song that she'd been singing to him since he was a baby, something soft and sweet that she'd written herself, about stars that refused to go out. He played cards with Husk and won, because he always won, and Husk grumbled and dealt another hand because he wouldn't have it any other way. He sat with Alastair on the roof and watched the fireworks and listened to the radio demon talk about the mortal world as it had been in Alastair's time, the music, the food, the thrill of a live broadcast. You're going to do wonderfully, my boy, Alastair said, and for once there was no performance in his voice. Remember what I taught you. Power without presentation is just violence. And the most dangerous weapon in any room is a good story. Precisely. Alastair's shadow stretched out across the rooftop, and for a moment it was something else, something vast and antlered and powerful, before it snapped back. Tell them a good story, Harry. Make it one they'll never forget. Angel found Harry packing at midnight. He leaned against the doorframe of Harry's room, a room that had grown and changed over 11 years, from a nursery to a child's bedroom to a young man's space, still decorated with drawings Harry had made as a kid. Still containing the music box Lucifer had given him, still smelling like the lavender sachet Charlie had tucked under his pillow the very first night. Hey, kid. Hey. Angel was quiet for a moment, which was unusual enough to be noteworthy. Then he said, Look, I'm not good at the sappy stuff. That's Charlie's department. But I want to tell you something. Harry stopped packing and looked at him. When I first got to this hotel, Angel said, I was a mess. More of a mess than I am now, which is saying something. And I didn't believe any of Charlie's redemption crap. I thought it was a joke. I thought I was a joke. He ran one hand through his hair, the top set. The bottom set was crossed defensively. And then this kid shows up. This tiny, human kid, living in hell, surrounded by the worst people in existence, and he just loves everybody. Just like that. No conditions. No judgment. Just love. Angel, I'm not done. Angel's voice was rougher now. You made me think maybe Charlie wasn't crazy. Maybe people can change. Because if you could grow up here and still be you, then maybe hell isn't the end of the line. Maybe it's just a really messed up starting point. He straightened. So go to your wizard school. Learn your spells. Kick ass. And come home when you're done, because this place isn't the same without you. Harry crossed the room and hugged him. Angel went stiff. He always went stiff, and then he hugged back with all four arms, and it was tight and fierce and over in 3 seconds, because Angel Dust had an emotional vulnerability quota, and he'd just blown through it. Get some sleep, Angel said, pulling away and not quite looking at him. Big day tomorrow. Thanks, Angel. Yeah. He was gone, disappearing down the hallway, and Harry heard him blow his nose once before a door closed. Harry finished packing. He checked his trunk, robes, books, cauldron, ingredients, telescope, scales, files. Both wands, hellfire in the right pocket, holly in the left. The enchanted mirror Lucifer had given him for communication. The emergency portkey bracelet. The knife Vaggie had snuck in when she thought he wasn't looking. He was always looking. Husk had taught him that. He sat on his bed, in the room where he'd grown up, and he felt the pull of 2 worlds. Tomorrow, He would step into the mortal world and begin a journey that his birth parents had died to make possible. He would walk into Hogwarts as the boy who lived, and every eye would be on him, and everyone would have expectations and assumptions and plans for who he was supposed to be. He was ready. Not because he was powerful, though he was. Not because he was unafraid, though he was. But because he knew exactly who he was and where he came from, and no one, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not the entire wizarding world, could take that from him. He was Harry Potter, son of two worlds, raised in hellfire, forged in love. He turned off the light and slept, and dreamed of castles and broomsticks and green light that turned to gold. Morning came too fast and too slow at the same time. Charlie was a wreck. She'd been up since before dawn, fluttering around the hotel in a state of manic organization, checking and rechecking Harry's trunk, making sandwiches for the train. Do wizards eat sandwiches? They must eat sandwiches. Everyone eats sandwiches, and trying very hard not to cry. You're going to cry, Vaggie said. I am not going to cry. You've cried 4 times this morning. Those were practice cries. I'm getting them out of my system. Harry came downstairs with his trunk floating behind him, a casual use of wandless magic that would have earned him a standing ovation at most wizarding schools, and found the entire hotel assembled in the lobby. They were all there. Husk behind the bar, pretending to polish glasses, not fooling anyone. Angel leaning against the wall, shades on, trying to look cool and mostly succeeding. Nifty vibrating near the door. Serpentious wringing his hands and his tail simultaneously. Alastair by the fireplace, smiling his eternal smile, shadow pooling at his feet. And Lucifer, standing beside Charlie, wearing his glamour already, hands in his pockets, looking for all the world like a slightly eccentric grandfather seeing his grandchild off to school. You don't all have to be here, Harry said, and his voice was steady even though his chest was tight. Shut up, kid, Husk said. Just let us have this. Harry smiled. He went around the room, a hug for Nifty, brief, because she immediately tried to lint roll his jacket, a handshake from Serpentious that turned into an awkward hug, a nod from Husk that communicated more than most people's speeches, Angel's forearm squeeze that he pretended to hate, and Alastair's hand on his shoulder. Make them remember you, Alastair said. I will. Charlie, Vaggie, and Lucifer would accompany him to King's Cross Station. The portal opened in the same London alley, glamour snapping into place, and they walked through morning London to the train station with Harry's trunk floating behind them under a notice-me-not charm that Lucifer applied with a wave of his hand. King's Cross was busy, bustling, enormously mundane. Harry navigated it with the ease of someone who'd grown up navigating the far more dangerous streets of Pentagram City, and they found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 without difficulty. Through the wall. Harry raised an eyebrow. Through the wall, Lucifer confirmed. Wizards really commit to the aesthetic. They went through, Harry first, then Charlie, then Vaggie, then Lucifer, and platform 9 3/4 materialized around them like a theater curtain rising. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and enormous, steaming gently, surrounded by families. Children in robes and muggle clothes, parents fussing, owls hooting, cats hissing, trunks being loaded, and everywhere, that particular chaos of a school day morning amplified by magic. Harry took it in. He breathed it in. And then he turned to his family. Charlie was crying. Obviously. Mom. I'm fine. She was not fine. Tears were streaming down her glamoured face, and she was smiling so hard it looked like it hurt. I'm completely fine. My baby is going to wizard school, Mom. I'll be home for Christmas. It's 3 months. 3 months. 3 months is forever. She pulled him into a hug that lifted him off the ground. You write to me. Every day. Every day. And if anyone is mean to you, I'll handle it. And if you're sad or lonely or scared, I'll call you on the mirror. And if Charlie. Vaggie put a hand on her shoulder. Let the boy breathe. Charlie released him, wiped her eyes, and then straightened his jacket with the precise, fussy care of a mother who is channeling all her emotions into fabric adjustment. There. Perfect. You look perfect. Vaggie stepped forward. She didn't hug him, Vaggie showed love in other ways. She looked him dead in the eyes, hands on his shoulders, and said, "Remember your training. Trust your instincts. And if anyone threatens you, don't hesitate. Not for a second. You understand." "I understand." "Good." A pause. Then, quieter, "I'm proud of you, Harry." "I know." He hugged her anyway, and she let him. Lucifer was last. The king of hell, glamored as a kindly if eccentric old man, looked at his grandson and felt something that he had not felt in a very long time, something that wasn't pride, exactly, or love, exactly, but some alchemical combination of both, mixed with the knowledge that this boy was going to change things. Not just the wizarding world. Things. "Two wands," Lucifer said. "One for precision. One for power. Use both wisely." "I will, Grandpa. And if Dumbledore gives you trouble, real trouble, not just old man meddling, you call me." "Not the mirror." "Me. You know how." Harry did know how. Lucifer had taught him a summoning, not a spell, not a charm, but a direct line to the king of hell that bypassed dimensional barriers entirely. It required a drop of Harry's blood and a single word in a language that predated human speech. Harry had practiced it once. The hotel had shaken for an hour afterward. "I know how," Harry said. Lucifer put a hand on his head. It was a simple gesture, almost mundane. But Harry felt the power behind it, a blessing, a protection, a promise. The king of hell marking his grandson as untouchable. "Go," Lucifer said. "Learn their magic. Show them yours. And come home to us." Harry picked up his trunk, squared his shoulders, and walked toward the train. He didn't look back, because if he looked back, he'd see Charlie crying, and he'd start crying, and then nobody would get on the train. He climbed aboard, found an empty compartment near the middle, stowed his trunk, and sat down by the window. Outside, he could see his family on the platform, Charlie waving frantically, Vaggie standing with her arms crossed and a small smile, Lucifer with his hands in his pockets, watching. The train began to move. Harry waved. Charlie blew him a kiss. Vaggie raised a hand. Lucifer tipped an imaginary hat. And then the platform slid away, and they were gone, and Harry was alone for the first time in his life. He sat with the feeling for a moment. It wasn't fear. It wasn't loneliness. It was potential. The vast, vertiginous sense of being at the beginning of something enormous. Then his compartment door slid open. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." The boy in the doorway was tall for 11, gangly, with red hair and freckles and a smudge of dirt on his nose. He was wearing clothes that had clearly belonged to several people before him and carrying a battered trunk and a rat in a cage. "All yours," Harry said, gesturing to the opposite seat. The boy wrestled his trunk inside, dropped into the seat with an exhalation of relief, and stuck out his hand. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's hand stopped in midair. His eyes did the thing, the flick to the forehead, the search for the scar. Harry pushed his hair back to save him the trouble. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "You're really, wow." "Okay." He shook Harry's hand with the dazed grip of someone on autopilot. "My brothers told me you might be on the train, but I thought they were having me on. They said you just appeared. After being missing for 10 years. More or less. Where were you?" Harry considered how much to share. Not because he was ashamed, he would never be ashamed of his family, but because hell was a complicated opening gambit in a new friendship. "I was raised by my adoptive mother. Somewhere, unconventional." "Unconventional how?" "Very." Ron waited for elaboration. Harry smiled. Ron, to his credit, shrugged and moved on. "Fair enough. Reckon everyone's got their secrets. My family's secret is that we're mental. 6 brothers. 1 sister. Mom who could terrify a dragon. Dad who's obsessed with muggle stuff. We're the Weasleys. We're not rich or important or anything, but there's a lot of us." "That sounds wonderful," Harry said, and meant it absolutely. "You think? Try sharing a bathroom with Fred and George." Ron grinned, and just like that, they were friends. Not because of fame or destiny or any cosmic significance, but because Ron Weasley was honest and funny and entirely without pretension, and Harry recognized the value of that immediately. They talked through the first hour of the journey, about Hogwarts, about houses, I'll probably be in Gryffindor, whole family's been in Gryffindor, except for great Uncle What's-His-Name who doesn't get mentioned, about Quidditch, about classes. Harry bought the entire trolley when the sweet cart came by, partly because he could and partly because Ron's ears had gone red when he'd pulled out a stack of smashed sandwiches, and they ate their way through a small mountain of chocolate frogs and every flavor beans while Ron explained the rules of wizard chess with the intensity of a military strategist. It was during the second hour that Hermione Granger appeared. She opened the compartment door without knocking, already talking before she was fully through it. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, and she stopped. Her eyes swept the compartment, taking in the sweet wrappers, the rat, Ron's crumb-covered face, and Harry. Oh, she said. You're Harry Potter. I am. I've read about you. In modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. She said this without pausing for breath, which was impressive. You disappeared in 1981 and nobody knew where you went. The Ministry launched 3 separate investigations. There were theories ranging from kidnapping to dimensional displacement, Harry said, keeping his face very straight. How interesting. To temporal anomaly. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. My parents are dentists. Ron Weasley, Ron said. Hermione sat down, and it became rapidly apparent that she was the kind of person who had never in her life encountered a silence she didn't feel compelled to fill. She'd memorized all the first-year textbooks. She could recite the history of every Hogwarts house. She had opinions about everything and was not shy about sharing them. Ron looked mildly overwhelmed. Harry was fascinated. You're Muggle-born, he asked during one of Hermione's rare pauses for oxygen. She stiffened, just slightly. Yes. Is that a problem? Not even a little bit. Harry's tone left no room for ambiguity. I just think it's interesting. You came into this world with no background, no connections, no family legacy, and you've already learned more about it than most people who grew up here. That's impressive. Hermione's defensiveness dissolved into surprised pleasure. Thank you. I just want to be prepared. I know I'm behind everyone who grew up with magic, so you're not behind, Harry said. You're different. That's not the same thing. Hermione looked at him for a long moment, and something shifted in her expression, a careful, analytical mind reassessing its assumptions about the person in front of it. You're not what the books say you are, she said. What do the books say? That you're a symbol. A figurehead. The boy who lived. She tilted her head. You're an actual person. Disappointing, isn't it? She almost smiled. Not at all. The 3 of them talked for the rest of the journey, and by the time the sun was setting and Ron pointed out that they should change into their robes, something had solidified, not a friendship, exactly, not yet, but the foundation of one. 3 people who, for different reasons, didn't quite fit the molds that the world had prepared for them. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and Harry stepped off into cool Scottish air. Hagrid was there, enormous and beaming, waving a lantern and bellowing, "First years. First years this way." Harry waved at him and got a teary wave back. They crossed the lake in boats, and Harry saw Hogwarts for the first time. It was a lot. A castle straight out of every fairy tale, every storybook illustration, perched on a cliff above a black lake, towers and turrets silhouetted against a sky thick with stars. It blazed with light from 1,000 windows. It radiated magic so strongly that Harry could feel it pressing against his skin, ancient and powerful and aware. He'd grown up in the Hazbin Hotel, which was a building with personality. But this was a building with a soul. Hogwarts was alive, in the same way that very old magical places were alive, not conscious, exactly, but present. Listening. Watching. Harry reached out with his senses, gently, carefully, and the castle reached back. He felt its curiosity, its amusement, its ancient, patient interest in the children crossing its lake. And he felt it react to him, a pulse of recognition, of surprise, of something almost like delight. "Hello," the castle seemed to say. "You're something new." "Hello," Harry thought back. "I'm glad to be here." The boats bumped against the dock, and they climbed out and were led into the castle by a stern witch named Professor McGonagall, who wore square spectacles and an expression of practiced authority. She explained the houses, the sorting, the expectations. Her eyes lingered on Harry for a moment longer than the others, and he saw something complicated in her gaze: relief, concern, calculation. She led them into the great hall. It was vast. The ceiling was enchanted to mirror the sky outside, stars and clouds and the faintest sliver of moon. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students. A head table at the far end held the teachers, and in the center of the head table, in a throne-like chair, sat an old man with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and twinkling blue eyes. Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt the man's gaze land on him like a searchlight. There was power there, considerable power, old and refined and precisely controlled. And there was something else: surprise, relief. And beneath both, the unmistakable flavor of plans being recalculated. Harry met his eyes. He didn't flinch, didn't look away, didn't feel the slightest urge to shrink. He'd met Alastor's gaze as an infant. He'd looked into the eyes of the King of Hell. Dumbledore's twinkle was impressive, but it wasn't intimidating. Harry smiled politely and looked away. The sorting hat was a battered, ancient thing that sat on a stool at the front of the hall. It sang a song about the 4 houses that Harry filed away for later analysis, and then McGonagall began calling names. Abbott Hannah. A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat placed on her head. A moment later, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers. And so it went, student by student, name by name, the hat deliberating for seconds or minutes before announcing its decision. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool, sat down, and the hat took nearly 4 minutes, a long time, by sorting standards, before calling out, Gryffindor. Ron sagged with relief beside Harry. Thank God. Imagine being in the same house as that one. She'd make us study every night. She's brilliant, Harry said. She's terrifying. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Malfoy, Draco. Draco swaggered to the stool with the confidence of someone whose outcome was predetermined. The hat barely touched his head before screaming Slytherin, and Draco walked to his table with a satisfied smirk. More names. More sorting. And then, Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Not the gradual fade of noise, but an instant, total silence, as if someone had hit a mute button on the entire room. Every head turned. Every eye found him. Harry stood. He walked to the stool with an easy, unhurried stride, and he could feel the weight of the room's attention like a physical thing, hundreds of gazes pressing against him, carrying curiosity, awe, suspicion, excitement, hope. He sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and it dropped over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. Well, 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 said a voice in his head. Not his voice. The hat's dry, ancient, deeply amused. This is unprecedented. I've been told that a lot, Harry thought. I should think so. In 1,000 years of sorting, I have never encountered a mind like yours. The hat's presence riffled through his thoughts like fingers through a card deck, not invasively, but with practiced efficiency. Harry felt it touch his memories of the hotel, of Charlie, of Vaggie, of Alastor's lessons and Husk's poker games and Angel's late-night wisdom. You were raised in hell, the hat said, with the tone of someone making a factual observation about the weather. I was. And yet your soul is remarkable. Clean. Bright. Untouched by the darkness around you. No, not untouched. Tempered by it. Like steel in a forge. The hat paused. You have courage, immense courage. The courage to love in a place designed to punish. The courage to be kind when cruelty would have been easier. Gryffindor would suit you. Okay, but you also have ambition. Not for power, for change. You want to reshape the world, not rule it. Slytherin sees that and wants you badly. Noted. Ravenclaw sees your mind, analytical, curious, capable of holding two contradictory truths simultaneously. You'd thrive there. And Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff sees your loyalty, your commitment to the people you love. You would die for them, and they know it. So all four want me? All four want you, and all four have legitimate claims. This hasn't happened in, well, a long time. The hat sounded delighted. So I'll ask you, Harry Potter, what do you value most? Harry didn't hesitate. Courage. Not the kind that doesn't feel fear, the kind that feels it and moves forward anyway. My mom taught me that. She's been brave her whole life, even when nobody believed in what she was fighting for. I want to be like her. Charlie Morningstar, the hat murmured, and there was wonder in its voice. The princess of hell who chose kindness. Yes, I see her in you. I see all of them in you, everyone who raised you, everyone who loved you. And at the center of it all, I see a boy who walked out of hell and chose the light. Not because he didn't know the dark, but because he did. Is that a Gryffindor thing? My dear boy, the hat said, that's the most Gryffindor thing. And then, out loud, filling the great hall with a voice that carried to every corner, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. Ron hooped from the unsorted group. Hermione was clapping so hard her hands were blurring. The Weasley twins, Ron's older brothers, identical and incandescent with excitement, started a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter," that the rest of the table picked up. Harry took off the hat, set it gently on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He glanced at the head table on his way. Dumbledore was watching him with an expression that was trying to be grandfatherly and not quite succeeding in hiding the wheels turning behind those spectacles. The other professors showed a spectrum of reactions. McGonagall's small, tight smile of satisfaction, a greasy-haired man in black robes whose expression was pure loathing, a tiny professor who squeaked with excitement, a turbaned man who wouldn't meet Harry's eyes. Harry sat down between Hermione and an empty seat that Ron would fill 20 minutes later, also Gryffindor, to his enormous relief, and the feast materialized on the tables, mountains of food that appeared from nowhere. More food than the entire hotel would eat in a week. "You were under the hat for a while," Hermione said. "Almost 6 minutes. The longest tonight." It had a lot to say. "What did it tell you?" Harry speared a roast potato and grinned. "That I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." The feast wound on. Ron ate like a boy who'd never seen food before and might never see it again. Hermione asked Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, a prefect, approximately 400 questions about the curriculum. The Weasley twins tried to convince the first years that the third-floor corridor was haunted by the ghost of a particularly angry badger, and were only stopped when the actual ghosts showed up and took offense at the misrepresentation. Harry ate and talked and laughed and felt, for the first time in his life, what it was like to be among people his own age. He'd grown up surrounded by adults, extraordinary, loving, deeply flawed adults, but never children. The novelty was intoxicating. But he didn't let it distract him entirely. He noticed the greasy-haired professor staring at him with an intensity that bordered on obsession. He noticed the turbaned professor flinching whenever Harry's gaze passed over him. He noticed Dumbledore watching, always watching, with those twinkling eyes that saw too much and revealed too little. And he noticed something else. The castle. Hogwarts itself. The magic of the building, ancient, layered, impossibly complex, was responding to him. He could feel it in the walls, in the floor, in the air. A warmth, a recognition, an almost welcoming. As if the castle had been waiting for him. And beneath that warmth, deeper, fainter, coming from somewhere specific, somewhere up, somewhere in the upper floors, something dark. Not the soul fragment kind of dark. Not the cursed objects in a shuttered shop kind of dark. Something bigger. Something patient. Something that was being guarded. Harry felt it the way you feel a change in air pressure before a storm, not with any specific sense, but with every sense at once. Something was in this castle that didn't belong here. Something powerful and wrong and hidden. He filed it away. He'd investigate later. For now, the feast was warm, and the company was good, and his new friends were arguing about Quidditch positions with the passion of people discussing matters of genuine importance. When they were led to Gryffindor Tower by Percy Weasley, through corridors filled with moving paintings and shifting staircases, Harry paused at a seventh-floor window. He could see the lake from here, silver under moonlight, and beyond it the dark shapes of mountains, and above it all a sky full of stars. He pulled out the enchanted mirror. "Mom?" Charlie's face appeared instantly. She'd clearly been holding the mirror and waiting, because her response time was approximately 0. "Harry, how was it? Tell me everything. Did you get sorted? What house? Did you make friends?" "Did anyone, Gryffindor," Harry said, grinning. "I made 2 friends. The food was amazing. And the castle is incredible. Gryffindor. Baggy, he's in Gryffindor." "Oh, Harry, I'm so proud of you. How are things at the hotel?" "The same." Angel broke a lamp. Nifty reorganized the entire kitchen. "Your grandfather called 3 times to ask if you'd arrived safely." A pause, and Charlie's face softened. "Are you okay? Really okay?" Harry looked out the window at the moonlit grounds of Hogwarts, at this castle full of magic and mystery, and the faint distant pulse of something dark that he would need to deal with eventually. He thought about the friends waiting for him in the common room. He thought about the professors who would challenge and frustrate and teach him. He thought about Dumbledore and Voldemort and the prophecy that apparently hung over his life like a sword. And he thought about home. About the Hazbin Hotel, garish and chaotic and full of people who loved him beyond reason. "I'm perfect, Mom," he said. "I'm exactly where I need to be. I love you, Harry. I love you too. Good night." He tucked the mirror away and walked to Gryffindor Tower, where Ron had saved him the bed by the window, and Hermione was already reading in the common room, and the fire was warm, and the castle hummed around him like a living thing. Harry Potter lay in his 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, and he reached out with his senses one last time, feeling the castle, feeling the grounds, feeling the hundreds of sleeping and waking souls around him. And he felt the darkness on the 3rd floor, patient and waiting. And he felt Dumbledore, awake in his office, staring at a device that had been tracking Harry for 11 years and had only just started working again. And he felt the faintest tremor from the turban on the back of a certain professor's head, a whisper of a fragment of a dark soul, recognizing, with something like horror, the infernal energy radiating from the boy in Gryffindor Tower. Harry smiled in the dark. "Welcome to Hogwarts," he thought. And then he rolled over and went to sleep, because tomorrow was going to be a very interesting day. Chapter 3. The castle that couldn't contain him. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts started with getting lost. This wasn't his fault. The castle's staircases moved on their own. Portraits gave contradictory directions out of what seemed to be personal entertainment, and at least 2 corridors he walked through on the way to breakfast simply hadn't existed the night before. Ron, who'd grown up hearing his brother's stories about Hogwarts, took it in stride. Hermione, who'd memorized the school map from Hogwarts, a history, was incensed. "The book says the staircases shift on a predictable rotation," she fumed, staring at a staircase that had just detached from the 3rd-floor landing and was now lazily drifting toward the 5th. "There's supposed to be a pattern." "The book was written by someone who probably didn't walk these stairs every day," Harry said. He'd closed his eyes and was reaching out with his senses, feeling the magic of the castle, the deep, old currents that ran through stone and mortar like blood through veins. "The castle's alive." "Sort of. It doesn't follow patterns, it follows mood." "Castles don't have moods," Hermione said. "This one does. Right now it's amused. I think it likes watching first years wander." Ron looked at Harry with the expression of someone recalibrating their understanding of what was normal. "You can feel the castle's mood?" "I can feel magic. All magic. It's like, imagine if you could hear colors. Everything magical has a sound, a texture, a temperature. The castle is old and deep and it thinks things are funny." Harry opened his eyes. "Take the left corridor. It connects to the 2nd floor near the Charms classroom, and from there it's a straight shot to the Great Hall." "How do you know that?" "The castle told me." "Sort of." They took the left corridor. It worked. Hermione spent the entire walk trying to reconcile this with her textbook understanding of magical architecture, and Harry could practically hear the gears turning in her head. Breakfast was loud, chaotic, and wonderful. The Gryffindor table was a war zone of toast and eggs and pumpkin juice, with the Weasley twins holding court at the far end, a group of fifth-years comparing summer homework in a panic, and Neville Longbottom, the round-faced boy who'd lost his toad on the train, looking mildly traumatized by the volume. Harry's first-class schedule appeared on his plate midway through his second helping of bacon. He picked it up, scanned it, and felt a spike of anticipation. Double potions with the Slytherins first thing, Ron groaned. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Snape will have us scrubbing cauldrons within 5 minutes. Snape. Professor Snape. Potions Master. Head of Slytherin. Absolute git. My brothers say he hates everyone who isn't in his house, and he especially hates Gryffindors. Ron stabbed a sausage with unnecessary force. Fred says he once took 50 points from a kid for breathing too loudly. Hermione frowned. Surely that's an exaggeration. You'll see. Harry glanced at the head table. The greasy-haired professor from last night, Snape, apparently, was sitting at the far end, eating nothing, drinking black coffee, and radiating the aura of a man who considered mourning a personal insult. His dark eyes swept the great hall with casual contempt, and when they found Harry, they stopped. The look lasted 3 seconds. Harry held it without blinking. He'd spent a decade reading people under Husk's tutelage and enduring Alastair's attention, and he could parse the layers of Snape's gaze with surgical precision. There was hatred there, yes, but it wasn't simple. It was complicated, layered, marbled with something that looked almost like pain. This man didn't hate Harry. He hated something Harry represented. Harry filed that away and returned to his bacon. The dungeons were cold. Not cold the way Scotland was cold, damp and grey and apologetic about it. Cold the way the deeper parts of hell were cold, in the places where the fire didn't reach. A deliberate, institutional cold that seeped through stone walls and settled in your bones. Harry adjusted automatically, his hellfire-infused magic warming him from the inside out, but he noticed the other students hunching their shoulders and pulling their robes tighter. The potions classroom was grim. Stone walls, flickering torches, jars of preserved things lining every shelf. The Slytherins were already seated, Draco Malfoy at the front with 2 enormous boys flanking him like decorative boulders. Harry sat down between Ron and Hermione, pulled out his copy of magical drafts and potions, and waited. Snape entered like weather. The door didn't just open, it slammed against the wall with the force of a man who'd perfected the art of making an entrance through sheer hostility. His black robes billowed behind him. Harry suspected an enchantment. No fabric moved like that naturally, and he swept to the front of the room, turned, and surveyed his victims. His voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried to every corner. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. He paused. Let the silence build. Then his eyes found Harry. Our new celebrity. A few Slytherins snickered. Draco smirked. Harry said nothing. He just looked at Snape with an expression of polite attention, the way Charlie looked at hotel guests who were being difficult, patient, warm, and absolutely unwilling to take the bait. Snape's eye twitched. He'd been expecting something, defiance, maybe, or the arrogant posturing he associated with James Potter. The calm, pleasant attention he got instead didn't fit any of his prepared scripts. He pressed harder. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot up. Snape ignored it. Harry didn't miss a beat. The draft of living death. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death. The asphodel and wormwood create a base that suppresses vital functions, heartbeat, breathing, neural activity. It's revived with a Wiggenweld potion or, in some older recipes, with direct application of phoenix tears. The room went very quiet. Hermione's hand slowly lowered. Snape's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? He demanded. The stomach of a goat. It's a calcified mass, essentially a stone of calcium and protein, that neutralizes most common poisons. The most effective bezoars come from mature goats fed on a diet of specific herbs, though in a pinch, any ruminant bezoar will do. There's an interesting parallel in non-magical medicine. Actually, bezoars were used in Renaissance courts as "that will do" Potter. Snape's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There isn't one. They're the same plant, aconitum, also called aconite. Extremely toxic. Used in several potions, most notably the wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to maintain their human consciousness during transformation. Harry paused. Though I understand that recipe is a relatively recent development. Professor Snape, did you work on it yourself? I read that you've published several papers on "I did not ask for your reading list, Potter." But something had cracked in Snape's armor. The faintest flicker of surprise, not at the knowledge itself, but at the way Harry delivered it. Without arrogance. Without showing off. With genuine intellectual curiosity and, worse, genuine respect for Snape's work. This was not James Potter's son. This was something Snape hadn't prepared for. 5 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, and the words seemed to cause him physical pain. Then, to the room, well? Why aren't you all writing this down? The lesson proceeded. They brewed a simple boil-cure potion, and Harry approached it the way he approached everything, with focus, creativity, and an instinctive understanding of how magical components interacted. His potion was perfect. More than perfect, the color was slightly richer, the consistency slightly smoother, because Harry could feel the magic in the ingredients and knew exactly when to stir, when to add heat, when to let the mixture breathe. Snape walked past his cauldron 3 times. Each time, he stopped, looked, and moved on without comment. For Snape, this was practically a standing ovation. "He didn't take a single point from you," Ron said afterward, slightly dazed. "Not 1 point. Fred's going to think I'm making this up." "I think Professor Snape expected me to be someone I'm not," Harry said. "He expected you to be your dad," Hermione said quietly. She'd clearly been doing her own reading. James Potter was in Gryffindor. He and Snape were. They didn't get along. "I'm not my dad," Harry said. "And I'm not going to waste time being someone's punching bag because of a grudge that's older than I am." Hermione looked at him with something approaching admiration. Ron looked at him with something approaching awe. And from across the corridor, Draco Malfoy looked at him with something that was harder to read, not admiration, not awe, but a kind of reluctant fascination, like someone watching a chess player make a move they hadn't anticipated. Charms with Professor Flitwick was a revelation. The tiny professor, part goblin, Harry suspected, based on his build and his magical signature, was delighted to have Harry in class, and even more delighted when Harry demonstrated that he could already perform the basic levitation charm they wouldn't be covering for weeks. "Oh, wonderful," Flitwick squeaked from atop his stack of books. "Mr. Potter, have you had prior instruction?" "Self-taught mostly. I've been practicing magic since I was small." "Since you were, but that's remarkable. Accidental magic is one thing, but intentional casting at your age is extraordinarily rare. Show me the levitation charm, please." Harry pulled his holly wand, the one Ollivander had sold him, the one that connected him to his wizarding heritage, and pointed it at the feather on his desk. "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather rose. Smoothly, steadily, without the wobble or strain that characterized early attempts at levitation. It floated to the ceiling, hovered, and descended gently back to the desk. "Marvelous." Flitwick clapped his tiny hands. "Full marks, Mr. Potter. Full marks. The control, the stability, you clearly have an intuitive grasp of. Professor, can I try something?" "By all means." Harry switched wands. He drew the Hellfire wand from his right pocket, the one Lucifer had made, bone white to crimson, double cord, and pointed it at the feather. He didn't use an incantation. He just willed the feather up. It rose. But this time, it wasn't alone. Every feather on every desk in the classroom rose with it. 23 feathers, levitating simultaneously, moving in perfect formation, orbiting each other in a slow, graceful spiral that cast shifting shadows across the walls. The class stared. Flitwick stared. Ron's mouth was hanging open. Hermione's eyes were the size of saucers, and her hand was raised, but she'd forgotten why. Harry let the feathers drift back down. The first wand gives me precision, Harry said to Flitwick, who looked like he might faint from academic excitement. The second gives me scope. I'm still learning to balance them. Two wands, two different wands, I need to sit down. I'm already sitting down. I need to sit down further. Flitwick was practically vibrating. Mr. Potter, I would very much like to discuss your magical development at greater length. Would you be amenable to meeting after class hours? I'd like that, Professor. Wonderful, wonderful. Flitwick turned to the rest of the class, bouncing back into teaching mode with the practiced ease of someone who'd been doing this for decades. Right, everyone? As Mr. Potter has so elegantly demonstrated, the key to levitation is focused intent. Let's all try the incantation now, swish and flick. Ron leaned over. You've got two wands? Yeah. And one of them lets you levitate everything in the room at the same time? More or less. Mate, what are you? Harry grinned. Still figuring that out. The days settled into a rhythm. Classes filled the mornings and afternoons, Transfiguration with McGonagall, who was stern and brilliant and looked at Harry with an expression that softened by exactly 1 degree when she thought no one was watching. History of Magic with Professor Binns, who was dead, literally dead, a ghost who'd apparently failed to notice his own demise and continued teaching with the enthusiasm of a narcoleptic filing cabinet. Herbology with Professor Sprout, who was warm and earthy and got genuinely excited when Harry's natural affinity for magical plants made the venomous tentacula purr instead of bite. Defense against the dark arts with Professor Quirrell, who stuttered and flinched and smelled wrong. That last one was the problem. Harry noticed it the moment he walked into Quirrell's classroom. The man wore a large purple turban that he claimed to have received from an African prince, and he jumped at shadows and stammered through his lessons with the air of someone who is desperately afraid of something. The other students wrote him off as a joke, a coward teaching a subject about courage. Harry knew better. The turban reeked. Not physically, it smelled like garlic, which Quirrell claimed was for warding off a vampire he'd encountered in his travels. But magically, the turban radiated a frequency that Harry recognized at a molecular level. It was the same frequency as the soul fragment that had lived in his scar for a decade. Darker, stronger, more intact, but unmistakably the same signature. Voldemort. Or a piece of him. Right there, wrapped in purple silk, sitting on the head of the defense professor. Harry didn't react. He sat through the class, took notes, and answered questions with deliberate mediocrity, not because he was afraid, but because Alastair had taught him the value of being underestimated by the right people. That evening, in an alcove on the 7th floor, he pulled out his mirror. Mom. Vaggie. We need to talk. Charlie and Vaggie appeared in the glass, Charlie from what looked like the hotel kitchen, Vaggie from somewhere that involved throwing knives at a target in the background. What's wrong? Vaggie asked immediately, reading his tone. There's a piece of Voldemort in the castle. Both women went still. On one of the professors. The defense teacher, Quirrell. He's got Voldemort's presence attached to him somehow. It's in his turban or behind it, I can't tell exactly, but the magical signature is identical to what was in my scar. Another soul fragment? Charlie's voice was tight. I don't think so. This feels different, more present, more aware. The thing in my scar was a splinter, unconscious. This is someone. Or what's left of someone. Like a ghost, but parasitic. Living off Quirrell. A wraith, Vaggie said. A spiritual remnant possessing a host. I've seen something similar and she caught herself. Never mind where. The point is, it's dangerous. The wraith feeds on the host's life force and uses their body. Can you avoid him? Charlie asked. He's my teacher. I have class with him 3 times a week. Then drop the class. Mom. I'm serious. I'm not dropping the class. I'm telling you this because you need to know, not because I need rescuing. Harry's voice was firm but gentle. I can handle this. The wraith Voldemort, whatever's left of him, he can't do anything to me directly. My hellfire signature is anathema to his magic. I felt it in class. When he got close to me, the turban actually flinched. He's more afraid of me than I am of him. Vaggie's eye narrowed. That doesn't mean he's not dangerous. Everything's dangerous. You taught me that. You also taught me to face danger on my terms, not run from it. Harry leaned closer to the mirror. There's something else. The third-floor corridor is off-limits. Dumbledore announced it at the feast, said anyone who goes there risks a most painful death. I've been sensing something from that direction since I arrived. Something powerful, guarded, hidden behind layers of protective magic. You think they're connected? Charlie asked. Quirrell and whatever's on the third floor? I think Voldemort's wraith is here for a reason, and I think that reason is behind those protections. Harry paused. I'm going to find out what it is. Harry, not tonight. Not recklessly. I'll be smart about it. But I'm not going to sit in class for a year with a piece of the darkest wizard in history riding my teacher's head and pretend everything's fine. Charlie and Vaggie exchanged a look through the mirror, the look of two parents realizing that their child was becoming a person with agency and opinions and a willingness to walk toward danger, and that this was simultaneously the proudest and most terrifying moment of their lives. Keep us informed, Vaggie said. Every development. Every detail. I will. And Harry, Charlie's voice had shifted. Not to the warm, encouraging mom voice, but to something older, something that carried the weight of her bloodline. If it comes to a fight, if Voldemort threatens you directly, don't hold back. You understand? Whatever happens, whatever anyone sees, don't hold back. I won't, Mom. I love you. I love you too. Both of you. He tucked the mirror away and sat in the alcove for a long moment, feeling the castle breathe around him. Hogwarts was quiet at night, not the aggressive quiet of a place holding its breath, but the deep, comfortable quiet of something ancient settling into sleep. The stones radiated warmth, and the magic in the walls pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. Harry reached out and touched the wall. The stone was cool under his fingers, but the magic beneath was warm. I know you're listening, he thought. The castle didn't respond in words. It never did. But Harry felt a shift, a gentle current of attention, of acknowledgement. Hogwarts was aware of him, and it was curious. There's something dark here. In the castle. On the third floor and in Quirrell's turban. You know that, don't you? A pulse. Something that felt like reluctant agreement. Why do you allow it? A more complex feeling this time. Layers of meaning that Harry had to untangle like knotted string. Obligation. Constraint. The castle served its headmaster. The headmaster had placed the dark thing on the third floor deliberately. The castle didn't like it, but it obeyed. And Quirrell, the castle's attention shifted, darkened. The castle hated what Quirrell carried. Harry felt it like a spike of revulsion, old and deep. But Quirrell was a teacher, appointed by the headmaster, and the castle's enchantments didn't extend to removing faculty. Thank you, Harry thought. I'll take care of it. Something that might have been gratitude. Or hope? Harry went to bed. The first Quidditch lesson happened on Thursday of the second week, and it changed several things simultaneously. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, lined them up on the pitch with brooms, school brooms, ancient and temperamental, the kind of brooms that flew the way elderly cats moved, with maximum reluctance and occasional spite. Mount your brooms, Hooch ordered. When I blow my whistle, kick off from the ground, rise a few feet, and then lean forward to descend. Neville Longbottom's broom had other ideas. It was a small catastrophe. The broom shot upward the moment Neville kicked off, rising 15, 20, 30 feet with the boy clinging on, white-faced and screaming. It bucked like an animal, twisted sideways, and Neville lost his grip at 40 feet. Harry moved. He didn't think about it. Didn't plan. The broom under him responded to his will, not to any technique or method, but to raw intent, the same way his magic always worked. He shot upward like a launched rocket, closing the distance in a heartbeat, and caught Neville by the back of his robes 10 feet before impact. The broom, the school broom, which had no business moving like this, held steady under their combined weight as Harry brought them both down in a smooth, controlled descent. He set Neville on the grass as gently as putting down a teacup. The pitch was silent. Then Hooch was there, checking Neville over, barking orders about hospital wings, and shooting Harry a look that was half impressed and half terrified. In 20 years of teaching, she said, I have never seen anyone fly like that. Especially not on a school broom. Especially not a first year. Is Neville okay? Harry asked. Broken wrist. He'll be fine. She looked at Harry for a long moment. Stay here. Don't move. She bustled Neville toward the castle, and the moment she was gone, Draco Malfoy stepped forward. He was holding something, a glass ball, full of swirling red smoke. Neville's remembrall, which had fallen from the boy's pocket during his fall. Look at this, Draco said, holding it up. Stupid thing. Longbottom's so thick he needs a ball to tell him when he's forgotten something. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry said. Or what? Draco tossed the ball from hand to hand, smirking. Maybe I'll leave it somewhere for him. On the roof, perhaps. He mounted his broom and kicked off, shooting upward, hovering 20 feet above the class. He held the remembrall out tauntingly. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. Don't. If Hooch comes back and finds you flying, then she'll find me flying. Harry kicked off. Gravity became optional. The school broom was old and slow and should have felt like riding a shopping trolley, but under Harry's magic it responded like a part of his body, an extension of his will, frictionless and instant. He rose to Draco's level in a second, stopped, and hovered with a stability that the broom had never in its existence achieved before. Draco's smirk faltered. He'd been expecting chase, panic, maybe a fumbling attempt at flight from the famous Harry Potter who'd been raised God knows where and probably couldn't fly at all. Instead, he was looking at someone who sat on a broom the way most people sat on a couch, completely, unconsciously at ease. Give me the remembrall, Harry said. His voice was conversational. Friendly, even. Draco's pride overrode his instincts. Come and get it. He threw the ball, not at Harry, but sideways, hard, sending it arcing away across the pitch toward the castle wall. Harry didn't chase it. He extended his hand, his left hand, the one nearest his holly wand, and pulled. The remembrall stopped in midair, reversed, and flew back to Harry's open palm, where it settled like a bird coming home to roost. Wandless summoning. At 50 feet. Without a word. Draco stared. Below them, the class stared. Even Hermione, who had been in the middle of telling Ron exactly how many school rules Harry was breaking, stared. Harry tossed the remembrall once, caught it, and descended. He landed softly, dismounted, and pocketed the ball. That, said a voice from behind him, was the most extraordinary piece of flying I have ever witnessed from a first-year student. Harry turned. Professor McGonagall was standing at the edge of the pitch, and her expression was doing something complicated. The stern, no-nonsense mask she wore was still firmly in place, but behind it, something was blazing. Excitement. Recognition. Hope. Mr. Potter. Come with me. She led him through the castle at a pace that suggested extreme urgency, through corridors and up staircases, until she stopped at a classroom door and knocked sharply. Professor Flitwick, might I borrow Oliver Wood? I believe I found you a seeker. 1 hour later, Harry was the youngest seeker in a century. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, a stocky fifth year with the intensity of a wartime general, spent 30 minutes explaining the game to Harry as if it were a matter of life and death. McGonagall, in an act of favoritism so blatant it circled back around to being impressive, arranged for a Nimbus 2000 to be delivered to Harry the next morning. Don't tell anyone about the seeker position, she said. It should be a surprise for the first match. Yes, Professor. She hesitated. Then, in a voice that was softer than any Harry had heard her use, your father was a brilliant flyer too. He'd have been proud. She turned and walked away before Harry could respond, her robes billowing in a way that suggested she and Snape had studied under the same dramatic exit instructor. The news got out immediately, because Hogwarts had the information security of a sieve made of gossip. By dinner, every student in the school knew that Harry Potter was Gryffindor's new seeker, and reactions ranged from elation, the Gryffindor table, to outrage, the Slytherin table, specifically Draco, to academic fascination, Hermione, who immediately began researching the aerodynamics of broomstick flight. You're going to be brilliant, Ron said, with the total conviction of someone whose faith in his friend was absolute and unconditional. We don't know that yet, Hermione cautioned. He hasn't played a real match. He caught a Remembrall with wandless magic while hovering on a school broom 50 feet in the air. He's going to be brilliant. Hermione tried to argue. Couldn't find the logic. Conceded the point. The weeks turned. October painted the grounds in amber and rust, and Harry settled into Hogwarts the way water settles into crevices, naturally, completely, finding every gap and filling it. His classes were, academically, not challenging. This wasn't arrogance, it was arithmetic. Harry had been practicing magic since he was 2 years old, had been trained in focus and will by the radio demon, had been taught precision by the King of Hell, and had been raised in an environment so saturated with magical energy that his reserves dwarfed most adult wizards. First-year spells were, for him, the equivalent of asking a concert pianist to play chopsticks. But he wasn't bored, because the theory fascinated him. Understanding why wizard magic worked the way it did, the linguistic architecture of incantations, the geometric significance of wand movements, the relationship between emotion and magical output, this was genuinely new territory. His magic had always been instinctive, wild, guided by will rather than structure. Hogwarts gave him the framework to understand and refine what he could already do. Transfiguration was his favorite. McGonagall taught with the precision of a diamond cutter, each lesson building on the last, each concept nested inside a larger theory. She turned a desk into a pig and back again on the first day, and Harry had watched with his magical senses wide open, tracing the flow of energy, understanding at a fundamental level what was happening, not transformation, but persuasion. McGonagall's magic convinced the desk that it was, had always been, and preferred to be a pig. The desk's magical signature rewrote itself accordingly. Transfiguration is not brute force, McGonagall told the class. It is negotiation. You are asking reality to rearrange itself, and reality, I assure you, has opinions. Harry loved that. It reminded him of something Alastor had said, a powerful man makes you open the door and thank him for coming through. He excelled. His matchstick-to-needle was flawless on the first attempt, which earned him a rare McGonagall smile. His mouse-to-snuff box was elegant and precise. And when McGonagall set them the challenge of turning a beetle into a button, a task that most students struggled with for weeks, Harry did it on the first try and then, on a whim, turned it back and gave the beetle a tiny top hat. Show off, Ron said, grinning. The hat was unnecessary, Hermione admitted, but the detail work was impressive. McGonagall said nothing, but she kept the top-hatted beetle on her desk for the rest of the term. Potions remained complicated. Snape couldn't bring himself to praise Harry openly. Whatever psychological machinery drove the man's hostility was too deeply rooted for a few correct answers to dislodge, but he also couldn't find fault with Harry's work. This seemed to frustrate him enormously. He took to ignoring Harry entirely, which Harry understood was the Snape equivalent of a truce. The other students reacted to Harry with a spectrum of responses. Most of the Gryffindors adored him. He was good-natured, funny, Angel's training, and willing to help anyone who asked. The Hufflepuffs liked him because he was kind. The Ravenclaws respected him because he was brilliant. The Slytherins were divided. Some followed Draco's lead in sneering at everything Harry did, while others watched him with the calculating assessment of people who recognized power and were trying to decide which side of it they wanted to be on. Harry made a point of being friendly to everyone. Not because he was naive, you couldn't grow up in the Hazbin Hotel and be naive about people, but because Charlie had taught him that kindness was a choice. And Alastor had taught him that kindness from a position of strength was the most devastating weapon in any social arsenal. He helped Neville Longbottom with his potions homework, and Neville went from being terrified of everything to being merely very nervous about most things, which was significant progress. He studied with Hermione in the library, and their sessions became legendary, two brilliant minds pushing each other, arguing about theory, testing the boundaries of what first-year magic could do. He played chess with Ron and lost, consistently, because Ron was a genius at chess in a way that defied his academic performance in every other subject, and Harry respected that completely. You see the board differently than anyone I've ever played, Harry told him after Ron beat him for the 12th consecutive time. It's just patterns, Ron said, embarrassed. Everything's just patterns. The trick is seeing them. You see patterns that most people can't. That's a gift, Ron. Ron's ears went red, which was his primary emotional display for everything from embarrassment to joy to indigestion. But he sat a little straighter after that, and his chess game, already devastating, became even sharper. Halloween arrived with a feast and a troll. The feast was spectacular: pumpkins the size of carriages, live bats, floating candles, and enough food to feed an army. Harry was enjoying himself thoroughly, comparing Halloween traditions at Hogwarts to the considerably more intense celebrations in Pentagram City, where Halloween was less a holiday and more a competitive sport, when the doors to the Great Hall slammed open. Professor Quirrell staggered in, turban askew, face the color of old chalk. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know," and he fainted face first, onto the floor. The Great Hall erupted into chaos. Students screaming, plates crashing, Dumbledore firing sparks from his wand and bellowing for quiet. Harry didn't scream. He didn't panic. He sat very still and watched. He watched Quirrell collapse, and he felt the dark presence in the turban pulse with something that wasn't fear, it was satisfaction. Whoever or whatever was riding Quirrell's head wasn't afraid of the troll. The troll was a tool. A distraction. He watched the teachers mobilize, streaming out of the Great Hall toward the dungeons, and he noted which direction Quirrell went once he recovered, not toward the dungeons. Toward the stairs. Toward the 3rd floor. There it is, Harry thought. That's what he's after. But first, there was a more immediate problem. Hermione, Ron said suddenly, going pale. She doesn't know about the troll. She's been in the bathroom all afternoon, crying. I think she wasn't at the feast. Harry was already on his feet. Which bathroom? 1st floor. The girls' one near the charms corridor. Harry moved. Ron scrambled after him, and they left the Great Hall against the flow of prefects herding students toward the dormitories. The corridors were empty, echoing, and Harry could feel the troll, a huge, dull magical signature, like a boulder rolling downhill, somewhere in the castle, moving with the random malice of a creature that operated on hunger and violence alone. It was on the 1st floor, moving toward the bathrooms. They rounded a corner and the smell hit them first, fetid, rank, the stench of something that lived in swamps and considered personal hygiene an alien concept. Then the sound, heavy, dragging footsteps, a wooden club scraping along the stone floor. Harry saw it through the bathroom doorway. 12 feet tall, skin like old granite, tiny head on massive shoulders, dragging a club the size of a tree trunk. It was in the girls' bathroom. And Hermione was backed against the far wall, frozen, staring at the creature with the white-faced terror of someone whose books had not prepared her for this. The troll raised its club. Harry didn't draw a wand. He didn't need to. He extended his right hand, the hand that channeled his hellfire magic, the hand that had been shaping power since he was old enough to walk, and he pushed. The force that hit the troll was not a spell. It wasn't an incantation or a charm or a hex. It was raw magical force, hellfire-fueled, channeled through pure will, the magical equivalent of a freight train. The troll left its feet. It sailed backward, hit the bathroom wall with a crunch that cracked stone, and slid to the floor in a heap of unconscious, ugly flesh. The club fell from its hand and clattered on the wet tiles. The bathroom was very quiet. Hermione stared at the unconscious troll. She stared at Harry, whose hand was still extended, wisps of crimson energy curling around his fingers like smoke. She stared at Ron, who was standing in the doorway with his wand drawn and his mouth hanging open. "Are you okay?" Harry asked Hermione. That was Hermione's brain, which processed information faster than most computers, was experiencing a rare system crash. "You did that without a wand." "Yeah. You knocked out a fully grown mountain troll with wandless magic. It was mostly just force. Nothing fancy." "Nothing fancy, Harry, that's first-year students can't. Are you okay?" He asked again, gently, because underneath the academic shock, He could see that she'd been crying before the troll arrived. Her eyes were red, her face was blotchy, and she had the hunched posture of someone who'd been carrying something heavy and alone. Hermione's composure cracked. Ron said, "Someone said that I had no friends, and I was a nightmare, and that was me," Ron said miserably from the doorway. "I said that. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry." Hermione looked at him, then at Harry, then at the unconscious troll, and burst into tears. Harry crossed the bathroom, stepping over troll debris, and put his arm around her shoulders. Ron, after a moment of agonized hesitation, came in and did the same from the other side. "You're not a nightmare," Harry said. "You're brilliant. And you're our friend." "You are a bit intense," Ron added, because he was constitutionally incapable of complete dishonesty. "But we need that. I need that. I'm rubbish at studying, and you make me actually learn things." Hermione laughed through her tears, a wet, hiccuping sound, and hugged them both. The professors arrived 30 seconds later. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell, the latter with his turban suspiciously straightened, burst into the bathroom and found 2 first-year boys and 1 first-year girl standing over an unconscious mountain troll. "What on earth?" McGonagall began. "It was my fault, Professor," Hermione said, stepping forward with the composure of someone who'd just made a decision about who she was and what she stood for. "I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them, and I thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came to save me." McGonagall's eyes swept from Hermione to Harry to the troll to the cracked wall. "And the troll?" That was me," Harry said. "I hit it. You hit it. Magically. With force." McGonagall looked at the wall. At the size of the crack. At the fact that the troll, which weighed approximately a ton, had been thrown 15 feet. 5 points from Gryffindor for Miss Granger's foolishness," she said slowly. "And 5 points to Gryffindor. Each. For Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. For sheer, dumb luck." She didn't believe a word of the luck part. Her eyes on Harry said so. But she let them go, and as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Ron said, "That wasn't luck." "No," Harry agreed. "You threw a troll into a wall." "Yeah, with your hands. Technically with magic. Through my hands. The distinction is, mate. You threw a troll into a wall." "Yes, Ron." Ron processed this for approximately 5 seconds, then grinned so wide it threatened to split his face. "That was the coolest thing I've ever seen." Hermione, walking on Harry's other side, wiped her eyes and said nothing, but she linked her arm through Harry's and didn't let go until they reached the portrait hole. Some things are forged in fire. Some in ice. Their friendship was forged in troll snot and bathroom tiles, and it was unbreakable. The next morning, Harry woke early and did something he'd been putting off. He went to the 3rd floor. Not to the forbidden corridor itself. He wasn't stupid. But to the corridor near it, to the edges of whatever protections Dumbledore had placed. He wanted to feel them, to understand them, to map the shape of what was being hidden. He stood in an empty hallway at 6 in the morning, the castle around him still drowsy with pre-dawn quiet, and he opened his senses. The protections were layered. Multiple signatures, multiple casters, each contributing a different type of magic. He could identify McGonagall's precise transfiguration work, Flitwick's intricate charm-based barriers, something that felt like Snape's cold, controlled magic. Others he didn't recognize, a wild, organic signature that might have been Hagrid, something sharp and mathematical that could have been Quirrell, the real Quirrell, not the parasite. And at the center, behind all the layers, something else. Not a protection. A presence. Something old, something that burned with a gentle, persistent heat, something that radiated a very specific magical frequency that Harry had encountered before in his reading. The Philosopher's Stone. He'd read about it in Alchemy Through the Ages, one of the extra books he'd bought in Diagon Alley. Nicholas Flamel's masterwork, a stone that could transmute lead to gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. The only one in existence. Supposedly held in a vault at Gringotts. Except it wasn't at Gringotts anymore. It was here, behind these protections, in a castle full of children. And Voldemort, whatever was left of Voldemort, Riding Quirrell like a parasite was here for it. Harry stood in the corridor and thought. The logical thing to do was tell Dumbledore. The headmaster must already know about Quirrell, must at least suspect something. The man had decades of experience, enormous power, and the full resources of Hogwarts at his disposal. But Harry's instincts, honed by 11 years among the shrewd and the cunning, told him something different. Dumbledore had put the stone here deliberately. The protections were there, but they weren't impenetrable. They were designed to be solvable. This wasn't a fortress. It was a test. A trap, maybe? Dumbledore was allowing Quirrell to try, waiting to see what happened. And Harry was part of it. The boy who lived returned to Hogwarts, sleeping in Gryffindor Tower while his parents' murderer lurked 3 floors below. Dumbledore had to know. The man's instruments had been tracking Harry. His own spy, Snape, Harry was increasingly certain, watched every move Harry made. This wasn't protection. This was a chess game, and Harry was supposed to be a piece on the board. Harry didn't play chess. He played poker. In chess, Husk had told him once, dealing another hand, everyone can see the board. In poker, no one can see anyone else's cards. Chess is for people who want to look smart. Poker is for people who want to win. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, ate breakfast, attended classes, and said nothing to anyone about what he'd felt on the 3rd floor. But he started watching. He watched Quirrell. Not the stuttering performance, but the moments between, the flashes of cold intelligence when the man thought no one was looking, the way his eyes tracked the 3rd floor corridor. The involuntary grimace of pain that crossed his face whenever he got too close to Harry in class, the hellfire residue in Harry's aura was clearly agonizing to whatever lived in the turban. He watched Snape. The potions master was watching Quirrell too, with the focused intensity of someone who suspected exactly what Harry suspected. But Snape's approach was direct, confrontational. Harry passed an empty classroom one evening and heard Snape's voice, low and threatening, "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell." Which meant Snape was suspicious, but not certain. Not yet. He watched Dumbledore. The headmaster was a master of benevolent omniscience. He seemed to know everything, be everywhere, guide events with gentle nudges and twinkling smiles. But Harry, trained by a master in the art of reading performance, could see the machinery behind the magic. Dumbledore was managing the situation. Deliberately, carefully, with the patient confidence of someone who'd been playing the long game for decades. The question was, what game, exactly, and where did Harry fit in it? He raised this with Hermione and Ron one evening in the common room, in low voices, while the fire crackled and the other Gryffindors went about their business. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione breathed. Here? At Hogwarts. Behind the protections on the 3rd floor. I'm sure of it. And you think Quirrell, or whatever's in Quirrell, is trying to steal it? Ron looked ill. Why? The elixir of life. Immortality. If Voldemort is what I think he is, a wraith, a soul fragment clinging to existence, then the elixir could give him a body again. But Dumbledore must know, Hermione said. He must have protections in place, contingencies, he does. And that's what worries me. Harry stared into the fire. He's not trying to prevent the theft. He's managing it. Letting it play out. And I think he wants me involved somehow. I think the whole setup is designed to test me. Ron's face was pale. That's mental. You're 11. I've been 11 for 3 months, and in that time I've been placed in a school with a parasitic Dark Lord, a legendary artifact, and a series of challenges that a group of talented first years could theoretically navigate. Harry looked at his friends. That's not coincidence. That's architecture. Hermione's face had gone through several expressions and settled on cold fury. He's using you. Using a child as bait. Possibly. Or as a weapon. Or as a test subject. I'm not sure which, and it might be all 3. So what do we do? Ron asked. Harry smiled. It was, very specifically, a Alastair's smile, the one that said the game is afoot and I intend to enjoy it. We do exactly what he expects, Harry said. We investigate. We prepare. We walk through his little gauntlet when the time is right. But we do it on our terms, not his. We go in knowing it's a setup, knowing the risks, and ready for anything. That's... Ron struggled for a word. Insane? Hermione supplied. I was going to say brilliant, but yeah, also insane. Welcome to my life, Harry said, and they all laughed, and the fire crackled, and somewhere in the castle, a man with a turban flinched in pain and didn't know why. November brought the first Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The entire school turned out. The stands were packed, banners of red and green waving, students screaming, and the November sky was the kind of gray that promised rain but hadn't committed yet. Harry stood in the changing room in his Quidditch robes, broom in hand, the Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had procured, and listened to Oliver would deliver a pregame speech with the intensity of a man discussing matters of cosmic significance. This is it, team. Gryffindor hasn't won the cup in 7 years. 7 years. That changes now. Wood paced, arms gesticulating wildly. Their seeker is Higgs' 4th year, decent, but predictable. Harry, you're faster, you're better, and you've got something he doesn't. What's that? Harry asked. I don't know, but it makes my broom feel jealous when you fly past it. Whatever it is, use it. They marched out onto the pitch, and the roar of the crowd hit Harry like a wall of sound. He mounted the Nimbus, kicked off, and this. Flying on a school broom was like walking. Flying on the Nimbus 2000 was like having wings. The broom responded to his thoughts before he fully formed them, rocket fast, precision perfect, and when he fed it a thread of magic, just a thread, just the tiniest current of his hybrid power, it screamed forward with a speed that left the air behind him crackling. Harry shot to altitude, 100 feet above the pitch, and the world opened up beneath him, the game below reduced to colored dots on a green field, the lake shining silver in the distance, the forbidden forest a dark smear on the horizon. He could see everything, feel everything. The wind was cold and clean, and it carried the faintest trace of magic from the castle, and Harry thought, this is what freedom feels like. The game began, and Harry searched for the snitch. Below him, the match was ferocious. Slytherin played dirty, elbows, bludger steering, strategic fouls that Madam Hooch couldn't always catch, but Gryffindor played with heart. The Weasley twins were terrors with their beater bats, and Angelina Johnson scored 3 goals in the first 10 minutes, and the crowd was deafening. Harry circled, scanning, and then he felt it, a tug on his broom. Not a mechanical fault. Not the wind. Something magical, pulling at the Nimbus, trying to override his control. The broom jerked, stuttered, and for a moment Harry felt the sickening lurch of something trying to throw him off. He looked down. Far below, in the teacher's stand, someone was staring at him with unbroken eye contact, the kind of eye contact required for a jinx. 2 someones, actually. Snape and Quirrell. Both staring. Both muttering under their breath. Harry's eyes narrowed. He could feel 2 distinct magical signatures pulling at his broom, one trying to curse it, one trying to counter-curse it. Snape was trying to save him. Quirrell was trying to kill him. Standard school drama, really. Nothing compared to a Saturday night at the Hazbin Hotel. Harry gripped the broom with his thighs, let go with both hands, and slammed his palms flat against the broomstick handle. He pushed his magic into the Nimbus, not the gentle thread he'd been feeding it, but a flood, hellfire, and wizard light together, a surge of power that burned through the jinx the way sunlight burned through fog. The broom stabilized instantly. More than stabilized, it surged, catapulting forward with renewed energy. The jinx shattered and dispersed. Below, in the stands, Quirrell recoiled as if slapped. His turban smoked. Beside him, Snape blinked in surprise, his counter-curse suddenly unnecessary. Harry grinned, wild and fierce, and then he saw it. The golden snitch. Hovering near the base of the Slytherin goalposts, catching the thin November light on its tiny wings. Harry Dove. The Nimbus 2000 went from 100 feet to 10 in approximately 2 seconds. The wind screamed. The world blurred. Harry extended his hand, fingers reaching, and the snitch tried to flee, darting sideways, dropping, zigzagging. But Harry's reflexes were not human normal, had never been human normal. Were the reflexes of someone who'd grown up dodging the radio demon's shadow tendrils for fun. His fingers closed around the snitch. He pulled out of the dive 6 inches from the ground, grass brushing his toes, and held the golden ball above his head. The stadium erupted. Lee Jordan, the Weasley twins' friend and match commentator, screamed into the megaphone, "Potter catches the snitch. Gryffindor wins. 170-60. The fastest catch in a decade. Harry Potter, ladies and gentlemen. Harry. Bloody. Potter." "Jordan." McGonagall yelled, but she was smiling, and Harry could swear he saw her fist pump when she thought no one was looking. Harry landed to a swarm of red and gold-clad students, all screaming, all trying to hug him or clap his back or lift him on their shoulders. Ron was yelling incoherently. Hermione was crying and pretending she wasn't. The Weasley twins were chanting something obscene that McGonagall was pretending not to hear. Through the crowd, Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. The headmaster was applauding politely, twinkling, and beneath the twinkle, Harry saw it again. Recalculation. Reappraisal. "You didn't expect me to break the jinx myself," Harry thought. "You had Snape there as backup. But I didn't need him. What else don't I need from you?" He smiled at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled back. Neither smile reached further than it needed to. That night, Harry called his family on the mirror and told them about the match. Charlie cried, happy tears. Baggy asked detailed tactical questions about the jinx and seemed satisfied with how Harry had handled it. Angel demanded to know if Quidditch could be gambled on, asking for a friend. Husk said good game and wandered off, which was the Husk equivalent of a ticker tape parade. Alastair appeared behind Charlie's shoulder, shadow pooling. "You broke the jinx with raw power?" "Burned right through it." "And the caster?" "The one in the turban." "Felt it." "He knows I'm stronger than him." "The wraith in the turban, Voldemort, it's afraid of me." "I could feel it during the match. Every time my magic flared, the turban recoiled." "Good." Alastair's smile was sharp enough to cut. "Fear is useful, Harry. A frightened enemy is a predictable enemy. He'll accelerate his plans now. He'll go for the stone sooner rather than later." "I know. Will you be ready?" Harry looked at the mirror, at the faces of his family gathered behind the glass, Charlie's warmth, Baggy's steel, Alastair's sharp intelligence, and in the background, the familiar chaos of the Hazbin Hotel, home. "I'll be ready," he said. December came with frost and the first snowfall. The castle transformed, icicles the size of swords hanging from the battlements, the lake frozen solid, the grounds blanketed in white. Harry had never seen snow before, hell didn't have weather in the traditional sense, and his reaction to the first snowfall was so purely, transparently delighted that even the most cynical Slytherins couldn't bring themselves to mock him for it. He stood in the courtyard with his face tilted up, snow catching in his black hair, grinning like a child half his age, and Ron and Hermione stood on either side of him and let him have the moment. Then Fred Weasley hit him in the back of the head with a snowball, and the resulting snowball fight lasted 3 hours and involved 47 students and 4 professors, and only ended when Harry, laughing so hard he could barely stand, accidentally melted a 15-foot radius of snow with a burst of ambient hellfire. "Sorry," he said, standing in a perfect circle of steaming grass while everyone else was knee-deep in snow. "Got excited." Nobody minded. If anything, his circle of melted snow became the most popular gathering spot in the courtyard for the rest of the afternoon. Christmas was coming, and with it, something Harry had been planning for weeks. He'd told Ron and Hermione about it separately, asking their help, and both had agreed immediately. Ron handled the logistics, Hermione handled the research. Harry handled everything else. On December 20th, 3 days before the start of Christmas holiday, Harry went to see Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was behind a gargoyle on the 2nd floor, protected by a password that changed weekly. Harry didn't know the password. He didn't need one. He walked up to the gargoyle, placed his hand on the stone, and politely asked the castle to let him in. The gargoyle stepped aside. Harry climbed the spiral staircase and knocked on the door. "Come in, Harry." Of course Dumbledore knew who it was. The man probably had 14 different detection spells on the staircase alone. Harry pushed open the door and entered. The office was exactly what he'd expected: cluttered, eccentric, full of whirring silver instruments and portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep. Fox the Phoenix sat on his perch, and Harry felt the bird's magical signature like a warm hand on his cheek. Pure, ancient, good, in a way that was so fundamental it was almost overwhelming. Fox trilled, a sound that went through Harry like sunlight and flew from his perch to Harry's shoulder. The phoenix settled there, light as air despite his size, and pressed his golden head against Harry's temple. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Fox doesn't do that for just anyone. Phoenix is no kindness, Harry said, stroking the bird's feathers. He can feel my mother in me, the one who saved me, and the one who raised me. Something flickered behind Dumbledore's glasses. Surprise, maybe. Or the discomfort of a man whose assumptions kept running into walls. Sit down, Harry. Lemon drop. No, thank you. Harry sat in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk. Fox remained on his shoulder. I'll get to the point, Professor. I know about the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore went very still. I know it's on the 3rd floor, behind protections set by you and several other professors. I know Nicholas Flamel is its creator and your personal friend. And I know that someone in this castle is trying to steal it. The office was quiet except for the ticking of silver instruments. That is, Dumbledore said carefully, a considerable amount of knowledge for a first-year student. I'm not a typical first-year student. No. Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating, the twinkle gone, replaced by something sharper. No, you're not. You are, in fact, the most atypical student I have encountered in a long career of encountering atypical students. He leaned forward. How did you learn about the stone? I can feel it. My magical senses are extensive. The stone has a distinctive signature, ancient, warm, alchemical. It was in the Gringotts vault that was broken into last summer, and now it's here. And the person trying to steal it? Professor Quirrell. Or, more accurately, the entity possessing Professor Quirrell. The silence that followed was the kind that rearranges rooms. Dumbledore sat back. His expression underwent a transformation, the grandfatherly mask peeling away, revealing the face beneath. Not the twinkly mentor. The other Dumbledore, the one who'd defeated Grindelwald, who'd commanded armies of light, who'd spent decades as the most powerful wizard in Europe. Old, sharp, and absolutely formidable. You know about Quirrell, Dumbledore said, and it wasn't a question. I've known since my first defense class. The entity in his turban shares a magical signature with the soul fragment that was in my scar. Harry's voice was calm, factual, the way Vaggie spoke when she was laying out a tactical situation. Voldemort's wraith. Parasitic, feeding on Quirrell's life force. Desperate enough to possess a man and walk into a school full of children to get what it wants. You had a soul fragment in your scar. Had. Past tense. It burned away years ago. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were very bright. Harry, where have you been for the last 10 years? With my family. Your family is, Charlie Morningstar is my mother. The rest is my business. I left you with the Dursleys for a reason. You left me on a doorstep in November with a letter. The blood wards failed because Petunia Dursley put me out with the rubbish. The wards broke, the magical backlash opened a rift, and I went somewhere else. Harry's voice didn't waver. I don't blame you for the plan, Professor. I understand the logic of blood wards. But I need you to understand that the plan failed, and what happened instead was better. I was loved. I was protected. I was raised by people who chose me, and I grew up happy. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. I spent 10 years looking for you, he said at last, and for the first time, he sounded old. Not powerful old, not wise old. Just old. Tired. A man who had carried guilt for a decade and was only now beginning to understand what it had cost. The tracking instrument stopped working the night you disappeared. I feared, that I was dead, that I had killed you. By my choices. By my arrogance in assuming I knew best. Dumbledore removed his glasses and polished them with hands that were not entirely steady. When the instruments reactivated this summer, when I realized you were alive, that you were coming to Hogwarts, I wept, Harry. An old man, weeping alone in his office like a child. Harry felt something shift inside him. Not forgiveness, not yet, not fully. But compassion. The ability to see Dumbledore not as a chess master or a manipulator, but as a man who had made a terrible mistake and lived with it for a decade. "I'm not here to punish you for the past," Harry said. "I'm here because there's a Dark Lord in your school, and I want to know what you're going to do about it." Dumbledore replaced his glasses. The sharp, formidable presence returned. "The stone is bait, Harry. You've deduced that already, I suspect. I'm allowing Quirrell, allowing Voldemort, to believe the stone is within reach. When he makes his move, I intend to be there. And if you're not? If he creates a distraction, draws you away, then the protections will hold. The protections are solvable. They're designed to be solvable. A troll, a logic puzzle, a chess game, I could get through them right now, tonight, and I'm 11. Dumbledore's lips thinned. The final protection, the Mirror of Erist, cannot be bypassed by anyone who wishes to use the stone. Only someone who wants to find it but not use it can retrieve it. It's a protection of intent, not of power. Harry turned this over in his mind. That's clever. But it's also risky. You're betting everything on a psychological defense while a fragment of the most dangerous dark wizard in history is sitting 3 floors away from it, getting more desperate by the day. What would you suggest? Destroy the stone. Dumbledore blinked. The stone is Nicholas Flamel's life work. Destroying it would save lives. Flamel is 600 years old, Professor. He's had 6 centuries of life. Is one more century worth risking a school full of children? Harry stood. Fawkes shifted on his shoulder. You don't have to decide now. But I wanted you to know that I know. I'm not a chess piece, Professor. I'm not a weapon or a symbol or a test subject. I'm a student in your school, and I expect you to keep that school safe. He walked to the door, Fawkes still on his shoulder. Harry. He stopped. Where you were raised, Dumbledore said quietly. The soul fragment burning away. The magic I can feel in you that doesn't, he stopped. Started again. You were in hell. Harry looked at him over his shoulder. I was home. He left the office. Fawkes flew from his shoulder back to his perch as Harry crossed the threshold, and the phoenix sang one clear, piercing note that hung in the air like a promise. Dumbledore sat alone in his office for a very long time. Christmas morning arrived, and with it, the thing Harry had been planning. He'd convinced Dumbledore, through a combination of reasoned argument and the implied backing of the King of Hell, that his family should be allowed to visit for the holiday. The logistics were complex. Dimensional travel, glamours, the need for absolute secrecy. But Dumbledore, shaken by their conversation and perhaps trying to rebuild a bridge he'd damaged, agreed. They came through a portal in the Room of Requirement, a remarkable room on the 7th floor that the castle revealed to Harry when he asked nicely. It became whatever you needed it to be, and right now, Harry needed it to be a portal chamber. Charlie came through first, glamoured, wearing a Christmas sweater that she'd clearly bought specifically for this visit. She took one look at the Room of Requirement, one look at the castle visible through the window, and one look at Harry, and burst into tears. Oh my God, Harry, it's so pretty here. I love it, Mom. The ceiling is magical. Hermione told me in her letter. Is it really stars? Mom, you're crushing me. Vaggie came through next, alert and scanning, hand near her concealed weapon, taking in the room with tactical precision. Perimeter. We're in a hidden room. No one knows we're here. The castle's helping. Vaggie's eye narrowed. The castle's helping. I told you, it's alive. Sort of. Lucifer came through last, impeccable as always, glamour in place, and immediately began examining the Room of Requirement's enchantments with the wonder of a craftsman encountering another master's work. Remarkable, he murmured, touching the walls. Responsive architecture, intent-based manifestation, dimensional flexibility. Whoever built this room was a genius. Several geniuses, actually. The enchantments are layered across centuries. He turned to Harry. I want one. You can't take the Room of Requirement, Grandpa. I can try. They spent Christmas Day in the Room of Requirement, which Harry had asked to become a comfortable sitting room with a fireplace, a Christmas tree, and a window overlooking the snowy grounds. Charlie had brought presents from the hotel, gifts from everyone. From Angel, a pair of enchanted sunglasses that changed color based on mood. Tell him they're cool, or he'll never forgive me, Angel's note read. From Husk, a deck of cards that were enchanted to shuffle themselves and, when no one was looking, dealt winning hands to their owner. From Nifty, a self-cleaning kit for his robes that was so thorough it bordered on aggressive. From Serpentious, a mechanical snake that served as a letter carrier between dimensions, which Serpentious had been working on for months and which actually functioned perfectly, to everyone's surprise, including his own. From Alaster, a journal, bound in something that was definitely not leather, that recorded everything written in it and could transmit the contents to a paired journal at the hotel. So you can keep me entertained with your adventures, Alaster's note said. Do try to be interesting. From Lucifer, a ring. Simple silver, with a single red stone that contained a droplet of crystallized hellfire. Wear it always, Lucifer told him. It amplifies your natural hellfire affinity. And it serves as a locator. If you're ever in danger I cannot sense through the normal channels, this will find you. And from Charlie, a photograph. Enchanted, wizard style, moving and alive. It showed the entire hotel family, Charlie, Vaggie, Angel, Husk, Nifty, Serpentious, Alaster, even Lucifer, crammed together on the hotel couch, laughing and arguing and being exactly themselves. Charlie had enchanted it to loop endlessly, and every few seconds, the Charlie in the photo would turn to look directly at the viewer and mouth the words "I love you." Harry held it for a long time and didn't trust himself to speak. There was another gift as well, Vaggie said carefully. It wasn't from us. It was left outside your dormitory this morning. Dumbledore, I think. Harry frowned. What was it? Vaggie produced a folded cloak from her bag, shimmering, ethereal, the fabric seeming to shift between visible and invisible as the light caught it. An invisibility cloak, Harry said, recognizing it from his reading. The note said it belonged to my father. James Potter's cloak, Lucifer confirmed. He examined it with interest. Old magic. Very old. This isn't a standard invisibility cloak. Those wear out after a few years. This is something else. His eyes narrowed. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Keep it, Harry. It may prove useful. Why would Dumbledore give this to me now? Because he wants you to use it, Vaggie said flatly. He's arming you. Giving you tools. Still playing his game, even after your conversation. Or, Charlie said gently, he's returning something that belonged to Harry's father. Sometimes a gift is just a gift. In my experience, Lucifer said, gifts from powerful old men are never just gifts. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't accept them. Harry folded the cloak and set it aside. He'd think about it later. Right now, he had his family around him, and a Christmas tree, and a castle full of magic, and the knowledge that no matter what came next, Quirrell, Voldemort, Dumbledore's machinations, he was not alone. They spent the afternoon together. Charlie explored the castle under glamour, gasping at every portrait and suit of armor, nearly getting into a full conversation with the Fat Friar before Vaggie steered her away. Lucifer spoke with the castle's ghosts in a language that predated English, and nearly headless Nick later told Harry that his grandfather was the most charming and terrifying being I've encountered since my execution. And I've met both Henry VIII and the Bloody Baron. Vaggie found the defense classroom, examined the protections, or lack thereof, and left a set of detailed notes on Harry's desk about optimal defensive positions within the castle. She'd mapped escape routes, identified structural weak points, and noted the locations of every secret passage she could find. There are 7 passages out of the school, she told Harry. 4 are still usable. Memorize them. Yes, ma'am. Don't ma'am me. I'm your aunt. Yes, Aunt Vaggie. Better. They left at sunset, the portal swallowing them one by one. Charlie hugged Harry for so long that Vaggie had to physically detach her. Lucifer squeezed Harry's shoulder and said nothing, because what needed to be said had been said, and the King of Hell did not repeat himself. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, holding the photograph, watching his family laugh and argue in an endless loop. Then he tucked it into his robes, next to his heart, and went to find out what else Dumbledore had left for him. The Mirror of Erist was in an unused classroom on the first floor. Harry found it that night, wearing his father's cloak, moving through the castle like a ghost. The castle's magic parted around him, not because of the cloak, which simply bent light, but because Hogwarts itself was clearing his path, guiding him. The mirror was tall, ornate, with an inscription around the frame that Harry read backward without difficulty. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." He stood in front of it and looked. The image that formed was not what he expected. He'd expected to see his birth parents, James and Lily, the people who died for him, whose love had sent him tumbling through dimensions into Charlie's arms. And they were there, standing behind him in the mirror, James with messy black hair and glasses, Lily with red hair and green eyes that were his eyes, both of them smiling with a love so fierce it hurt to look at. But they weren't alone. Charlie stood beside Lily, one arm around the other woman's shoulders, and Lily was leaning into her, and they were laughing together as if they'd known each other for years. Vaggie stood next to James, arms crossed, looking quietly satisfied. Alastair lurked in the background, smiling. Angel, Husk, Nifty, Serpentious, all of them, arranged around Harry like a constellation around a star. And Lucifer, standing just behind both sets of parents, one hand on James's shoulder and one on Charlie's, looking for all the world like a patriarch surveying his family. Two families. Two worlds. United. Harry stared at the mirror, and the reflection stared back, and he understood what his heart desired most, not one family or the other, but both. Together. Whole. He reached up and touched the glass. "It's a beautiful image," said a voice behind him. Harry didn't startle. He'd felt Dumbledore's approach. "You've been waiting for me to find this. I suspected you would. The cloak, the quiet corridors, the castle's fondness for you, it was only a matter of time." Dumbledore stepped into the mirror's light, and in the glass, his reflection showed a much younger man holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Or perhaps something else entirely. The image was hard to read. "The Mirror of Erist shows the deepest desire of the heart," Dumbledore said. "Many have gone mad staring into it, lost in what they wish they had. I trust you won't make that mistake." "I don't need to stare at a mirror to know what I want," Harry said. "I already have it. Most of it." He looked at the reflection of James and Lily one more time, memorizing their faces, and stepped back. "I noticed the mirror's magical signature matches the one on the third floor. This is the final protection, isn't it? For the stone." Dumbledore sighed. "You are, without question, the most exhausting student I have ever had." "I'll take that as a compliment." It was meant as one. Dumbledore studied him in the mirror's light. "Harry, I want you to know, whatever you think of me, whatever you believe my motivations are, I want you safe. I wanted it 11 years ago when I left you on that doorstep, and I want it now." "I know," Harry said. "But wanting someone safe and keeping them safe aren't the same thing. And keeping someone safe by controlling them isn't safety, it's a cage." Dumbledore flinched. It was tiny, almost invisible, but Harry saw it. "I'll be careful," Harry said. "And I'll let you help. But I won't be managed. Not by you, not by Voldemort, not by anyone." He pulled the cloak around himself and moved toward the door. "Good night, Professor." "Good night, Harry." He left the old man alone with the mirror, and as he walked through the sleeping castle, he felt something settle in his chest, a resolve, clear and bright as the snow outside. The game was almost over. Quirrell was getting desperate. Harry could feel it, the Wraith's energy growing more agitated, more reckless, the turban's dark signature pulsing like a wound. Whatever was going to happen would happen soon. Harry was ready. He climbed into bed, closed his eyes, and dreamed of his mothers, both of them, standing together, smiling, proud, waiting for him to do what he was born to do. Not to die. To win. Chapter 4. Hellfire and hallowed ground. January came to Hogwarts like a slow exhale, gray skies, frozen grounds, the castle wrapping itself in layers of warming charms that made the corridors feel like the inside of a bread oven. Harry settled into the rhythm of his second term with the practiced ease of someone who understood that the quiet before a storm was not for resting. It was for sharpening. He trained. Not in any way that anyone would notice, because the best training was the kind that looked like ordinary living. Harry studied with Hermione 3 nights a week in the library, and in between helping her master the color change charm and debating the theoretical limits of transfiguration, he was quietly expanding his own repertoire, testing the boundaries between his wizard magic and his hellfire, finding the places where they overlapped and the places where they didn't. He played chess with Ron every evening, and every game was a lesson in pattern recognition, in thinking 6 moves ahead, in understanding that the most powerful piece on the board wasn't always the most important one. Ron won more often than not, but the margin was narrowing, and Ron had started doing the thing he did when he was genuinely challenged, going quiet, eyes focused. Every ounce of his considerable but usually scattered intelligence funneled into the 64 squares in front of him. He flew. Every spare moment, every gap in the schedule, Harry was on his broom, pushing the Nimbus to its limits and then past them. Oliver would had him running drills that would have hospitalized most professional players, Wronski feints at terminal velocity, blind catches in driving rain, sprint-hover-sprint transitions that required reflexes measured in milliseconds. Harry did all of it and asked for more. "You're not human," Wood said after one particularly brutal practice session, watching Harry land without a drop of sweat on him while the rest of the team collapsed on the grass like discarded laundry. "I get that a lot," Harry said. But the real training happened alone, in the room of requirement, in the dead hours between midnight and dawn. The room gave him what he needed, a space the size of a cathedral, its walls reinforced with magic old enough to absorb anything he threw at them. Harry worked through the first-year curriculum in a week and started on the second. Then the third. Then, growing impatient with the structure, he abandoned the curriculum entirely and started experimenting. His wizard magic was a scalpel. Precise, elegant, operating through the framework of incantation and gesture. With the Holy Wand, he could cast any standard spell with textbook accuracy. Lumos, Alohomora, Wingardium Leviosa, Petrivicus Totalis, they came as naturally as breathing. His hellfire magic was a forge hammer. Raw, immense, operating through willpower and emotion. With Lucifer's wand or with his bare hands, he could blast through defenses, shield against attacks, and project force on a scale that most adult wizards couldn't match. Together, they were something else entirely. Harry stood in the center of the room of requirement on a cold Tuesday at 2 a.m. and held both wands, Holly in the left, Hellfire in the right, and reached for both kinds of magic simultaneously. The sensation was indescribable. Like hearing a symphony and a thunderstorm at the same time, each one making the other more intense, more alive. The wizard magic gave the hellfire shape. The hellfire gave the wizard magic depth. Together, they wove into something that made the room of requirement's ancient walls hum with resonance. Harry cast a Protego, the shield charm, technically third-year material, and channeled both wands into it. The shield that materialized was not the transparent, slightly shimmering barrier that the textbooks described. It was a wall of red-gold light, solid as steel, radiating heat without burning, and when Harry tested it by hurling a blasting curse at it from the Holy Wand while maintaining it with the Hellfire Wand, the curse didn't just deflect. It absorbed. The shield ate the curse, incorporated its energy, and grew stronger. "That's new," Harry murmured. He spent the next 3 hours exploring the implications. His hybrid shield could absorb magical energy and convert it to fuel. The more you attacked it, the stronger it got. It had limits. He found them around the 4th hour, when the strain of maintaining dual wand casting started to produce a headache, but the principle was sound. He was building a magical style that no one had ever seen before, because no one had ever been what he was before. He wrote about it in a Laster's journal that night. The shield absorbs incoming spells and uses their energy to reinforce itself. "I'm calling it the Crucible Shield," seemed appropriate, given the whole Hellfire thing. Theoretical upper limit is somewhere around 12 simultaneous curse impacts before I start feeling the strain. Working on increasing that. Alastair's response appeared in the paired journal at the hotel the next morning. Harry read it over breakfast. Marvelous. A shield that feeds on aggression. Your enemies will literally make you stronger by attacking you. That's not just magic, my boy, that's poetry. Have you considered the psychological implications? The moment your opponent realizes that every spell they cast is strengthening your defense, they face an impossible choice. Keep attacking and make you invincible, or stop attacking and leave you free to act. Checkmate in either direction. You've created a no-win scenario for anyone who fights you. I could not be more entertained. Harry smiled, ate his toast, and went to Transfiguration. The weeks passed. Harry's academic performance was, by any measure, extraordinary. He topped every class except History of Magic. Hermione beat him by 2 points, and he was genuinely happy about it. She'd earned it, studying with a ferocity that made professors nervous, and potions. Where Snape's grading system remained an impenetrable mystery governed by spite rather than merit, though even he couldn't give Harry less than an exceeds expectations without committing academic fraud. Flitwick had started giving Harry independent study projects, unable to contain his excitement at having a student who could already perform most of the fifth-year Charms curriculum. McGonagall, in her own reserved way, had begun leaving advanced Transfiguration texts on Harry's desk before class, without comment, the literary equivalent of a nod of approval. Even Sprout in herbology had given Harry a cutting from a rare singing snapdragon after he'd coaxed one into bloom with a whisper of magic that made the entire greenhouse flourish. Snape remained Snape. But the dynamic had shifted subtly since that first class. He no longer baited Harry, no longer tried to provoke a reaction. Instead, he watched. Constantly, intensely, with the focus of a man trying to solve a puzzle that offended him by existing. Harry returned the scrutiny with calm good humor, and the resulting détente was the closest thing to a relationship either of them was willing to acknowledge. Quirrell, meanwhile, was deteriorating. It was visible to anyone paying attention, though most people weren't. The man's stutter had worsened, his turban had developed a faintly sour smell that went beyond garlic, and his eyes, already nervous, had taken on a hunted quality. He was losing weight. His hands trembled during demonstrations. He'd canceled 2 classes in January alone, citing illness, and when he did teach, his gaze kept sliding toward the door as if expecting something to come through it. Harry watched all of this with the patient attention of someone who'd been taught to read people by the best card shark in hell. Quirrell wasn't just nervous, he was fighting. The man inside was resisting the Wraith's control, losing ground daily, but still pushing back. There was a person in there, underneath the parasite, and that person was suffering. Harry felt something complicated about this. Anger at Voldemort, certainly. But also a threat of something that Charlie would recognize immediately: compassion. Not for the Wraith. For Quirrell. For the man who'd been consumed. He brought it up with Ron and Hermione in the library one afternoon, in low voices, behind a stack of books about medieval alchemy that Hermione had assembled as part of their ongoing Philosopher's Stone research. "He's dying," Harry said bluntly. "Quirrell. The possession is killing him. Whatever Voldemort is doing to his body, it's not sustainable. At the rate he's deteriorating, he's got months. Maybe less." "Good riddance," Ron muttered, then caught himself. "Sorry. I know that's, but he's got you-know-who on the back of his head." "It's hard to feel sorry for him." "He didn't choose this," Harry said. "Not entirely. He chose to seek Voldemort out. He went looking for what was left of him, probably thought he could gain power from it. That was his mistake. But possession isn't a partnership. It's a prison. Quirrell's trapped in his own body with something that's eating him alive." Hermione's face was pale. "Can we help him?" "If we could separate them, separating a wraith from its host requires power I don't have." "Not yet." Harry paused. "My grandfather might be able to do it, but getting him here without alerting every magical authority in Britain would be complicated. So what do? We wait. Quirrell's going to make his move soon, he has to, before the possession kills him. When he does, we'll be there. And when Voldemort is exposed, when the wraith is separated from its host, that's when I can act." "Act how?" Ron asked. Harry looked at him steadily. Hellfire destroys dark magic. The wraith is made of dark magic. When it's exposed, I burn it. The simplicity of it sat between them for a moment. And Quirrell? Hermione asked quietly. I'll try to save him. I don't know if I can, but I'll try. Hermione nodded. Ron nodded. Neither of them questioned whether Harry could do what he was claiming. They'd seen the troll, the Quidditch jinx, the things he could do when he stopped holding back. The question wasn't capability. The question was cost. February brought Valentine's Day, which Harry treated with the amused detachment of someone who'd grown up watching Angel Dust navigate the most complicated love life in Pentagram City history. He received 47 Valentines from students he'd never spoken to, 3 marriage proposals, 2 from students, 1 from a portrait on the 4th floor, and a howler from someone who claimed to be his future wife and had included a lock of hair. This is mental, Ron said, watching Harry sort through the pile with the expression of someone witnessing a natural disaster. You got more Valentines than the rest of Gryffindor combined. Celebrity is a strange thing, Harry said, banishing the howler with a flick of his wand. People think they know you because they know your name. Is there anyone you actually, Ron? I'm 11. Right. Yeah, obviously. Forget I asked. Hermione rolled her eyes so hard it was nearly audible. March arrived, and with it, the thing that changed the equation. Harry was leaving the library at 9 in the evening, taking a shortcut through the 4th floor corridor, when he heard voices. One he recognized, Snape, low and dangerous. The other was Quirrell, stuttering worse than ever. Harry pressed himself into an alcove and listened. Not because he needed to hide, the invisibility cloak was in his bag, but because eavesdropping from an alcove felt more honest somehow, and Husk had taught him that if you were going to snoop, you should at least be straightforward about the sneaking. Running out of time, Quirrell. Snape's voice was a blade wrapped in silk. You think I don't know what you're doing? Those little midnight excursions toward the 3rd floor? Your sudden interest in the defenses? I've been watching you since September. I don't know what you're talking about, Severus. Drop the act. It insults both our intelligences. A pause. The sound of Snape stepping closer. I know what you are. I know what you're carrying. And I know that Dumbledore is watching you like a hawk while pretending not to. The question is whether you're going to do something stupid before or after that thing eats you alive. Silence. Then Quirrell's voice, and the stutter was gone. Not reduced, gone. Replaced by something flat and cold that sounded nothing like the timid professor. You should be careful, Severus. You might learn more than you want to know. I already know more than I want to. I was a Death Eater, you fool. I know what the Dark Lord's magic feels like. I can smell it on you. Quirrell laughed. It was a horrible sound, 2 laughs layered on top of each other, one thin and terrified, one deep and pleased. Then you know, Quirrell said in that wrong voice, that I am not someone to threaten. Snape said nothing. Harry heard footsteps, one set retreating quickly, the other standing still for a long moment before moving away slowly. Harry stayed in the alcove, processing. 2 things crystallized. First, Snape was protecting the stone. Actively, personally, at risk to himself. He wasn't just Dumbledore's spy. He was a man who had been a Death Eater and was now standing between his former master and the thing that master wanted. That took a kind of courage that Harry respected deeply, the kind that Baggy would call stupid brave, which was her highest compliment. Second, the voice that had spoken through Quirrell wasn't just the wraith leaking through. It was Voldemort, fully present, fully aware, in control. The possession wasn't just a parasitic attachment anymore. The wraith had taken over. Quirrell's resistance, whatever was left of it, was nearly gone. It was almost time. Harry wrote to the hotel that night, using Alastair's journal. It's happening soon. The wraith has almost fully consumed Quirrell. He's going to go for the stone within weeks. I need to be ready. Alastair's response came at dawn. Then be ready. You know what you are and what you can do. The only question is whether you'll hesitate when the moment arrives. I know the answer. So do you. Charlie's message came through the enchanted mirror an hour later, because Sir Pentius's mechanical snake had carried Harry's update to the hotel faster than the journal. Harry. Charlie's face in the mirror was calm. Not the forced calm of someone hiding their fear, the deep, genuine calm of a mother who had spent 11 years preparing for this without knowing she was doing it. Whatever happens, whatever you face down there, remember who you are. I'm Harry Potter. You're Harry Morningstar Potter. You are loved by two worlds. And nothing, in any realm of existence can take that from you. I know, Mom. Come home to me. I will. I promise. He tucked the mirror away and went to breakfast, and the bacon was good, and Ron was arguing with Hermione about whether cats or owls made better pets, and the sun was shining through the enchanted ceiling, and it was a beautiful morning. And Harry ate every bite because his Aunt Baggy had taught him to never go into a fight on an empty stomach. The Quidditch match against Hufflepuff was in April, and it was the game that made Harry Potter a legend on the pitch. Not because of the snitch, though he caught it, obviously, in a diving spiral catch that made Oliver would actually weep, but because of what happened during the second half, when a rogue bludger went haywire and targeted Harry with the single-minded determination of a heat-seeking missile. Later investigation would suggest the bludger had been tampered with. At the time, Harry didn't care about the why. He cared about the large iron ball that was hurtling toward his face at approximately 90 miles per hour. He could have dodged. His reflexes were more than fast enough. But dodging would have sent the bludger into the stands, where 200 students were sitting, and Harry's brain performed the calculation in the fraction of a second between seeing the bludger and reacting to it. Dodge. Safe for him, dangerous for others. Don't dodge, dangerous for him, safe for others. Charlie hadn't raised him to dodge. Harry planted himself on his broom, drew the Hellfire wand, and cast the Crucible shield, both hands on the wand, both kinds of magic flooding through him, the red-gold barrier materializing in front of him like a wall of sunrise. The bludger hit the shield. The shield ate it. Not metaphorically. The bludger struck the Crucible shield and was absorbed, its kinetic energy devoured, its iron mass converted to magical fuel, its enchantments unraveled and incorporated. The shield flared brighter, pulsed once, and the bludger simply ceased to exist. The stadium went silent. Then Lee Jordan said, very quietly into the megaphone, "Did Harry Potter just eat a bludger?" The stadium went insane. Harry dropped the shield, caught the snitch 12 seconds later, and Gryffindor won 290-40. He landed to find Oliver Wood on his knees in the grass, hands clasped, whispering "thank you" to whatever deity governed Quidditch excellence. What was that? Ron demanded after the match, practically vibrating. That shield, the bludger, just pff gone. New technique, Harry said. I've been working on it. Working on, Harry. You disintegrated a bludger. With a shield. That's not a technique, that's I don't even know what that is. Absorption defense, Hermione said, and her voice had the particular quality it got when she was running calculations in her head at superhuman speed. The shield doesn't just deflect, it converts incoming energy into fuel. That's why it grew brighter when the bludger hit it. It fed on the attack. Exactly, Harry said, impressed. That's theoretically impossible. And yet, Harry, the magical principles behind that, you need a dual-frequency energy system, something that could simultaneously process structured magical energy and raw kinetic force. That's not first-year magic. That's not even Newt-level magic. That's Hermione. Entirely new magical theory that would rewrite our understanding of defensive, Hermione. She stopped. Took a breath. Sorry. I'm excited. That was the most remarkable piece of defensive magic I've ever seen, and I need you to explain every aspect of it to me immediately, or I will lose my mind. After dinner, Harry promised. I'm starving. Fair. The fallout from the bludger incident rippled outward. Students who had admired Harry from a distance now stared at him in corridors with something closer to awe. The professors, even the ones who'd maintained professional detachment, watched him with new eyes. McGonagall called him to her office and asked, very directly, where he learned to cast like that. Self-taught, Harry said, which was true enough. Mr. Potter, that spell, if it was a spell, does not appear in any textbook I've ever read. And I've read most of them. It's something new. Something I developed. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Your mother, your birth mother, was one of the most naturally gifted witches I ever taught. Your father was brilliant in his own right. But what you're demonstrating goes beyond talent, Harry. It goes beyond training. She paused, choosing her words with the precision she applied to everything. If you ever feel that your magic is beyond your control, if you ever feel that what you can do is too much, it's not too much, Harry said gently. It's exactly right. I know where my magic comes from, Professor. All of it. And I'm not afraid of it. Something in McGonagall's expression softened. No, she said. I don't believe you are. Snape cornered him after potions the following week. Not aggressively. Snape didn't need to be aggressive to be intimidating. He could make a polite question feel like a cross-examination. He simply stood in Harry's path as the other students filed out and waited until the room was empty. The shield, Snape said. No preamble, no context needed. Yes. Where did you learn it? I didn't learn it. I created it. Snape's black eyes bored into his. Harry felt the lightest touch of something against his mind, not an attack, but a probe. Legitimacy. Snape was trying to read him. Harry's mental defenses weren't walls or shields or any of the standard occlumency metaphors. They were fire. The mental equivalent of sticking your hand into a furnace. Snape's probe hit the fire, recoiled, and the potion's master actually flinched. Don't do that again, Harry said, and his voice was pleasant but his eyes were not. Snape recovered quickly. Faster than most people would have, the man's composure was ironclad. My apologies. Old habits. Legitimacy without consent isn't an old habit. It's an invasion. Snape's jaw tightened. For a moment, the mask slipped and Harry saw something raw underneath, not anger, but something more complex. Shame, maybe. The particular shame of a man who knew his behavior was indefensible, but had been doing it for so long that stopping felt like an admission. You're right, Snape said, and the words clearly cost him something. It was inappropriate. Harry nodded. The shield is called the Crucible Shield. It's a dual-frequency absorption defense that converts incoming magical energy into structural reinforcement. I can write up the theory if you're interested. Snape stared at him. You would share original magical research with me. Why not? You're the most technically proficient caster in this school. If anyone can find the flaws in my theory, it's you. And I'd rather find the flaws in a laboratory than on a battlefield. The silence stretched. Snape's expression went through several phases: suspicion, confusion, reluctant interest, and finally something that looked almost like respect, though he'd probably rather die than admit it. Leave the write-up on my desk by Friday, Snape said, and swept out of the room. Harry grinned. Angel would have been proud. Nothing disarmed people faster than being genuinely, disarmingly nice to them when they expected hostility. The weeks rolled on. April faded into May, and the castle felt like it was holding its breath. Not literally, the warming charms had kicked in and the grounds were exploding with spring, but magically, atmospherically, in the way that Harry had learned to read. Quirrell was barely functional. He'd canceled the last 3 weeks of defense classes, citing a recurring ailment, and the substitute, a fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect who gamely tried to teach knockback jinxes to increasingly skeptical first years, was a poor replacement. Harry used the free periods to practice in the room of requirement, refining his technique, pushing his limits, preparing. He also did something that surprised Ron and Hermione. He reached out to Draco Malfoy. It happened in the courtyard, on a Wednesday afternoon, during a free period that Harry usually spent reading. Draco was sitting alone on a bench near the lake, which was unusual. Draco was almost always flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, his constant shadows, his bodyguard/audience. Being alone meant something had happened. Harry sat down beside him. Draco stiffened. What do you want, Potter? Nice day, Harry said, looking at the lake. I didn't ask for company. I know. That's usually when people need it most. Draco's jaw worked. He stared straight ahead, and Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the tightness around his eyes, signs of someone holding something together through sheer force of will. My father wrote to me, Draco said abruptly. He's displeased. With my academic performance. He stopped. Started again. He expected certain things from my first year. Alliances. Influence. I was supposed to, it doesn't matter. He wanted you to recruit me. Draco's silence was confirmation enough. And you couldn't, because I'm not the pliable, ignorant orphan everyone expected. So now he's disappointed in you for failing to do something that was never possible in the first place. Draco turned and looked at Harry, and for the first time all year, there was no sneer, no mask, no practiced aristocratic disdain. Just a 12-year-old boy who was terrified of his father and didn't know what to do about it. You don't know what it's like, Draco said quietly. Having a father who sees you as a tool. An extension of himself. Everything I do, everything I am, it's not for me. It's for the family name. The Malfoy legacy. Harry thought of Charlie, who had never once asked him to be anything other than himself. Who had built her entire life around the principle that people could choose who they wanted to be. And he thought of Lucifer, who, for all his cosmic power and ancient authority, had knelt down to Harry's eye level and treated him like a person from the very first moment. I don't know what it's like to have a father like yours, Harry said honestly. But I know what it looks like when someone's carrying a weight they didn't choose. And I know that the people who put that weight on you don't get to decide what you do with it. Draco's expression flickered. Not warming, exactly. He wasn't built for warmth, not yet, maybe not ever in the way Harry was, but shifting. Reassessing. Why are you being nice to me? Draco asked. I've been nothing but a prat to you all year. You've been performing. There's a difference. Harry stood up. I'm not asking you to be my friend, Draco. I'm just telling you that you don't have to be your father's version of yourself. You can be whoever you decide to be. He walked away. Behind him, Draco sat on the bench and stared at the lake, and something in his expression had cracked, and what was underneath wasn't ugly at all. Ron was appalled when Harry told him about the conversation. You were nice to Malfoy? He called Hermione a nasty word last month. He called her that because his father taught him to. He didn't mean it the way Lucius would mean it. He meant it the way a parrot means anything it says, repetition without understanding. You're making excuses for him. I'm explaining him. There's a difference. Harry looked at Ron steadily. My mom runs a hotel inn in an unusual place. The whole point of it is that people can change. That the worst thing you've done doesn't have to be the last thing you do. If I believe that for the people I grew up with, I have to believe it for Draco too. Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. I hate it when you make sense about things I want to be angry about. Sorry. No, you're not. No, I'm not. Hermione, when she heard, was more nuanced. I don't forgive him for what he said. Not yet. But I understand what you're doing, Harry, and I think it's brave. Stupid, possibly, but brave. Story of my life, Harry said cheerfully. The exams came and went. Harry aced everything. Not with showy displays of power, he'd taken Baggy's advice about calibration, about choosing when to show his full strength, but with a quiet, thorough competence that left his professors with nothing to criticize and everything to admire. His Transfiguration practical was flawless. His Charms exam included a bonus section that Flitwick had added specifically for Harry, involving fifth-year material, which Harry completed without breaking a sweat. His Potions practical produced a forgetfulness potion so perfect that Snape stared at it for 30 seconds, said acceptable, and walked away, which Hermione later confirmed was the highest praise Snape had given a Gryffindor in living memory. The only class Harry didn't take an exam in was Defense Against the Dark Arts, because there was no exam. Quirrell had not been seen in 2 weeks. It was the first week of June when everything came together. Harry was in the room of requirement, practicing, pushing his dual wand technique to its limits. He'd been at it for 2 hours, and the room was thick with residual magic, gold and crimson energy drifting in the air like luminous mist. He was working on something new, using the Hellfire wand to create constructs, solid shapes made of crystallized magical energy that could move and act independently. Alastair had suggested the idea in a journal entry, and Harry had been exploring it for weeks. So far, he could create small constructs, birds, mostly, made of red gold fire that flew and sang and dissolved after a few minutes. They were beautiful and useless. He was trying to make something bigger. Something that could fight. He was mid-creation, halfway through sculpting a hellfire construct in the shape of a stag, because something in his magic responded to that shape in a way he couldn't explain when his scar pulsed. Not painfully. The fragment was gone, burned away years ago. But the scar itself retained a memory of the connection, a phantom sensitivity to Voldemort's magical signature, and right now it was singing. Voldemort was active. Voldemort was moving. The Wraith's energy signature had spiked. Harry could feel it through the castle's own magical substrate, a dark pulse spreading outward from the direction of Quirrell's office. Tonight. It was happening tonight. Harry dissolved the stag construct, holstered both wands, and reached for the enchanted mirror. "Mom, it's time." Charlie's face appeared. Behind her, Harry could see the hotel lobby. Vaggie was already on her feet. Angel was reaching for something off-screen. Alastair's shadow was stretching across the wall. "We're here," Charlie said. "Tell me." Quirrell's making his move. The Wraith's energy just spiked. He's going for the stone tonight. I can feel it. Can you wait? Let Dumbledore handle it. Dumbledore's not here. Harry had felt the headmaster's departure earlier that evening, a subtle absence in the castle's magical field, like a held note suddenly going silent. He received an owl during dinner and left. Emergency at the ministry, supposedly. I think it was engineered. Quirrell, Voldemort, lured him away. Vaggie's voice from off-screen. That's a textbook tactical move. Remove the strongest defender, then strike. Exactly. Harry. Charlie's voice was steady, her eyes bright. You don't have to do this alone. We can come through. Your grandfather can be therein. If the King of Hell materializes in a British wizarding school, it won't matter that we stopped Voldemort. The fallout would be catastrophic. Dimensional incursion, international magical incidents, the ministry getting involved, everything we've built to keep my identity protected would collapse. Charlie closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wet but resolved. Then what's the plan? I go through the protections with Ron and Hermione. We get to the stone before Quirrell does. And when I face the Wraith, I end it. The Hellfire will destroy the Wraith. I'm strong enough. I know I am. A silence. Then Vaggie's face appeared beside Charlie's, fierce and focused. Ground rules. First, the emergency portkey stays on your wrist. If anything goes wrong, and I mean anything, Harry, not just combat wrong but instinct wrong, you pull it. No hesitation. You come home. Agreed. Second, your friends. Ron and Hermione. They're 11. They're brave, but they're not trained. Don't let pride override sense. If there's a point where they need to stop and you need to go on alone, make that call. Agreed. Third. Vaggie paused. If you face Voldemort, face him as who you are. All of you. Don't hold back. Don't calibrate. Don't worry about what anyone sees or thinks or asks afterward. You end him. That's the plan. Good. Vaggie's voice softened by a fraction. We'll be watching. The mirror stays open. If we hear you in trouble, I know. I love you, kid. I love you too, Vaggie. Charlie's face returned. She was smiling through tears, her specialty, her superpower, the thing that made her who she was. Go save the world, sweetheart. And then come home and tell me everything. Deal. He tucked the mirror into his pocket, left it slightly open so they could listen, and went to find his friends. Ron and Hermione were in the common room. He didn't need to explain much. They'd been preparing for this alongside him for months, and the moment Harry walked in with that particular expression on his face, they both stood up. Tonight? Ron said. Tonight. Dumbledore's gone. Quirrell's moving. I've reviewed all the protections we know about, Hermione said, and she was already pulling on her shoes. We need to get past Fluffy, Hagrid's three-headed dog, put to sleep with music, then the Devil's Snare, then a room of flying keys, then a giant chess set, then a troll, then a logic puzzle. The final protection is the Mirror of Erist, which Dumbledore told you can only be solved by someone who doesn't want to use the stone. That's the gauntlet, Harry confirmed. Some of it might already be disabled if Quirrell's ahead of us. And if we can't catch up? Ron asked. Then we face him at the end. Ron swallowed. Nodded. His freckles stood out sharp against his pale skin, but his jaw was set and his eyes were clear. Right. Let's go. They moved through the castle under the invisibility cloak, a tight fit for three, but manageable. The corridors were dark and empty, the portraits sleeping, the suits of armor standing their eternal watch. Harry felt the castle around them, awake, alert, aware of what was happening. The magic in the walls pulsed with a low, agitated frequency, like a dog sensing a storm. I know, Harry thought. I'm handling it. A pulse. Trust. The castle trusted him. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was already ajar, Quirrell had been through. From behind it came a low, rumbling sound that made the floor vibrate. Fluffy, Hermione whispered. Harry pushed the door open. The three-headed dog was enormous, filling the room, each head the size of a small car, 6 eyes glaring in the darkness. It was standing over a trapdoor, and all 3 heads swiveled toward the door when they entered. Ron made a sound that was halfway between a whimper and a prayer. Music, Hermione said. Hagrid said it falls asleep with music. Does anyone? Harry was already singing. It was the song Charlie sang to him at bedtime. The one she'd written herself, about stars that refused to go out. He didn't have Charlie's voice, nobody did. Her voice carried the resonance of her bloodline, a sound that could move even the damned to tears. But he had the song, and he had the love behind it, and he poured both into the melody. The three-headed dog paused. All 6 eyes blinked. One head tilted, then another, then the third. The rumbling growl softened to a hum, then to a whine, then to silence. One by one, the massive heads drooped, and Fluffy collapsed onto its side with a thud that shook dust from the ceiling. That, Ron breathed, was the most terrifying lullaby I've ever heard. My mom wrote it. Your mom is a hell of a songwriter. Harry grinned. You have no idea. They dropped through the trapdoor. Devil's Snare caught them in the darkness, thick, ropey tendrils of plant matter that coiled around their limbs the moment they landed. Hermione shouted instructions about relaxing, about sunlight, about the plant's aversion to heat, and Harry, rather than lighting a fire with his wand like a normal wizard, simply let his ambient hellfire aura flare. The Devil's Snare didn't just release them. It recoiled. The tendrils shrank back, withering, blackening, retreating from the crimson light that radiated from Harry's skin like he was made of embers. The entire mass of plant matter pulled itself into the corners of the room, as far from Harry as it could get. Useful, Hermione said faintly. Told you, Ron said. Not human. They moved on. The key room was elegant, a chamber full of jewel-bright winged keys fluttering near the ceiling, a heavy wooden door on the far side, and a broomstick hovering in the middle of the room. The lock on the door required a specific key, old, silver, with a bent wing. Harry mounted the broomstick, shot into the swarm of keys, and had the correct one in his hand in 4 seconds flat. He'd spent months training with the Nimbus 2000 at speeds that would have killed most flyers. Catching a slow, injured key from a swarm of distractions was child's play. He unlocked the door, tossed the key back into the air, and gestured his friends through. The chess room was next. It was vast, a full-sized wizard chess set, the pieces towering over them, carved from white and black stone. The white pieces stood between them and the far door. The implication was clear. They had to play across. Ron stepped forward. This is mine, he said, and his voice had changed. The nervousness was gone, replaced by something focused and hard and confident, the voice of someone who was, for the first time, in a situation where his specific, unusual genius was exactly what was needed. Ron, Hermione began. I'm the chess player. Let me play. He surveyed the board with the eyes of a general examining a battlefield. Harry, take the bishop's square. Hermione, you're the castle. He walked to the knight's position and mounted the stone horse with a casual grace that belied his racing heart. I'll get us across. He got them across in 6 moves. Not the grinding, sacrifice-heavy game that the enchantment was designed to enforce. 6 moves. Knight to b5, bishop to c4, castle to e8, queen's gambit counter-gambit, and a checkmate so elegant that the white king actually bowed before toppling. That's impossible, Hermione whispered. A 6-move checkmate against a full magical chess set. It's not impossible, Harry said, looking at Ron with a pride that went bone deep. It's Ron. Ron's ears were scarlet, but he was grinning, the grin of a boy who had just proven, to himself and everyone else, that he was extraordinary. They moved through the door. The troll room was already dealt with. A troll even bigger than the Halloween one lay unconscious on the floor, a lump on its head suggesting that Quirrell had handled it with brute force. The logic puzzle was next, a table with 7 bottles, a scroll of clues, and flames blocking both the forward and backward doors. Hermione had it solved in 90 seconds. The smallest bottle goes forward. The round one goes back. She looked at the bottles, then at her friends. There's only enough in the smallest bottle for one person. And there it was. The moment Vaggie had told him to prepare for. You two go back, Harry said. Like hell, Ron said immediately. Ron, I didn't play the best chess game of my life to sit in the other room while you fight a Dark Lord. And I didn't solve a logic puzzle under duress to be sent home, Hermione added, chin raised. Harry looked at them, his friends, his first friends outside of hell, 2 11-year-olds who had walked into a gauntlet designed to test fully trained wizards and had conquered every challenge through brilliance and bravery and stubborn refusal to be left behind. If I go through that door, Harry said quietly, I'm going to face Voldemort. Not a troll, not a chess game. Voldemort. And what I'm going to do, what I'm going to have to do, you might not understand. You might not, Harry. Hermione's voice was calm and certain. We trust you. Yeah, Ron said. Whatever you've got, whatever you've been hiding all year, we trust you. Harry's chest ached. I haven't been hiding. I've been waiting. Then stop waiting, Ron said. Go. Harry looked at them one last time. Then he picked up the smallest bottle, drank it, and walked through the flames. Chapter 5. Through the trapdoor the fire parted around Harry like a curtain, cold against his skin where the potion's magic shielded him, and then he was through, and the room beyond was nothing like what he'd expected. It was circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with a pale, sickly light. The mirror of Ariste stood in the center, massive and ornate, its golden frame catching the torchlight. And standing before it, back turned, hands pressed flat against the glass, was Professor Quirrell. No turban. The purple silk was gone, discarded on the floor like a shed skin. Quirrell's head was bare, and the back of it, the part that was always hidden, always wrapped, always guarded, was facing Harry. There was a face there. Not Quirrell's face. Something else. Something that had been human once, a long time ago, and had left humanity behind like a snake leaves its skin. The features were flat, stretched, white as chalk, with slits for nostrils and eyes that were closed, as if sleeping. It was fused to the back of Quirrell's skull, a second face sharing a single body, and even from across the room, Harry could feel it, the cold, dense, wrong magic of a soul that had been torn apart and stitched back together too many times. Quirrell was muttering at the mirror. I see the stone, I see myself presenting it to my master, but how do I get it? Use the boy, said the face on the back of his head. The voice was thin, papery, like something speaking through a layer of dust. But beneath the frailty was a core of iron, intelligence, cruelty, and absolute conviction, compressed into a whisper. Quirrell spun around. He looked terrible. The possession had carved him hollow, his cheeks were sunken, his eyes ringed with bruised dark circles, his skin the color and texture of old wax. He was barely holding himself upright, barely alive, a shell being puppeted by the thing grafted to his skull. And when he saw Harry standing in the doorway, his expression went through terror to resignation to something almost like relief, as if the arrival of the thing he most feared was also the end of the waiting he could no longer bear. Potter, Quirrell said, and the stutter was gone. It had been a performance all along. His real voice was quiet, flat, empty. The voice of a man who'd already left. Professor, Harry said. He walked into the room with an easy stride, hands at his sides, both wands holstered. He stopped 20 feet from the mirror, from Quirrell, from the face on the back of a dead man's head. Turn around, said the whispering voice. Let me see him. Quirrell obeyed. He turned slowly, mechanically, and the face on the back of his head opened its eyes. Red. Deep, burning, inhuman red, like looking into the heart of a dying star. The eyes found Harry, and the face smiled, a thin, terrible stretching of chalk-white skin over borrowed bone. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "Tom Riddle," Harry replied. The smile faltered. The red eyes flickered with something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite surprise, the discomfort of a man confronted with a name he'd spent decades trying to erase. "You know that name," Voldemort said. "I know a lot of things." Harry's voice was conversational, easy. He could feel the mirror behind Quirrell's body, radiating its own magic, old, strange, designed to reflect desire rather than reality. He could feel Voldemort's wraith energy pressing against the room like smoke filling a jar. And he could feel his own magic, coiled and ready, hellfire and wizard light wound around each other like the cores of his grandfather's wand. He wasn't afraid. He'd been raised by the Princess of Hell, trained by the Radio Demon, and blessed by the King of all evil. The wraith of a self-mutilated dark wizard was, on the scale of things Harry had faced, somewhere between moderately concerning and interesting. "You have courage," Voldemort said, and the whisper carried a note of genuine assessment. "I can feel it in you. No fear. Most men who face me cannot say the same. Most men who face you haven't met my family." "Ah, yes. Your family." The red eyes narrowed. "I have wondered about you, Harry Potter. For months, I have ridden this wretched vessel through the halls of this school, and I have felt you, your magic, your presence. You are not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A child. Frightened, ignorant, malleable. The orphan boy that Dumbledore planned to mold into a weapon." The face twisted. "Instead, I find something I cannot identify. Your magic is wrong. It doesn't conform to any pattern I recognize. There is something in you that burns, Potter. Something that is not wizard and not mortal and not anything I have encountered in all my years of studying the deepest secrets of magic." "It's called love," Harry said. Voldemort laughed. It was a horrible sound, rasping and wet, and Quirrell's body shuddered with it. Love. The old fool's favorite delusion. Dumbledore babbled about love too, called it the greatest magic, the ultimate power. And where did it get him? Standing over an empty doorstep, crying for a child he'd lost. "It got me to a place where I was raised by people who loved me enough to make me strong. Strong enough to stand here and look at you without flinching." Harry tilted his head. "What did your choices get you, Tom?" A stolen face on the back of a dying man's head. A wraith clinging to existence through the suffering of others. "You're not a Dark Lord. You're a parasite." The red eyes blazed. The room's temperature dropped, and the torches flickered, and Quirrell made a sound like a wounded animal. "You dare, I dare because I can. That's the difference between us." Harry took a step forward, and the hellfire in his blood responded to his intent, warming his skin, lighting the air around him with the faintest crimson glow. "You tore your soul apart because you were afraid of death. You made Horcruxes, yes, I know about them, because you couldn't face the idea of ending. Every terrible thing you've ever done comes from fear. You're the most frightened person I've ever met, and I grew up surrounded by people who'd already faced the worst thing that could happen to them." Silence. Voldemort's whisper became a shriek, and the force of it rippled through Quirrell's body like a shockwave. The host staggered, caught himself on the mirror's frame, and Harry saw the man's hands leave bloody prints on the gold. "You know nothing of what I am. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You've run from death. Conquering it would mean accepting it." Harry's voice was gentle now, and the gentleness was more devastating than any weapon. "My birth mother conquered death. She chose it. She walked into it with her eyes open because she loved me more than she feared dying. That's what conquering death looks like. What you did, the Horcruxes, the murder, the mutilation of your own soul, that's just running very fast in the wrong direction." Quirrell's body was shaking. The wraith face had gone still, the red eyes burning with a cold fury that Harry could feel like a physical weight pressing against his magical senses. "Enough," Voldemort hissed. "Quirrell, seize the boy. Use him to get the stone." Quirrell turned back to the mirror, but his movements were sluggish, fighting against his own muscles. "Master, I cannot. The mirror shows me the stone, but I cannot reach it, the boy can. Dumbledore's final protection requires someone who wants the stone but does not wish to use it. The boy will retrieve it for us." Quirrell turned his hollowed eyes to Harry. "Come here, Potter." Harry walked toward the mirror. Not because Quirrell commanded it, because he wanted to. The stone was in the mirror. The mirror responded to desire. And Harry desired the stone, not to use it, not to make gold or brew elixir, but to keep it away from the thing that wanted it. He stood before the mirror of Eriste and looked into it. His reflection looked back. Just him, this time no families, no constellations of loved ones. Just Harry Potter, 11 years old, messy black hair, green eyes, lightning scar. His reflection smiled at him, reached into its pocket, and pulled out a blood-red stone the size of a small egg. The reflection winked and dropped the stone back into its pocket. Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket. Clever mirror, he thought. "What do you see?" Quirrell demanded. "What does the mirror show you?" Harry looked at Quirrell, at the ruined face, the hollow eyes, the trembling hands. And he looked past Quirrell to the face on the back of his head, the wraith, the monster, the thing that had murdered his parents and tried to murder him and spent a decade as a spiritual parasite feeding on the innocent. "I see myself," Harry said, "standing exactly where I need to be." He drew both wands. The Holly wand went into his left hand. The Hellfire wand went into his right. He held them crossed before his chest, and he reached for his magic, all of it, everything, the full synthesis of what he was, and he let it rise. The room changed. Light erupted from Harry like dawn breaking, red and gold intertwined. Hellfire and wizard light fused into a single, blazing frequency that filled the circular chamber and turned the cold stone walls into surfaces that shimmered like heated metal. The torches went out unnecessary. Harry was his own light source now, burning with a radiance that cast no shadows because it came from everywhere at once. Quirrell screamed. The wraith screamed louder, a high, inhuman shriek of pain and fury, because the hellfire in Harry's magic was anathema to Voldemort's essence. The dark magic that composed the wraith was fundamentally incompatible with infernal fire. It was like touching a live wire, like pressing ice against a sun. Voldemort's parasitic energy recoiled from Harry's light, pulling back into Quirrell's body, burrowing deeper into its host to escape the burning. "Kill him!" Voldemort screamed. "Kill him now!" Quirrell raised his wand. His hand was shaking so badly the tip traced wild arcs in the air, and the spell he cast, a sickly green bolt of light that Harry recognized as the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, the spell that had murdered his parents, flew wide, missing Harry by 6 feet and blasting a chunk out of the wall. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't need to. The man casting was barely alive, barely in control, barely human anymore. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said, and his voice carried through the light, clear and warm and impossibly kind. "You can stop." Quirrell's arm froze mid-cast. His eyes, his real eyes, the ones on his own face, found Harry's, and they were full of tears. "I can't," Quirrell whispered. "He's too strong. He's inside me. He's been inside me for months and I can't. I tried to fight him. I tried, I know you did. He made me the unicorns in the forest. I had to drink their blood, to keep him alive, to keep us alive, and it was." Quirrell's voice broke. "I was a teacher. I was just a teacher. I wanted to learn, to understand the dark arts, not to, I didn't want this. Stop sniveling." Voldemort's voice was ragged, desperate. The wraith was in pain. Harry's ambient hellfire was burning it through Quirrell's body, and the shriek of dark magic being consumed by infernal fire was a sound that existed at the edge of hearing, a frequency that made the stone walls vibrate. "Kill the boy or I will end you." "He's already ending you," Harry said to Quirrell. "The possession is killing you. You know that. You've known for months." Quirrell nodded, tears streaming down wax-pale cheeks. "I can help," Harry said. "I can destroy the wraith. But it's inside you, and I don't know if I can separate you cleanly. The hellfire might do it." Quirrell's voice was sudden, fierce, clear. The voice of a man who'd found, at the very end, the courage he'd spent his whole career teaching others about. "Do it, Potter. Get this thing out of me. Whatever it costs." "Fool!" Voldemort shrieked. "I am your master. I am your face on the back of my head, Quirrell said, and he was smiling now, an awful, beautiful smile. And I am so very tired. He dropped his wand. He spread his arms. He closed his eyes. Harry looked at Quirinus Quirrell and saw, in that moment, every person he'd ever known at the Hazbin Hotel. Every sinner who'd made terrible choices and paid terrible prices and still, in the deepest part of themselves, wanted to be something better. Angel, fighting his addictions. Husk, fighting his despair. All of them, every one, standing in the wreckage of their worst decisions and reaching for the light. Quirrell was reaching. Harry reached back. He brought both wands together, crossing them at the tips, and channeled everything he had into a single, focused construct. Not the crucible shield. Not a blast of force. Something new, something he'd never tried, something that came to him now in the way that his best magic always came, not from thought, but from need. A stag. It formed in the air between his wands, a stag made of hellfire and wizard light, red and gold, massive and magnificent, its antlers branching like lightning, its eyes burning with the same green as Harry's own. It was beautiful and terrible and alive with power, and it turned its great head toward Quirrell and the wraith on the back of his skull. This is for my parents, Harry thought. And this is for you, Professor. The stag charged. It hit Quirrell and passed through him, and Quirrell screamed once, a short, sharp sound of shock rather than agony, and then the scream was Voldemort's, because the stag's hellfire antlers had hooked the wraith and were pulling it out. The separation was violent. Dark magic and infernal fire clashed inside Quirrell's body, and the man convulsed, his back arching, his mouth open in a silent howl. Harry held the construct with everything he had, pouring his magic into it, and the stag ripped the wraith free like pulling a tick from skin. Voldemort's wraith emerged. It was barely there. A face made of smoke, of darkness, of cold and hatred and fear. Red eyes in a formless mass, mouth open in a scream that shook the foundations of the room. It was pitiful and terrifying in equal measure, the remnant of a man who had been brilliant, powerful, gifted beyond measure, reduced to this by his own fear of the one thing that everyone, eventually, must face. The wraith tried to flee. It streaked toward the ceiling, toward the walls, looking for an exit, looking for another host, looking for anything to cling to. Harry's stag was faster. It reared, antlers blazing, and brought them down on the wraith like a hammer on an anvil. Hellfire met dark magic, and the reaction was absolute. Voldemort's wraith burned. Not the slow, steady burning that had consumed the Horcrux fragment in Harry's scar over 11 years. This was a conflagration. The dark magic that composed the wraith ignited, consumed by hellfire, and the face in the smoke screamed one final time, a sound of fury and disbelief and, buried so deep that perhaps only Harry heard it, fear, and then it was gone. Not destroyed. Harry could feel the difference. The wraith was dispersed, scattered, burned to the thinnest possible thread of existence. Somewhere, the other Horcruxes still anchored Voldemort's soul to the world of the living. He wasn't dead. Not yet. Not permanently. But he was gone from this room, from this castle, from Quirrell's body. The smoke cleared, the air cleaned itself, and the hellfire faded, and the room was quiet. Quirrell lay on the stone floor, motionless. Harry dropped to his knees beside him, both wands clattering down, and pressed his fingers to the man's throat. A pulse. Thin, thready, but there. Professor Quirrell. Can you hear me? Quirrell's eyes fluttered open. They were clear, truly clear, for the first time all year, free of the shadow that had lived behind them. He looked up at Harry, and his expression was one of bewildered, exhausted peace. Is he gone? Quirrell whispered. He's gone. Am I going to die? Harry's hands were shaking. He could feel the damage the possession had done. Quirrell's life force was depleted, his body ravaged, his magical core drained almost to nothing. The man was hanging by a thread, and the thread was fraying. Not if I can help it, Harry said. He placed both hands on Quirrell's chest and reached for his magic, not the hellfire this time, but the other side, the wizard light, the golden warmth that connected him to Lily Potter's sacrifice and Charlie's love and every good thing he'd ever known. He pushed it into Quirrell's body the way you'd pour water into a dying plant, not forcing, not flooding, but offering. Sharing. Giving. It was not a spell. There was no incantation for this, no wand movement, no theory in any textbook. It was love, given form, given force, transmitted from one person to another through the medium of magic. Quirrell gasped. Color returned to his face, not much, just a faint flush, but enough. His pulse strengthened. His breathing steadied. The thread held. You need a hospital, Harry said. Stay still. I'm going to. Footsteps. Running. The sound of the flame barrier dropping, and then Ron and Hermione burst into the room, wands drawn, faces white, and, behind them, Dumbledore. The headmaster was there. He must have turned around mid-journey, must have realized the trap, must have flown back to Hogwarts with every ounce of speed his considerable power could muster. He stood in the doorway of the circular chamber, and his eyes swept the scene, the unconscious Quirrell, the discarded turban, the scorch marks on the walls, and Harry, kneeling on the floor with golden light still fading from his hands. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice was very quiet. He needs a healer, Harry said, not looking up. Quirrell. He was possessed, Voldemort's wraith, I got it out, but the damage, I'll take him. Dumbledore crossed the room in 3 strides, knelt beside Quirrell, and placed his wand against the man's temple. A diagnostic charm shimmered, and Dumbledore's expression went through several complex transitions. He's stable. Barely, but stable. You kept him alive. I tried. You did more than try. Dumbledore lifted Quirrell with a levitation charm and turned to the door. Minerva is outside. She'll take him to the hospital wing. He passed Quirrell's floating body to someone in the corridor. Harry heard McGonagall's sharp intake of breath, then the quick efficiency of a woman who handled crises the way most people handled breakfast, and then Dumbledore turned back. Ron and Hermione had rushed to Harry's side. Hermione was checking him for injuries with the methodical urgency of someone who'd memorized every first aid spell in the library. Ron was simply standing there, solid and present and real, one hand on Harry's shoulder. You're okay, Ron said. Not a question. I'm okay. Was it really him? Voldemort? It was what's left of him. A wraith. He was possessing Quirrell. Harry stood up, legs slightly unsteady, and felt the weight in his pocket. The stone. He'd almost forgotten. He reached in and pulled it out. The Philosopher's Stone sat in his palm, smaller than he'd expected, blood-red, catching the torchlight with an internal glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. It was warm. It hummed with a frequency that resonated with something deep in Harry's magical core, the pure, undiluted potential of transmutation, of change, of life itself. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione breathed. You actually got it. Harry looked at it for a long moment. Then he held it out to Dumbledore. This belongs to Nicholas Flamel, Harry said. Not to me. Not to you. Not to anyone who'd use it as bait in a school full of children. The words landed. Dumbledore took the stone, and his hand closed around it, and for a moment his expression was unreadable, too many emotions moving behind those half-moon spectacles to parse. You're angry with me, Dumbledore said. I'm disappointed. Harry met his eyes. You knew Quirrell was possessed. You knew the stone was a target. You placed it here, behind protections that first-year students could solve, in a castle full of children, and you waited to see what would happen. You used the school as a chessboard and everyone in it as pieces. I had contingencies that failed. You weren't here tonight, Professor. You were lured away by an obvious trap, and if I hadn't been ready, if I hadn't been trained and prepared and willing to face a Dark Lord at age 11, Voldemort would have the stone right now. Dumbledore flinched. The second time Harry had made him flinch this year. You're right. I know. I underestimated you. I underestimated the situation. He stopped. Took a breath. Let it out. I have spent so many years managing crises from a distance that I forgot what it costs to be the person standing in the room. You were the person standing in the room tonight, Harry. Not me. And I'll be the person standing in the room next time too, Harry said. Because Voldemort isn't gone. He's dispersed, weakened, but he has other anchors. Other Horcruxes. He'll find another way back. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You know about the Horcruxes. I had one in my scar for the first decade of my life. It burned away where I grew up, but I know what they feel like. Voldemort split his soul more than once. There are others out there. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. There are. Then we'll need to find them. Destroy them. All of them, before he comes back. Harry, not tonight. Tonight I'm tired, and my friends need sleep, and Professor Quirrell needs a healer, and you need to send that stone back to Flammel and tell him to destroy it. Harry turned toward the door. Ron and Hermione fell in beside him. But soon, Professor. We need to talk about the Horcruxes soon. You have my word. Harry paused at the door. Turned back. One more thing. Yes. Thank you. For coming back. Even if you were late, you came back. Dumbledore looked at him, and the twinkle was gone, and what was left was just a tired old man who had made mistakes and was trying, in his imperfect way, to make them right. I will always come back, Harry. Good. Good night, Professor. He walked out of the chamber, Ron on one side, Hermione on the other, and behind him, Dumbledore stood alone with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand and the weight of his choices settling around him like snow. They made it to the hospital wing before Harry's legs gave out. The magical expenditure caught up with him all at once, the hellfire construct, the wraith burning, the healing he'd poured into Quirrell, all of it hitting him like a delayed bill. His knees buckled in the corridor outside the hospital wing doors, and Ron caught him on one side and Hermione on the other, and they half carried him through the doors to where Madame Pomfrey was already working on Quirrell. Another one? Pomfrey glanced up, saw Harry's ashen face, and immediately directed them to a bed. Set him down. Don't jostle him. What happened? Magical exhaustion, Hermione said with clinical precision. He expended an enormous amount of energy in a very short period. Dual wand casting, a major construct, and direct magical transfusion to Professor Quirrell. Pomfrey's eyebrows climbed toward her hairline. Direct magical transfusion? At his age? She ran a diagnostic spell over Harry, and her expression shifted from concern to something approaching awe. His core is depleted but stable. Resilient. The structure of his magical reserves is. She trailed off, shaking her head. Unprecedented. Get some rest, Mr. Potter. Your magic will replenish itself. I've never seen reserves this robust in a student. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Thank me by not doing whatever you did again anytime soon. No promises. She huffed, drew the curtain around his bed, and went back to Quirrell. Harry could hear her muttering diagnostic incantations, the soft clink of potion bottles, and, after a moment, a quiet, well, I'll be damned. He's going to live. Harry closed his eyes. Relief washed through him, warm, liquid, total. He'd done it. The wraith was gone. The stone was safe. Quirrell was alive. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the enchanted mirror. Mom? Charlie's face appeared instantly. Her eyes were red. She'd been crying, not the performative tears she was famous for, but the deep, quiet tears of a mother who'd been listening to her child fight a monster through a pocket mirror and couldn't do anything but wait. Hi, Harry said. Hi, baby. Charlie's voice cracked. You did it. I did it. He's gone. Quirrell's alive. I'm okay. He paused. I'm really tired. I heard everything. She wiped her eyes. The stag, Harry. That thing you made, the stag of hellfire and light, that was the most beautiful thing I've ever felt through the mirror. It felt right. I don't know why a stag, but it felt like it was supposed to be that shape. It was your father's Patronus form. Dumbledore's voice came from behind the curtain, gentle and slightly apologetic for the intrusion. James Potter. His Patronus, his spirit guardian, was a stag. Harry lay still for a moment, absorbing this. His father's shape. His mother's sacrifice. His family's love. All of it, fused together in a construct of hellfire and light. Thanks, Dad, he whispered, and he wasn't sure which parent he was talking to, and it didn't matter. Charlie's voice through the mirror. Sleep now, sweetheart. You've earned it. Tell everyone I'm okay. They already know. Angel's been pacing for 3 hours. Husk broke a bottle. Nifty reorganized the entire hotel twice. Alastair, she paused. Alastair says to tell you it was the best show he's ever heard, and he's been alive a very long time. Harry smiled. His eyes were closing. Tell him I aim to entertain. Always. Love you, Mom. I love you, Harry. More than everything. He slept. He slept for 2 days. When he woke, the hospital wing was bright with afternoon sun, and there were approximately 400 get-well cards piled on his bedside table, and Ron was asleep in the chair next to him with chocolate on his face, and Hermione was sitting on the floor reading a book about advanced healing theory and underlining things with aggressive precision. Morning, Harry croaked. Hermione's head snapped up. You're awake. Ron jerked upright, nearly falling out of the chair. Wah, who, Harry? How long was I out? 2 days. Madame Pomfrey said your magical core was replenishing itself at a rate she'd never seen before. Something about dual-source regeneration. She wrote a paper about it. She asked me to ask you if you'd consent to further study. Hermione paused. I told her I'd ask, but that you probably had strong feelings about being studied. Good instinct. Harry sat up. His body felt fine, better than fine, actually. His magic hummed inside him, restored and potent, the twin currents of hellfire and wizard light flowing in easy harmony. What did I miss? Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Where do you want us to start? Ron said. The answer was a lot. Quirrell was alive. Barely, but alive. He'd been transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, where a team of healers was working to undo the damage the possession had caused. The prognosis was cautious, but hopeful. The direct magical transfusion Harry had performed had stabilized Quirrell's core enough for the healers to work with, and early indications suggested he would eventually make a full recovery. The Philosopher's Stone had been returned to Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore had spoken with Flamel, and the two of them had agreed the stone would be destroyed. Flamel, who was 665 years old, had apparently taken the news with remarkable equanimity. He said he had enough elixir stored for a while, Hermione reported, and that 6 centuries was really quite enough for anyone. The school knew that something had happened, though the details were blurred. The official story, crafted by Dumbledore with the political skill of a lifelong diplomat, was that Professor Quirrell had been suffering from a dark magical affliction that had compromised his behavior, and that the situation had been resolved by the headmaster with assistance from unnamed students. Harry's name wasn't mentioned publicly, but in a school that ran on gossip, anonymity lasted approximately 4 hours. Everyone knows it was you, Ron said. The whole school. You're not just the boy who lived anymore. You're the boy who faced Voldemort at 11 and 1. That's a terrible title. It doesn't even rhyme. Give the public time. They'll workshop it. Dumbledore visited the hospital wing that evening. He looked tired, the deep, bone-level tiredness of a man who'd been dealing with the political fallout of having a Dark Lord in his school for an entire year. But beneath the fatigue was something else, something that Harry recognized because Charlie wore it too: determination. The stone is destroyed, Dumbledore said, settling into the chair that Ron had vacated. Nicholas and Perenelle have set their affairs in order. They have enough elixir for several more years, and they've made peace with what comes after. Good. I've also begun, discreetly, to investigate the matter of the Horcruxes. Dumbledore's voice dropped. You were right. There are others. I have suspicions about some of them. We'll need to discuss this further, but not today. Not today, Harry agreed. Harry. Dumbledore leaned forward. I owe you an apology. Several, in fact. For the Blood Wards. For losing you. For using the stone as bait. For assuming I knew best. He removed his glasses, and without them, he looked older and more human. I have spent so many years being the one with answers that I forgot what it feels like to be wrong. You reminded me. Everyone gets it wrong sometimes, Harry said. It's what you do after that matters. Your mother. The one who raised you. She teaches that, doesn't she? It's kind of her whole thing. Dumbledore smiled, not the practiced twinkle, but something genuine. I should very much like to meet her someday. Maybe. When the time is right. When the time is right. Dumbledore stood. The end-of-year feast is tomorrow evening. I believe Gryffindor has a substantial lead in the House Cup standings. Something about a student earning rather a lot of points throughout the year. And losing a few, Harry reminded him. The losses were insignificant compared to the gains. Dumbledore paused at the door. Harry, what you did for Quirrell. The healing. No one taught you that. No. Where did it come from? Harry thought about Charlie, singing to him as a baby. About Vaggie, teaching him that protecting others was the point. About Angel, who'd told him that people could change. About all of them, every resident of the Hazbin Hotel, damaged and damned and trying anyway. From the people who loved me, Harry said. All of them. Dumbledore left. Harry pulled out the mirror and called home, and Charlie's face appeared, and they talked until he fell asleep again, and the mirror stayed open all night, and in the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel, a family listened to their boy breathe and knew he was safe. The end-of-year feast was magnificent. The Great Hall was decorated in green and silver Slytherin colors, as they'd been leading the House Cup before the final point adjustment, but Dumbledore took the podium and made an announcement that changed everything. Recent events, he said, his voice carrying to every corner, have demonstrated that courage, loyalty, and love are not abstract virtues. They are choices made in the dark under pressure when the cost is highest. I have some last-minute points to award. The hall went quiet. To Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 60 points. The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron's face went the color of his hair. To Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 60 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands. The table erupted again. And to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, 80 points. The math was instant. Gryffindor had won the House Cup. The hall exploded. Red and gold banners replaced green and silver. The Gryffindors were on their feet screaming. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were applauding, and even some of the Slytherins were clapping. Because courage was courage regardless of the colors you wore. Harry sat in the middle of the chaos and felt, not triumph. Something quieter. Gratitude. For Ron, who'd played the greatest chess game of his life. For Hermione, who'd solved the puzzle and trusted him. For the castle that had guided him. For the professors who'd taught him. For Dumbledore, who was flawed and frustrating and genuinely trying to be better. For home. The train ride back to London was bittersweet in the best way. Harry, Ron, and Hermione claimed their compartment now, by right of tradition if not by rule, and spent the journey talking about everything and nothing. Summer's going to be weird, Ron said. After this, going back to the burrow and degenoming the garden is going to feel really anticlimactic. I'd love to see the burrow, Harry said. If your family would have me. Ron's face lit up. Are you kidding? Mum's been asking about you in every letter since October. She'd adopt you if she could. I've already been adopted once. Don't think I need another one. Harry grinned. But I'd love to visit. If my mom says it's okay. What about you, Hermione? Ron asked, and the fact that he included her, naturally, without prompting, was a measure of how far they'd all come since October and a troll in a bathroom. My parents are taking me to France, Hermione said. But all right. Every week. And I expect both of you to read the summer reading list I'm going to send. There's a summer reading list? There is now. The train pulled into King's Cross. They gathered their things, and Harry felt the pull again. 2 worlds, 2 homes, the pendulum swing of a life lived between realms. The platform was crowded with families. Harry saw the Weasleys, a sea of red hair, a short, bustling woman who had to be Ron's mum, a tall man with glasses examining a ticket machine with intense fascination. He saw Hermione's parents, a normal-looking couple scanning the crowd with the slightly bewildered expressions of muggles at a wizard function. He saw Neville being hugged by a formidable old woman in a vulture hat. He saw Draco, standing beside a tall man with the same white blonde hair and the same pointed face, and the tall man's hand was on Draco's shoulder and Draco's posture was rigid and unhappy. Harry paused. He caught Draco's eye across the platform. Draco looked at him, a long, complicated look that contained too many things to unpack in a glance, and then, so slightly that only someone trained to read people would notice, nodded. Harry nodded back. He found his own family near the barrier. Charlie was terrible at glamours when she was emotional, and she was very emotional right now. Her human disguise flickered as she spotted him, a flash of blonde brightening to something more luminous, eyes shifting from brown to red gold for just a moment, before Vaggie elbowed her, and she clamped down on it. Harry! Charlie launched herself across the platform and caught him in a hug that lifted him off his feet. Oh my God, you're here, you're real, you're not dead. I was never dead, Mom. You fought a Dark Lord, just a piece of one. My baby fought a Dark Lord, and I couldn't even be there. Vaggie appeared beside them, put one hand on Harry's head, and said nothing. Her single glamored I said everything. Hi, Vaggie. Hi, kid. Good job. Thanks. Ron materialized at Harry's elbow, tugging a plump woman with the kindest face Harry had ever seen on a mortal. Harry, this is my mom. Oh, Harry. Mrs. Weasley swept him into a hug that was warm and tight and smelled like fresh bread. Ron has told us so much about you. You must come stay this summer. Promise me you'll come. I'd love to, Mrs. Weasley. And this is Mrs. Weasley turned to Charlie, who was wiping her eyes and trying to look composed. You must be Harry's mother. I'm Molly Weasley, Ron's mum. Our boys are such good friends. Charlie's smile was radiant and only slightly unhinged. I'm Charlie. It's so wonderful to meet you. Harry talks about Ron all the time. He's an amazing boy. You should be so proud. The two mothers fell into immediate, intense conversation, the way mothers do when they discover that their children are close. Vaggie stood to the side, arms crossed, watching the crowd with tactical awareness. She nodded at Hermione's parents when they passed, shook Mr. Granger's hand, and exchanged a look with Mrs. Granger that communicated the universal parental message of our children are slightly insane, but we love them. They walked back through the barrier together, mortal London swallowing them whole, and the noise and bustle of King's Cross closed around them. Ready to go home? Charlie asked, one arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry looked at platform 9 3/4 behind him, the barrier to a world of magic and castles and prophecies and a Dark Lord who wasn't finished yet. He looked at his mother, his aunt, and thought of the portal that would take them back to hell, to the hotel, to the family waiting for him. Yeah, he said. I'm ready. They ducked into the alley. Vaggie checked for witnesses. Charlie opened the portal, a shimmering tear in reality that hummed with the deep, familiar resonance of home. Harry stepped through. Hell embraced him. The air was warm, dense with infernal energy, and it filled his lungs like coming up for breath after a long dive. His magic surged, both halves of it singing as the ambient hellfire recharged reserves that the mortal world's thin magical field had kept at a simmer. He felt himself expand, not physically, but magically, energetically, returning to his full potential like a compressed spring released. The Hazbin Hotel materialized around him. Garish wallpaper. Checkered floors. The smell of something burning in the kitchen, which meant someone had let Nifty try to cook again. And then the lobby was full of people. Angel hit him first, forearms wrapping around him in a tackle hug that nearly sent them both to the floor. Kid, you're alive. You fought a Dark Lord and you're alive. Why does everyone keep being surprised that I'm alive? Because you fought a Dark Lord. At 11. Husk was there, leaning against the bar, and he raised a glass in Harry's direction with the closest thing to a genuine smile Harry had ever seen on the old cat demon's face. Good work, kid. Thanks, Husk. Don't let it go to your head. Wouldn't dream of it. Nifty appeared from somewhere, possibly the ceiling, and attached herself to Harry's leg. Your room is clean. I cleaned it 14 times. Welcome home. Thank you, Nifty. Sir Pentious was wringing his hands and his tail, clearly torn between wanting to hug Harry and not knowing if that was allowed. Harry solved the problem by hugging him first, and Sir Pentious made a sound like a kettle achieving sentience and squeezed back with surprising strength. I built you a new defense system, Sir Pentious said. For your room. It has 17 modes, including one that launches bees. Why bees? Nobody expects bees. And then Alastor was there. The radio demon stood by the fireplace, as he always did, shadow pooling at his feet, smile fixed in place. He didn't move to hug Harry. He didn't offer congratulations or praise. He simply stood there, and his eyes, those two bright, two knowing eyes, met Harry's across the lobby. "The stag," Alastor said. "Yeah, you created a sentient hellfire construct in the shape of your father's spirit animal, fueled it with your mother's love, and used it to perform an exorcism on a wraith of the most feared dark wizard in the mortal world." "That's an accurate summary, yes." Alastor's smile widened. Not the performance smile, not the menacing one. The real one, the one that meant he'd been genuinely, thoroughly, profoundly entertained. "My boy," the radio demon said, "you are the best story I have ever had the privilege to witness." "I learned from the best," Harry said. The lobby was warm. The family was together. Someone put on music, and Angel started dancing, and Husk groaned and poured himself a drink, and Nifty tried to clean Harry's trunk while he was still holding it. And Sir Pentious activated one of his 17 defense modes by accident, and a swarm of mechanical bees briefly terrorized the kitchen. Harry stood in the middle of it all, surrounded by chaos and love and the particular brand of imperfect, impossible, beautiful mess that was the Hazbin Hotel, and he breathed. He was home. He was safe. And the story wasn't over. Voldemort's Horcruxes were still out there. Dumbledore's plans were still unfolding. The wizarding world still needed saving. But for right now, for this moment, none of that mattered. What mattered was this: a boy who'd been left on a doorstep, who'd fallen through the cracks of the world and landed in the last place anyone expected, who'd been raised by demons and sinners and the Princess of Hell herself, had walked into the darkest room in the castle and walked out again with his soul intact and his heart full. Charlie's hand found his. She squeezed. He squeezed back. The music played. The hotel hummed. Outside, hell's red sky burned eternal. Harry closed his eyes and smiled. Chapter 6. The boy who came home the first week back at the Hazbin Hotel was exactly what Harry needed it to be: loud, chaotic, and completely devoid of Dark Lords. He slept for 14 hours the first night, not from exhaustion, but from the bone-deep comfort of being in his own bed, in his own room, with the ambient hum of hellfire energy wrapping around him like a blanket and the distant sounds of Angel arguing with Husk about something trivial drifting through the walls. He woke to the smell of Charlie's pancakes and the sound of Nifty vacuuming the ceiling, which was a thing she did that nobody questioned anymore, and he lay in bed for a long moment just listening to the hotel breathe around him. Home. He was home. He came downstairs to find a full breakfast spread across the kitchen table and every resident of the hotel present, which was unusual for a Tuesday morning, and suggested that Charlie had issued a mandatory attendance decree that nobody had dared disobey. "Family breakfast," Charlie announced, beaming so hard her glamour-free demon features practically glowed. "I declared it. It's a thing now. Every Tuesday." "Since when?" Husk asked from behind his coffee cup, which was enormous and possibly enchanted to never empty. "Since 5 minutes ago, when I decided." "Eat your eggs." Harry sat down and ate, and the normalcy of it, the clatter of plates, Angel stealing bacon from Sir Pentious's plate when he wasn't looking, Nifty arranging the salt and pepper shakers by height and then by alphabetical order of their ingredients, settled something inside him that had been wound tight for months. Hogwarts had been wonderful. His friends were wonderful. The magic and the castle and the learning had been wonderful. But it had also been a year of constant vigilance, watching Quirrell, mapping protections, navigating Dumbledore's games, building toward a confrontation that could have killed him. He hadn't realized how tightly he'd been holding himself until he let go. "You look different," Angel said, studying him across the table with the shrewd eye of someone who made a career out of reading people. "Not bad different. Just older. I'm 12 in a month." "That's not what I mean, and you know it." Angel pointed a fork at him. "You went away a kid and came back a kid who's fought a war. I know what that looks like. I've worn that look." Harry met his eyes. Angel dust, for all his performative frivolity, His dirty jokes and his posturing had depths that most people never saw. He'd lived a hard life in the mortal world and a harder one in hell, and his ability to recognize trauma in others was born from intimate experience with his own. "I'm okay," Harry said. "Really. It was hard, but I was ready for it. You all made sure of that." "Damn right we did." Angel stole another piece of bacon and changed the subject with the practiced ease of someone who knew when to push and when to pull back. "So tell me about this Quidditch thing. You fly around on brooms? Like actual brooms?" "That's the most extra thing I've ever heard, and I once wore a dress made entirely of spiders to a party." Harry told them about Quidditch, and the telling lasted through breakfast and into lunch. He demonstrated the finer points using levitated salt shakers as players and a cherry tomato as the snitch, complete with commentary in the style of Lee Jordan that had everyone laughing. He told them about the Nimbus 2000, about the Ronsky Feint, about the Rogue Bludger, and the Crucible Shield, and Angel immediately declared himself a fan and demanded to know if there was a betting market. "There probably is, but I'm not helping you find it. You're no fun." "I'm plenty of fun. I'm just not a bookie." The days settled into the rhythm of summer. Harry trained in the mornings. The room of requirement had been useful, but training in hell, surrounded by dense infernal energy, was like training in a gravity chamber. Everything came easier, stronger, deeper. His crucible shield, which had been powerful at Hogwarts, became devastating in hell. The ambient energy fed it passively, meaning he could maintain it almost indefinitely without draining his own reserves. He worked on the stag construct. It had come to him instinctively during the fight with Quirrell, shaped by desperation and love, and he wanted to understand it properly, to make it something he could summon at will rather than in moments of crisis. The construct was complicated, a fusion of hellfire and wizard light given form and temporary sentience, powered by emotional energy, shaped by intent. It required both wands working in concert, both halves of his magic singing together, and the sheer focus needed to maintain it was exhausting. But it was worth it. The stag was beautiful when he got it right, when the magic aligned and the construct crystallized. It stood in the hotel courtyard like something out of legend. 12 feet tall, antlers branching like lightning, its body a shimmering fusion of red and gold, eyes green as Harry's own. It moved with a grace that no real animal could match, because it wasn't an animal, it was a spell and a prayer and a memory, all at once. "Your father would be proud," Lucifer said, watching from the hotel steps. Harry didn't startle. His grandfather had arrived silently, which was his way. The king of hell didn't announce himself unless he wanted to. He was in his usual white suit, apple-headed cane in hand, but his expression was stripped of its usual sardonic humor. He was looking at the stag with something close to reverence. "I didn't plan the shape," Harry said, letting the construct dissolve. "It just came out that way. During the fight, when I needed it most, this is what my magic gave me." "Magic remembers," Lucifer said. "Your wizard magic carries echoes of your parents, their power, their patterns, their souls." The stag was James Potter's signature. His spirit guardian, his animagus form, the shape his magic defaulted to when it expressed his deepest self. Lucifer paused. "The fact that your hellfire, the infernal half of your power, shaped itself to match your father's spirit means something. It means the two halves aren't just coexisting. They're harmonizing. The hellfire respects the wizard legacy. It incorporates it. Is that unusual?" Lucifer's look was eloquent. "Harry, everything about you is unusual. But yes. Infernal energy typically overwhelms mortal magic, consumes it, replaces it. That yours works with it, strengthens it, honors it, that's not just unusual. It's unprecedented. And it's because of how you were raised. Because of Mom. Because of Charlie." Lucifer's voice softened in the way it only did when he talked about his daughter. "Her love didn't just protect you. It integrated you. She raised you with both halves acknowledged, never denying your wizard nature, never suppressing the hellfire. She taught you that you didn't have to choose, and your magic listened." Harry thought about this. He thought about Charlie, who had never once flinched from what he was, who had celebrated every burst of accidental hellfire and every spark of wizard light with equal delight. who had read him wizard storybooks and demon lullabies, who had hung pictures of James and Lily in his room alongside photos of the hotel family, who had insisted, always and forever, that Harry was whole exactly as he was. "She's the best person in any dimension," Harry said. "She's my daughter," Lucifer said, and the pride in his voice was oceanic. "Of course she is." They stood together in the hotel courtyard, grandfather and grandson, and the hell sky burned red above them, and for a moment everything was simple and good. Then Lucifer's expression shifted, sharpened, and Harry felt the conversation change direction, like a river hitting a dam. "We need to talk about the Horcruxes," Lucifer said. Harry nodded. He'd been expecting this. "Dumbledore knows about them. He said he has suspicions about some of their locations. Dumbledore knows pieces of the puzzle. I know others." Lucifer began walking, and Harry fell into step beside him. They moved through the hotel's back garden, a strange and wonderful space that Charlie had cultivated over the years, full of plants that shouldn't have been able to grow in hell, but did anyway. Because Charlie's particular brand of love didn't recognize impossibility. A Horcrux is a soul anchor, a fragment of the caster's soul, torn loose through the act of murder and embedded in a physical object. You know this. I had one in my head for a decade. You did. And the Hellfire environment destroyed it slowly, burning away the foreign soul matter while preserving yours. That process, the selective burning, taught your magic something invaluable. Your magic now recognizes Horcrux energy. It can identify it, target it, destroy it. I felt Voldemort's wraith because of that recognition. Exactly. And you'll be able to feel the other Horcruxes too, if you get close enough. Lucifer stopped beside a bush that was producing roses in a shade of red that didn't exist in the mortal world. "The question is, how many are there?" "Dumbledore thinks at least 4, besides the one that was in my scar and the wraith itself." "At least 4. Lucifer's expression was grim. "Based on what I know of Tom Riddle's psychology, his obsession with magical significance, with the number 7, I believe he intended to split his soul into 7 pieces. 7 fragments, 7 anchors, making himself as close to immortal as a mortal can get. 6 Horcruxes and 1 piece left in his body. Yes, your scar contained 1, and it's destroyed. The wraith you dispersed was the main soul fragment, weakened, not destroyed, still tethered to the remaining Horcruxes. That leaves 5. Do you know what they are?" "I have theories." Lucifer plucked a rose and examined it with the detached appreciation of an artist evaluating another's work. Riddle had a fondness for significant objects. Trophies. Relics of the Hogwarts founders. Items with historical weight. I believe he chose his Horcrux vessels the way a collector chooses display cases, for prestige, for symbolism. Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Gryffindor? Slytherin's locket. Hufflepuff's cup. Ravenclaw's diadem. Those are near certainties. The others are less clear, possibly his diary, from his school days, and something connected to his snake, Nagini, though that one may have come later. Lucifer dropped the rose. The locations are the challenge. Riddle hid them well, and he protected them with dark magic that would kill most wizards who tried to approach. But not me. Not you. Lucifer looked at him steadily. Your hellfire burns dark magic. The protections on the Horcruxes, curses, compulsions, traps, they're all dark magic. To you, approaching a Horcrux will feel uncomfortable but not dangerous. To anyone else, it would be lethal. So I'm the weapon. You're the key. Lucifer's tone was precise, deliberate. There's a difference. A weapon is pointed at a target by someone else. A key opens doors by its own nature. You weren't designed for this, Harry. You weren't bred or engineered or prophesied into existence for the purpose of destroying Horcruxes. You just happen to be the only person in any dimension who can do it because of who you are and how you were raised. That's either incredibly convenient or incredibly suspicious. It's neither. It's you. The universe didn't plan you. Your mothers, both of them, chose to love you, and that love created something new, and that something new happens to be the antidote to the darkest magic a mortal has ever created. Lucifer's smile was thin and fierce. There's a poetry to that. Even I can appreciate it. Harry stood in Charlie's garden, surrounded by impossible flowers, and felt the weight of what was coming settle onto his shoulders. Not crushing weight, he was strong enough to bear it, but real weight, substantial, the kind that changed your posture and your priorities and the way you walked through the world. 5 Horcruxes. Hidden, guarded, lethal. And beyond them, Voldemort himself, dispersed but not destroyed, weakened but not finished, already beginning the long process of clawing his way back to a body. "It won't be this year," Harry said. "He's too weak. The Wraith was nearly destroyed. It'll take him years to rebuild enough strength to act again." "Agreed. Which gives us time." Lucifer put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We'll find them, Harry. Dumbledore has his resources and I have mine. And you have something neither of us has." "What's that?" "Friends your own age who are brave enough to walk into a Dark Lord's trap because you asked them to." Lucifer's expression was complex, pride, concern, something almost like envy. "Don't underestimate that. In all my existence, I've found that the bonds formed in youth, forged in shared danger, tempered by mutual trust, are the strongest bonds of all." Ron and Hermione. And others, potentially. The Longbottom boy. Perhaps even young Malfoy in time. Lucifer squeezed his shoulder. "Build your circle, Harry. Not subjects, not followers, friends. They'll matter more than any weapon when the final battle comes." Harry nodded. The conversation settled into his mind alongside everything else: Dumbledore's plans, Alastor's advice, Vaggy's tactical training, and he began, almost unconsciously, to think strategically about the years ahead. Second year. Third. Fourth. Time, spent growing and learning and preparing. Building alliances, gathering knowledge, hunting Horcruxes when the opportunity arose. And eventually, inevitably, a final confrontation with a monster who refused to stay dead. He was 12. He had time. He intended to use every second of it. The letter from Ron arrived 3 days later, carried by an enthusiastic and slightly singed owl that had clearly been given directions to hell and was not happy about it. "Harry, Mum says you can come stay for the last 2 weeks of summer. She's already making extra food. She's been making extra food since I told her you were coming. There's enough pie to feed a regiment. Also, Fred and George want to meet you properly. They say anyone who can throw a troll into a wall with his bare hands is someone they want to be friends with." I told them it was magic, not bare hands. "They don't care. Dad wants to ask you about Muggle stuff because he's convinced you know about electricity. I told him you grew up somewhere weird and probably don't know about electricity either, but he's already written 40 questions. Hermione's coming for the last week too. She's already sent her summer reading list. It's 4 pages. I think she's joking. She's probably not joking. Write back and tell me when you're coming. Ron, P.S. Mum knitted you a sweater. It's maroon. I'm sorry." Harry read the letter at breakfast and smiled so wide that Angel asked if he was having a stroke. "I'm going to visit my friend's family," Harry said. "The Weasleys. For 2 weeks. The redheads." Angel leaned over to read the letter. "The ones with the twins who want to meet you because of the troll thing? I like them already. Anyone who appreciates a good troll throwing is good people. I'll need to figure out logistics. I can't exactly tell the Weasleys I'm portaling in from hell." "Tell them your mum's dropping you off," Angel suggested. "Charlie can glamour up. Drive a car. Do you guys know how to drive a car?" "Nobody in this hotel knows how to drive a car." "I know how to drive a car," Husk said from behind the bar, because Husk had apparently been alive during the invention of the automobile and had strong opinions about manual transmission. "Husk can drive," Angel said brightly. "We'll get a car. He'll drive. Charlie rides along in glamour. Easy. You want to send the Princess of Hell and a demon cat to suburban England in a rental car. I want to send a concerned mum and a grumpy uncle to drop off their kid at his friend's house. Framing is everything, Harry. You taught me that." Harry laughed, and the plan, ridiculous as it was, actually worked. 2 weeks later, Husk pulled a rented sedan up to the Burrow, a lopsided, magnificent, gravity-defying house that looked like several buildings had gotten into a fight and agreed to share a foundation. Charlie sat in the passenger seat in her glamour, vibrating with excitement, and Harry climbed out of the back with his trunk and a nervousness he hadn't expected. This was different from Hogwarts. At Hogwarts, he was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, operating on territory where his reputation preceded him. Here, he was Harry, Ron's friend, being welcomed into someone else's home. Someone else's family. The front door burst open and Ron came pelting out, followed by two identical redheads who were already grinning with the manic energy of pranksters who'd found a new target. "Harry." Ron grabbed his hand and shook it like he was trying to detach it from his wrist. "You're here. Mum's been cooking since yesterday. There's literally food on every surface." "Welcome to the madhouse," said one twin. "Population. Too many," said the other. "I'm Fred. I'm George, actually. I'm Fred. We'll never tell boys." A voice from inside the house, warm and commanding and impossible to ignore. "Mrs. Weasley appeared in the doorway, apron on, wand in hand, face flushed from cooking, and her expression when she saw Harry was so purely, uncomplicatedly welcoming that something in his chest unclenched. "Harry, dear. Come in, come in. You must be starving. I've made roast chicken and potatoes and treacle tart," and she caught sight of Charlie in the car and waved enthusiastically. "You must be Harry's mum. Come inside for tea." "I won't take no for an answer." Charlie looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. Charlie's glamour was solid. Husk was dozing in the driver's seat and could pass for a surly uncle, and the opportunity to spend time with the family of her son's best friend was clearly too much for Charlie Morningstar to resist. "I'd love to," Charlie said, getting out of the car, and Mrs. Weasley beamed and ushered her inside, and within 5 minutes they were at the kitchen table comparing parenting notes with the intensity of two generals comparing battle strategies. "He never eats enough vegetables," Charlie said. "Neither does Ron. I have to disguise them in other food." "Do you do that?" "The carrot trick." "The carrot trick." "Yes, where you grate them into the sauce." "Exactly." Ron and Harry exchanged the universal look of sons watching their mothers bond over their shared inadequacies. "This is going to be a long 2 weeks," Ron said. "I love your family," Harry said, and meant it completely. The borough was everything the Hazbin Hotel was not: small, cramped, overflowing with people and noise and love expressed through food and nagging and an endless, chaotic stream of Weasley activity. It was also, Harry realized almost immediately, the happiest place he'd been in the mortal world. Arthur Weasley was exactly as Ron had described, obsessed with Muggle technology, endlessly curious, and possessed of a warmth so genuine it was almost physically tangible. He cornered Harry within the first hour, a collection of Muggle artifacts spread across his shed workbench, and peppered him with questions about electricity, rubber ducks, and the function of postage stamps. "I'm actually not the best person to ask about Muggle things," Harry admitted. "I didn't grow up in a Muggle household." "But you did grow up outside the wizarding world, yes?" "Ron said your mother's not a witch, not that there's anything wrong with that. Wonderful people, Muggles, so you must have some familiarity, Mr. Weasley. I grew up in a very unusual situation. My knowledge of the mundane world is honestly probably less than yours." Arthur Weasley looked mildly crestfallen, then brightened. "Well, perhaps we can learn together. I've acquired a toaster that I'm absolutely certain is possessed. Want to take a look?" They spent 2 hours dissecting the toaster. It was not possessed. It was broken in a completely mundane way that Arthur found deeply disappointing. The twins were a force of nature. Fred and George Weasley operated as a single entity with 2 bodies, finishing each other's sentences, conducting experiments in their bedroom that produced explosions and multicolored smoke at irregular intervals, and regarding Harry with a combination of admiration and professional curiosity that made him slightly nervous. "So," Fred said, leaning against Harry's doorframe on the second evening. "The troll." "The troll," George echoed from the other side. "We've heard stories. We want the truth." "The truth is I hit it with a wandless force projection, and it hit a wall," Harry said. "It wasn't that complicated." "Wandless force projection," Fred repeated. "At 11, George added. "While simultaneously rescuing a damsel, who would hex us for calling her a damsel, and Aracle Ronnikins." who we're very fond of despite everything. The point is, they said together, you're mental, and we respect that. Thanks. Want to see our latest invention? It makes people's ears grow to 3 times their normal size. Absolutely. He spent an afternoon with the twins in their room, which was a laboratory of chaos, half-finished prototypes, stacks of notes, ingredients that Snape would have confiscated on site, and a business plan for a joke shop that was, Harry realized with genuine admiration, brilliantly conceived. Fred and George weren't just pranksters, they were inventors. Creative, entrepreneurial, magical engineers who channeled their considerable talent into making people laugh. This is amazing work, Harry said, examining a prototype canary cream that had turned a test subject, a garden gnome, into a canary for exactly 7 seconds. The transfiguration is precise, the timing charm is elegant, and the reversion is clean. You two are genuinely talented. The twins looked at each other. Then at Harry. Then at each other again. Did Harry Potter just compliment our potions work? Fred said. I think he did, George said. Should we be concerned? Probably. But I like it. If you ever need startup capital, Harry said casually, let me know. He left them in stunned silence, which was, he later learned, a first. Ginny Weasley was a different challenge entirely. Ron's younger sister was shy around Harry to the point of near invisibility. She spent most of the first week fleeing rooms when he entered them, communicating exclusively through the medium of accidentally knocking things over, and turning a shade of red that made her hair look pale by comparison. Harry, who had been raised by angel dust and therefore understood performative anxiety as a response to emotional overwhelm, gave her space without making it weird. He included her in conversations when she was present, addressed her directly without making a big deal of it, and on the 4th day, when she knocked over the butter dish at breakfast for the 3rd time, he caught it with a flick of wandless magic and set it back without looking up from his toast. Nice reflexes, Ginny said, and it was the first full sentence she'd spoken to him. Thanks. I play Seeker. I know. Ron talks about you constantly. It's annoying. She paused, flushing, then seemed to decide that she'd already committed and might as well keep going. He says you're the best flyer he's ever seen. Ron's biased. Ron doesn't know what bias means. He just says what he thinks. Ginny met his eyes for the first time, and behind the shyness, Harry saw something sharp and fierce and not at all fragile. Is it true you fought you-know-who? Ginny. Ron said from across the table. What? Everyone's thinking it. I'm just the one saying it. Yes, Harry said simply. I fought what was left of him. A wraith, a piece of his soul possessing a teacher. I drove it out. Ginny looked at him for a long moment. Cool, she said, and went back to her eggs. Harry grinned. He liked Ginny Weasley. Hermione arrived for the last week, and the Burrows somehow absorbed another person without bursting at the seams, which was either magical or a testament to Mrs. Weasley's spatial management skills. She came with her trunk, 3 additional bags of books, and the summer reading list, which was indeed 4 pages and was indeed not a joke. I've annotated it, she said, handing copies to Harry and Ron. Primary texts are marked with asterisks. Secondary sources are organized by relevance. I've also included a comparative analysis of first-year and second-year curricula to help us identify areas where additional preparation would be beneficial. Ron stared at the document. Hermione, it's summer. Learning doesn't take vacations, Ronald. It should. Learning should go to the beach and drink cocktails and forget about everything for a while. That's not how learning works. That's not how you work. The rest of us are more flexible. They argued about it for 20 minutes, which was their version of bonding, and Harry sat between them and felt something warm and settled and permanent click into place. These were his people. His mortal world people, the ones who'd walked into a troll fight and a Dark Lord's gauntlet beside him without flinching. They were brilliant and brave and deeply, endearingly weird, and he loved them with a fierceness that rivaled anything he felt for his hotel family. He didn't have to choose between worlds. He never had. He just had to be big enough to hold both. The 3 of them spent the last week of summer in a rhythm that felt almost medicinal, mornings of study, Hermione's influence, afternoons of Quidditch in the Weasley orchard, Ron's influence, and evenings of conversation that ranged from magical theory to wizarding politics to the nature of the soul. It was during one of these evening conversations, sprawled on blankets in the orchard while the sky turned pink and gold, that Harry told them. Not everything. Not the full truth about who Charlie was and where the hotel existed. But enough. More than he'd told anyone in the mortal world. My mum isn't a witch, Harry said. She's not a muggle either. She's something else. Something from a different world. A different dimension. Ron and Hermione were quiet. The kind of quiet that meant they were listening with everything they had. I was raised in that other dimension. That's why my magic is different. It developed in an environment with a different kind of energy. That energy fused with my wizard magic, and the result is what you've seen. The Hellfire. The dual wand casting. The constructs. Hellfire, Hermione repeated carefully. As in actual, literal, infernal, yes. Silence. Then Ron said, "So when you say you grew up somewhere unusual." "I grew up in hell." More silence. A bird sang somewhere in the orchard. The evening light was beautiful and indifferent. "Okay," Ron said. Harry blinked. "Okay. Yeah. Okay." Ron sat up, brushed grass off his shirt, and looked at Harry with an expression of absolute, unwavering calm. "You're my best mate. You grew up in hell. Those two things don't cancel each other out. They're just both true." "Ron, what? Did you think I was going to freak out? I watched you make a shield that eats curses. I watched you throw a troll into a wall. I played chess to get you to a room where you fought bloody Voldemort. Finding out you grew up in hell is like page 4 news, mate. Barely a headline." Harry turned to Hermione. She was sitting very still, her eyes wide, her mind clearly operating at approximately 4,000% capacity. "The energy differential," she breathed. "The ambient magical field variation between dimensions, that's why your magic operates on a dual frequency. The structured wizard component maintained its integrity because of the biological inheritance from your parents, while the infernal component grafted onto your developing magical cord during the critical formation period of early childhood." "Oh my God, Harry, the implications for magical development theory alone," Hermione, "could completely revolutionize our understanding of core formation and environmental magical influence. The papers I could write," Hermione. She stopped. Took a breath. "Sorry." "Yes." What Ron said. "You're our friend. The rest is details." She paused. "Incredibly, paradigm-shiftingly fascinating details that I desperately want to study, but details nonetheless." Harry looked at them, Ron, steady as stone, and Hermione, burning with curiosity and loyalty in equal measure, and he felt something that Alastair had once described as the rarest commodity in any realm. Being truly known and truly accepted at the same time. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank us," Ron said. "Just promise you'll take us to hell someday. I want to meet this family of yours. You want to visit hell?" "Harry, I live in a house with 6 siblings, a ghoul in the attic, and a mother who can make a clock that tracks people's mortal peril. I'm basically already in hell. Yours probably has better food." "It actually does. My Uncle Angel knows a guy who imports pizza from the mortal world." "Your Uncle Angel," Hermione said slowly, "is named Angel. He's a spider demon. 7 feet tall. For arms. Heart of gold under a lot of attitude. I have so many questions." "I know. I'll answer them all. But not tonight." Harry lay back on the blanket and looked up at the sky, the mortal sky, the real sky, full of stars that didn't exist in hell's perpetual crimson twilight. "Tonight, I just want to be here." They lay in the grass, 3 friends under a sky full of stars, and the world was big and strange and dangerous and beautiful, and they were young, and they were together, and that was enough. The last day of summer came too fast. Harry packed his trunk in Ron's room, the familiar ritual of robes and books and wands and enchanted mirrors. The holly wand went in the left pocket. The hellfire wand went in the right. Lucifer's ring on his finger. Baggy's knife in his boot. The emergency portkey on his wrist. The photograph of his hotel family tucked next to his heart. Mrs. Weasley hugged him at the door. "You're always welcome here, Harry. Always." This is your home too, whenever you need it. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. For everything. Oh, call me Molly, dear. She wiped her eyes. And eat more vegetables. The drive to King's Cross was a Weasley production. Mr. Weasley had enchanted a Ford Anglia to fit everyone, and the resulting journey was a masterclass in controlled chaos. Fred and George set off a firecracker in the back seat. Percy lectured everyone about punctuality. Ginny sat beside Harry and asked him, very quietly, if he'd teach her to fly properly when she started Hogwarts next year. Absolutely, he said. She smiled, and it was the first time he'd seen her smile without blushing, and it transformed her entire face. Platform 9 3/4 was the same beautiful chaos he remembered from last year. Families swarming, owls hooting, trunks being loaded, the Scarlet Hogwarts Express steaming gently in the morning light. Charlie was there, glamored, standing near the barrier, looking simultaneously proud and devastated in the way that only she could manage. Vaggie was beside her, scanning the crowd. They'd come through a portal in a London alley. The routine was familiar now, practiced, a bridge between worlds that Harry crossed with the ease of someone stepping over a crack in the sidewalk. Second year, Charlie said, pulling him into a hug. My baby's going back for second year. Mom, I'm 12. You'll always be my baby. Even when you're 40. Even when you're fighting Dark Lords. Even when you're, she caught herself, swallowed, smiled. Even when you don't need me anymore. I'll always need you. I know. She kissed his forehead, right on the scar, the way she'd been doing since he was a baby. I love you, Harry. I love you too, Mom. Vaggie stepped forward. She didn't hug him. Vaggie had hugged him once, at King's Cross last year, and had apparently decided that was her annual quota. Instead, she put her hands on his shoulders and looked at him with both glamored eyes, and her expression was fierce and soft and certain. You're ready, she said. I know. Whatever comes next, second year, whatever new drama that school throws at you, you're ready. I know. And if you're not ready, you'll get ready. Because that's what we taught you. That's what you taught me. Vaggie nodded once. Squeezed his shoulders. Let go. Harry turned to the train. Ron was already aboard, hanging out a window, waving. Hermione was visible through another window, already reading. The Weasley twins were attempting to levitate their trunks through a window rather than using the door on principle. Harry looked back at his mothers, both of them, standing on the platform, one beaming through tears and one stoic and proud, and he felt the full weight of what he was, what they'd made him. Son of Lily and James Potter, who'd given their lives to protect him. Son of Charlie Morningstar, who'd given her heart to raise him. Trained by Vaggie, who'd given him steel. Mentored by Alastair, who'd given him showmanship. Taught by Angel, who'd given him street wisdom. Grounded by Husk, who'd given him clarity. Protected by Lucifer, who'd given him fire. Loved by all of them, every single one, in the particular and irreplaceable way that each of them loved, and the sum of that love was greater than any spell, any weapon, any power that any Dark Lord had ever wielded. He was Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The boy who was loved. The boy who'd fallen through the cracks of the world and landed in the one place where he could become exactly what he needed to be. He boarded the train. Found his compartment, their compartment, his and Ron's and Hermione's, the same one they'd claimed last year. He sat down by the window. The train began to move. Harry waved. Charlie waved back, both hands, jumping up and down, glamour flickering. Vaggie raised a hand, steady and sure. The platform receded. London blurred past the windows. And then they were in the countryside, green and gold and rolling, and Hogwarts was ahead of them, and the future was open like a book waiting to be written. Ron opened a pack of chocolate frogs. Hermione pulled out her copy of Voyages with Vampires, their new defense against the dark arts text. Harry leaned back in his seat and felt both wands in his pockets, felt the ring on his finger, felt the photograph against his chest. So, Ron said, biting the head off a chocolate frog. Second year. Think it'll be quieter than first. Harry thought about the Horcruxes, hidden and waiting. About Voldemort, dispersed but not destroyed, already beginning the long crawl back to power. About Lucius Malfoy, whose cold eyes on the platform last year had promised machinations yet to come. About Dumbledore, whose plans were vast and imperfect and still unfolding. About the diary, one of the Horcruxes, Lucifer had said, from Riddle's school days, and the nagging feeling that it was closer than anyone realized. He thought about all of it, and he smiled. "Probably not," he said. "Brilliant," Ron said, and offered him a chocolate frog. Harry took it, and the train carried them north, and the sky was blue, and his friends were beside him, and 2 worlds worth of family was behind him, and everything that was coming, every battle, every mystery, every heartbreak, every triumph, was just another chapter in a story that had started on a doorstep in November when a baby fell through the cracks of the world and was caught by the one person in all of existence who would never, ever let go. The countryside rolled past. Harry ate his chocolate frog, argued with Hermione about the theoretical limits of transfiguration, beat Ron at exploding snap, and felt the castle calling to him from far away, old, patient, alive with magic, waiting to welcome him home. His other home. One of 2. Both real, both necessary, both loved. The afternoon light slanted through the compartment windows, painting everything gold, and Harry watched it play across his friends' faces and thought, This is what I'm fighting for. Not prophecy, not destiny, not the expectations of a world that thinks it knows me. These people, these moments, this life in all its impossible, messy, beautiful complexity. He reached into his pocket and touched the Hellfire wand. It hummed under his fingers, warm and ready, a weapon and a promise and a piece of his grandfather's love. He touched the holly wand. It thrummed back, steady and true, a bridge to the parents he'd never known and the world he'd been born into. 2 wands. 2 worlds. 1 heart. Harry Potter closed his eyes, leaned his head against the window, and let the rhythm of the train carry him toward whatever came next. He was ready. He had always been ready. That was the whole point. The Hogwarts Express thundered on through the golden afternoon, carrying its cargo of children and chaos and hope toward a castle in the Scottish Highlands, toward a future that no prophecy could fully predict, toward the second chapter of a story that was only just beginning. And in the Hazbin Hotel, in the heart of hell, a woman with golden hair and a smile that could light up the darkest corner of any dimension stood in the lobby and looked at the empty room where her son used to play, and she held the enchanted photograph. Harry at 12, laughing, surrounded by friends, and she pressed it to her heart. "Go change the world, sweetheart," Charlie Morningstar whispered. And the hotel hummed around her, and the family gathered, and the red sky burned, and somewhere between worlds, the magic that had started everything, a mother's love, given freely, without condition, without limit, without end, pulsed once, steady as a heartbeat, and went on.